We're back in the depths of hell as we advance towards the day 2 of the wildcard in the BGS 2026. I'm going to be a host to Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Salty. And Salty, now we've got the top 8 as of now in the overall standings. But if you look at the top 4, they're slowly and steadily building that cushion. And if the same consistency is brought today as well, we might see them build a league of their own.
Absolutely. I think whenever there's going to be a question of whether 8 teams are qualifying from out of 32, you always know that at least the first few slots are going to be booked right from the get-go itself. What remains to be seen is, can the rest of the teams cope up? Can those last remaining slots can be fought for? I think that is going to be at stakes right now.
I know, right? Yesterday we saw a lot of those big names as well sort of play a little bit lackluster. True Rippers was one of those teams that was struggling at the start on the map. Rondo, True Rippers was not able to bring out their A game, but then later on the transition was pretty good. We saw True Rippers mount that comeback. Yesterday every single group played 3 games each, and after 3 games the overall standings are definitely looking pretty messed up. Still teams like Reckoning Esports, Phoenix Esports on the latter half of the board, they need to mount that comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at Reckoning Esports and the total right now, 22 points from 3 games that they played. Currently, they are sitting outside the top 8. What remains to be seen is Reckoning Esports, usually they mount that last moment comeback, Necro, on the final day when there's like, 30 points from 2 games remaining. That is when you see Reckoning Esports at their prime. I feel like inside of the wildcards, that opportunity won't be given. You've got to be, on your A game right from the get-go itself. There's going to be a lot of undergod names as well that I would love to talk about. FTR, as a matter of fact, so much limelight on this particular team, but they've struggled on the wildcards.
FTR is definitely not doing too hot in the overall standings, currently sitting on the 31st spot, pretty much second last in the overall standings, which is terrible if you ask me. But speaking of yesterday's day, Vanguard started off in quite a great note. Got a lot of elimination points for themselves. Even Lost Tide Esports was there in the final few moments, but Hig Bozon, they were the one who really put on a massive show. And even for non-X, it was a pretty good day.
Absolutely. I think Hig Bozon, Vanguard Esports, as well as Victor Summers were the 3 teams who kind of showcased their skills and a lot of consistency. I think that can be said for Vanguard themselves. But today, of course, Group A, they are going to be playing 4 matches. It's going to be an enormous opportunity for all of these teams to try and bank up on that lead. Genex FM was one of those teams who was looking to try and get more points on board, but they were struggling majority of their games, to be honest, Necro.
Exactly. A few more concerning names. It's definitely going to be Genex FM and even Wingard Esports. And you can also add on H4K inside of that list, since they're not doing too hot in the overall standings either. For a team like Kalinga Esports to be around that mid-pack, it's definitely quite concerning too. Maybe it's time for Kalinga Esports as well to at least get things a little bit more better. They're currently sitting on the 8th spot, which is barely on the cusp. And you already know, when you're going to be on the edge, there's going to be a constant sword of elimination on top of your necks, and you do not want to be over there. And speaking of the overall standing so much, let's have a look at it directly. Kalinga Esports is currently sitting on the 8th spot. They're pretty much like a benchmark set, which is going to be 26 points.
Absolutely, but look at how many teams are going to be chasing that. You've got 8-Bit following up, you've got K9 Esports, and you've got Reckoning Esports on your tails. Then, of course, some undergod names, Tenzin Esports, Myth Official, Gots for a Reason, T7 Esports, Phoenix Esports on the 16th spot. Nobody's talking about them. This is Somraj and his legacy, of course, inside of BGIS. We all know about, we all talk about, but still Phoenix Esports, at least after the first day, not looking too comfortable. 3 matches played at 16 points. I think there needs to be consistency in Phoenix Esports and their gameplay, to be honest.
We've had a lot of full-blown conversations about Phoenix Esports and their lackluster performance in the BGS 2026, and all of the points just boil down to Simp not able to perform that well. I feel like he is currently the weak link inside of the team, and if he needs to pop off, I mean, one thing is for sure, then Phoenix Esports would do a lot better. Looking at the latter half of the board, you've still got teams like ORP on the opposite side of the spectrum, H4K as well being another known name, Wingard Esports, Genex FM. And the funny part is, yesterday, Genex FM was my prediction. I thought that maybe Genex FM is going to be able to do really good since they've got the momentum from the round 4. But no, that's not the case.
Absolutely. Then, of course, we had seen Mysterious 4X Naksh as well on the last 8. Completely weird, completely surprising, but what is not shocking, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the schedule of today. One shocker for all of you guys is that Group A plays 4 matches. That includes Rondo, Erangel, another Erangel, and then, of course, the final Miramar, which means Group B is going to be playing 2 games today, Necro. So majority of the teams who are going to be in Group B, they would rather take this day of the wildcards a little easy on their shoulders at least.
I mean, look, if you're going to be starting things off with pretty much 4 games, that's going to be a really good thing for you.
Yeah.
In one day, you're playing 4 games, which means there's a chance that you might just place yourself on the first spot in the overall standings with these, because there are a few groups that are just playing 2 games, there are a few groups that are just playing 3 games. So you've got the most amount of games. Right now, it's your job to set that benchmark and make sure that the other teams are not even going to be close when they play their 4 games.
Absolutely. It's not going to be easy, of course. You've got to be aggressive inside of the lobby, but having a look at the cast of predictions, majority of them going ahead with K9 Esports and Reckoning Esports. IC and joining going ahead with K9. Me and Necro. Wow, we agree. We agree. I like it. I like it, my man. Both of us going ahead with Reckoning Esports. And I think what Reckoning Esports, in my opinion, I think they've been relying too much on Levi, to be honest. We'll have this discussion, but have a look at Hindi caster predictions out there. Maze is still going ahead with Genix FM. True Rippers on Ankybot, ORB for Ravan, and Spiro going ahead with Phoenix Esports.
Now, Phoenix Esports, we all know they do stand a lot of potential. They can easily make a comeback. It's not even a question. Heading the conversation on towards Reckoning Esports, it makes a lot of sense why we're both on the same page. It's because Reckoning Esports yesterday closed things off with a chicken dinner.
Yep.
That's why currently they've got the win of the sales. You can easily say that maybe Reckoning Esports as well can cross on, go up with that same momentum, and directly just head inside of the top 8. But then the question remains, who's going to be kicked outside of the top 8? Because right now inside of top 8, we've got quite the formidable opponents. Teams like Kalinga Esports, Lastare, Nonix as well sitting in there. And you already know, these teams are going to be giving it all they've got to make sure they're maintaining that spot.
Absolutely. Then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the playing teams in front of us. Group A and D are going to be duking out on the first map of Rondo. So what remains to be seen is, can these teams capitalize? You are going to be playing 2 Rondos during the course of the wildcards. And this is going to be one of those maps. You've got to make sure you get those big numbers on board, potentially more than 15 points, potentially more than 20 points. And Reckoning, we were talking about Necro, whether or not they are going to be kicked out of the wildcards, but it seems like it's not just the team and the lobby they're talking about. Even inside of the team, there's going to be some kicking out happening. I think they're still yet to figure out they're playing for right now.
I mean, look, focusing on Group A specifically, they're going to be playing their 4 games, as we all know. Nebula, Higbozon, and Nonix. Right now, they need to secure as many points as they can in today's day, because tomorrow it's going to be some other group playing their 4 games, and if they do manage to overtake Nebula, Higbozon, and even Nonix in the overall standings, then there will be a lot of circumstances where you will be put outside of the top 8.
Yeah.
So one thing is for sure, Nebula, Higbozon, and Nonix, no room for error. All the 4 games, you got to ace it.
Absolutely. And I think to kind of protect your positioning as well, you ought to have about 60 points from the 6 matches that you're playing. I think that should be the target, at least for the top 5 teams out there. I mean, looking at Higbozon Esports, who have 43 points from the 3 matches they've played. Look at Vanguard. They have won chicken dinner, but they weren't really that frag heavy. They've been a very balanced outfit, and they've got 40 points from the 3 matches. I think that is where the trajectory is going as well. 60 points from 6 matches, and then of course try and cross over that 100-point mark at the end of wildcards if you want to qualify for the semifinals.
Now, speaking of Vanguard a little bit more, you mentioned they're not really frag heavy, but I would still say that they are a little bit tilted towards frags. Yes, not fully tilted like Nebula Esports and K9 Esports, but still they tilt a little bit towards the frag heavy games. It's because if you look at the game of Rondo, Vanguard did have a lot of elimination points that they secured. They did not have a lot of placement points to back it up. Now, if you move on towards the upcoming games as well, Vanguard actually did have an okay amount of finish points to back those up. Yes, they also do couple it up with placement points too, but Vanguard has improved their aggression. I'm liking that.
Absolutely. I think yesterday Insidious was in prime form. Dionysus as well was getting a lot of frags. Nobody expected Vanguard to show up like this inside of the wildcard, since you had seen the performances inside of the grind as well. But this is the improvement that we're talking about. I think the improvement came in from Victorious Summers, even for Nebula Esports as well somehow, because I think we were talking about Nebula, how they are not looking as good as they were last season. But finally in the wildcards, we get to see their aggressive side.
And the crazy part is we're not seeing Nebula just straight up go for head-on-head fights. Instead, Nebula is playing for position-oriented games, which is quite weird for me because we saw them inside a showdown, and you already know, whenever you saw Nebula Esports in the previous year, you know they're just going to be ramming their vehicles on towards the compound or straight up just take a fight against the team. But this time, we're seeing Nebula just execute that position-oriented game, and it's been working out pretty well for them. them. They get a position which is going to be frag heavy as well for them in the future, and it's been working out pretty well.
It certainly is working out. Nebula, of course, looking very strong, but one certain team was out there who were supposed to be the alphas of the lobby. I'm talking about K9 Esports for a matter. I think day one of the wildcards did not go their way. It always seems to be a K9 thing to come back on day two. Is it going to be the same inside of the wildcards as well?
I believe it's going to be the same thing. It's just K9 Esports. Whenever I had a conversation with Omega about this thing, he says, you know, on the day one, it's the lobby that tests K9 Esports. On the day two, we're the one to test the lobby. So that's pretty much how it goes with them, and I do believe on the day twos, K9 Esports will be back. But to back this up a little bit more statistically, maybe you can say that K9 Esports needs a lot of analytical info to actually function inside of the lobby. They might just not be too good to adapt on the fly, which is not really something that you expect from a banner like K9 Esports, especially when you possess so much firepower. But you know what? Enough talks, enough nerdy talks. Let's just head on towards the first game. The plane's going to be in the skies, and as we know, it's going to be the map of Rondo. Group A and D to kick things off, and we already know inside of Group A, we've got a few names like Igbo's Nebula Esports, who can really pack a lot of punch and bring in that action. But Rondo is supposed to be an aggressive map, so we're probably going to be seeing that aggression ooze out around Neox Factory Stadium and even Yulin.
You know, there are going to be some undergods as well who are looking like dark horses. Yesterday, we saw a little bit of improvisation coming in from ORB Esports as well. Their 4v4s were brilliant. A few more names to actually watch out for. Maybe Red Force Esports. They definitely do pack a punch as well. I'm personally looking at Riot Nations if they can mount the comeback. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the flight path on our screens. And we are traveling from Judena City towards the northern part of the map itself, towards Ryan. It's not going to be an easy stretch, particularly because it kind of stretches out on that right-hand side a little bit more. But my co-pilot, Necro, where are those clusters forming and when is going to be those first fights taking shape?
Look, Jadena City actually is populated with two teams. It's unexpected. You see Riot Nations, another team right there in the close proximity. Now, I do believe that it's just individual players dropping towards that recall tower. And imagine if one of those players gets knocked out, it's done for.
Yeah.
They do not have a backup plan anymore, which means they need to opt out for safer options. Looking at this, Inimicals against Wildcard Esports. Wildcard Esports yesterday's day was terrible. Speaking of Inimicals as well, pretty much the same spectrum. And both these teams are going to be desperate for points. For Wildcard, they've got their hands on the proper weaponries, but also need to check the back lines as well, as Wildcard is getting hammered down even from the back. Inimicals slowly and steadily closing that distance. They've got their hands on the shotguns, and they should prevail up close and personal.
Neox Factory, and it's chaos every single time. This is going to be the fact that Inimicals, from the outside, give them a certain advantage. Wildcard Esports stuck in between these corners. Not really sure if they will be able to go in for those revives, and finally Mafia finds the connection in Inimicals Esports. They rack havoc on New York Factory, get 3 early eliminations, but now problem seems to be knocking on their doors, Necro, because look who's approaching. It is, of course, the Nebulas from the Galaxies. They're looking to chime in and get those finishes on board.
This one's going to be a little bit concerning. Wildcard Esports already on the board. All the fallen players back in the game, and this is the main concern. When you've got that free recall available, and if you're not able to make the most out of it, that's going to be a big problem for you. Wildcard wasn't even able to squeeze in a single elimination point off of that, which is pretty bad if you think about it. Looking at their positioning in the overall standings, they've only got 11 points. They need a lot more. They need every single elimination point that they can get. Moving on towards this side, though, Blind Rippers against 7 Aces. And 7 Aces as well, there have been another name on the block that's trying to make a name for themselves. As of now, stuck against Blind Rippers, it's definitely going to be a bit of a problem. They've got their hands on the SMGs and the shotguns as well. And 7 Aces just waiting for the opponents to make that first mistake. And somehow, within the blink of an eye, you see the entirety of Blind Rippers just eliminated from this area.
That was the brilliance of Reckoning Esports, to be honest. Some absolute aces of utilities being delivered. Doorstep delivery to Blind Rippers. Of course, they will be brought back with their recalls. But have a look at this. ORB Esports, they're being inflicted some damage. From up top, Tenzin Esports will try and invade the compound left, where you've got Nebula Esports still trying to find that opening against Inimicals. And this is New York's Factory I'm talking about. So many third-party potentials. You've got Higbo's on lying in wait. In the backlines, brilliant need coming in from Gov. Almost finding the knock on that player. Phoenix has been brought down low, but Nebula Esports keep going strong. They're not backing off from this fight.
Oh no, that nade was really good. Gurf is able to find that first knock. That's going to be the thread in the needle they were searching for. Gurv now cooking up another nade, searching for another knock. But Nebula Esports as well, doing a pretty good job maintaining that distance. And that's going to keep them alive, especially in utility warfare. Gurv tossing out another nade, thought that maybe the boys at Nebula are going to be shifting on the right side a bit more, but that's not the case. Nebula is still around the outskirts. Now the position's compromised. The man knows exactly where Kratos is, but luckily enough for Kratos, there's no utilities available in the hands of Inimicals. But the moment I say so, there's Mafia cooking up an aid. And he's hearing those footsteps too. Knows exactly where Kratos is, positioning himself. And I'm loving this from the side of Kratos. The only reason why he's moving on the right side is to fake footsteps.
Absolutely. But Necro, my concerns are going to be different. Look at the number of teams, or rather the names of the team who are approaching this fight. From the backlines, they've got Higbos on Esports. Even 8-Bit is going to be in similar measure. Snowshot finds the opening, takes down Gov. That is brilliantly done. Higbos on Esports now finally have control of New York's factory. From the backlines, it is going to be Sarang. A nade will get thrown in, but can Higbos on Esports fend off the pressure from two teams coming simultaneously? It's not going to be easy, and Sarang now is finally up the rooftop.
4 teams in the same proximity. This is looking a bit too dire. And also deadly. Inimicals tossing out a few more nades and utilities. That's going to do the chip damage that was needed. And also finds the first knock. Higbos on taken down real low. Now they seem critical. They've also got their hands on the SMGs and Inimicals. They're not going to be stopping anytime soon as a quick trade happens as well on the board. Higbos on, they drop down instantly. And Inimicals, they might just get the reset they wanted.
No, this is not just a reset. This is redemption. 5 eliminations being found. A majority of their players are still alive. Nebula Esports, though, Kratos coming in from the backlines, gets both of them. Higbos on Esports. They were down. Now it's Inimicals. It's your turn to be sent back packing to the lobby. Nebula Esports, a good start. Yet another good start on the map of Rondo. But Team 8-Bit, they've been lying in wait for a while now. And what I want to find out is, how do they want to initiate this fight? Because third-party opportunities, Necro, is finally gone.
It's crazy how brilliant Nebula Esports is. Having the surrounding awareness, knew exactly what sort of teams are fighting in the front, knew exactly when they need a third party. Timings were perfect. Phoenix was the only person that was a casualty inside of New York's factory. The rest of the Nebula Esports doing a phenomenal job. Aesthetics from the sidelines as well, going for that strike. And 8-Bit, they lose out another man. Sarang is the only person that's standing up top. And once again, is probably just waiting for the right moment. The right strike. Nebula on top of that roof. Nade being cooked. You see those two players right behind that same cover. The nade was not tossed to perfection. That's why Nebula, now they've got a second shot at life. And Sarang spots both the players making that pounce. And what a jump shot that was. Able to put the first man out of commission. 25 bullets in the magazine as well. Gets the confirmation on the second player. Oh no, it's not looking too good. 8-Bit. Sarang is just out in the open, constantly pre-firing that, and a headshot from the AKM. It's going to seal the deal. That pre-fire was brilliant.
Mr. Dependable once again showcasing his class. Sarang, that was brilliant. Pre-firing Kratos into oblivion, and then of course that jump shot to take down that first man. Teammate, but they're looking strong for sure, but now it's time for Red Force Esports to arrive at the party. Sarang finally jumps down, but that is going to be a risky move. Of course, he's out in the open and he gets knocked out and taken down as well. Red Force Esports, they get off the mark. 2 eliminations on board. But that was a great attempt coming in from Sarang, eliminating those players of Nebula. But what remains to be seen is, do they have those recalls available?
Wait, so how do you drop inside of New York's factory and just get away with 2 elimination points?
I think they weren't really dropping down on New York's factory. They arrived at the party, but a little too late.
No, I think they were there. Yeah, a little bit on the test track side. But I think Red Force was definitely there. But well, Red Force was just playing it passive. Maybe, I'm not sure what exactly the game plan was.
I don't think they were one of the first 4 names inside of New York's factory. I still remember those 2 teams who were there in test track as well. But it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Red Force Esports, at least now they've got control of New York's factory completely under their arsenal. 2 finishes to kind of show for as well. And I think they've got their recalls available. What a moment coming in from Aesthetic. That 180 flick with the shotgun. It feels very satisfying, Necro, once you hit it inside of the game.
Indeed, look at that curveball shift, though. It's going to be shifting around another side. Still a bit of that part from test track in New York's factory, but majority of the circle, it's out in the open. Hilly terrains as well, included. If you get your hands on the high ground, you might just have the advantage. That's what it seems like. But there's also a chance it might just be the center of focus. As of now, you've also got a few names like ORB all the way on the southern side. Even Tenzin's wanting to make it. AST as well. Aesthetics slowly and steadily creeping and crawling their way in. Thunder Gods, oh no, it's probably one of the most awkward engagements. And that man from Thunder Gods, he just gets caught off guard. What was he even thinking before taking those shots? He did not even have the HP.
Yeah, I think that moment needed a little bit of trigger discipline out there. I mean, Fragger, I kind of get it. He wanted to live by his name of just being the Fragger of the team. But Thunder Gods Esports, that is not how you survive. And you know you are outnumbered. Just try and keep your position hidden.
I just hope he's got the recall, straight up. There is that one recall available, so I just hope Thunder Gods Esports, they've got the recall on that player. If Fragger did not have the recall, still went for odds like that, yeah, Thunder Gods, you have a lot to talk.
I feel like this is going to be the ultimatum for teams like Riot Nations, for Thunder Gods Esports, for the likes of Seven Aces as well. Because if they do not get a comeback, at least in today's games, the road inside of BGIS, it seems to be as good as over for them.
So, since Group A is playing the 4 games, let's just say that Inimicals, Blind Rippers, Tenzins, including Myth and Aesthetics, they need to pull off a comeback right now.
Yeah.
They've got 4 games today. This is going to be the best opportunity they can ever have. And if they're not able to pull off comebacks in these 4 games, it's done for. I'm going to count them out.
We'll find out, of course, if they do manage to mount that comeback. But have a look at this Nebula Esports. They are being stopped by Reckoning. But what a knockout that was. Nomi finds Levi out in the open. But Nebula Esports, they're in danger. Reckoning Esports, they had the flank set up. Roman in the back lines now finds all of those players exposed. Nebula Esports are in a grave danger right now. There's just 2 players left alive, Necro.
For Nebula, it's not looking too good. Phoenix in the back, Man's taken down to barely any sort of HP. Nomi as well is already taken too much damage. Now the Man's tossing out those smokes to create that smoke trail. That nade's going to be able to find another knock. Nebula, problems just starting to stack up on top of each other. Where is the cavalry? That's my question. Where is the other guy? Nebula Esports playing a bit too much on the back end. And Reckoning Esports just devouring those elimination points that lie in the front. Phoenix as well gets caught off guard from the sidelines. Reckoning Esports, they've got a brilliant split.
They've got a brilliant split, but what remains to be seen is can they make sure that they enter the circle unharmed? Because that fight against Nebula, it of course has been dragged on for a bit too long. And on their way to the circle, they might even come next to 8-bit as well. We'll find out what does happen, but have a look at this. In Inimicals Esports, they are outside a player. I think they've spotted the player from Red Force Esports as well. Eyes out there. Just instantly get shut down. 8 eliminations for Inimicals, by the way. I think that is something spectacular. What a start coming in from Team INI.
Yeah, Inimicals. 8 finishes on the board. It's been a major bounce back in the overall standings from them. And this is what I said too. These 4 games are going to be the opportunity. You cannot mess it up.
They had 10 points from 3 matches yesterday. And here, inside of the first game, they've got 8, even without a casualty so far, which is brilliant.
Yeah. But I just hope those casualties aren't going to come in when the recall towers are going to be disabled.
No, they've used their recalls already.
Should be 1 recall still, right?
Nah, I think they've used all 4.
Wow. Interesting.
Majority of the teams have kind of used their recalls. It's just Nonix and Tenzin Esports who are still duking around and have 3 recalls in their arsenal right now. But anyways, it's going to be stage 4 in a wee while. But have a look at this, though. Riot Nations, they are going head-to-head against 7 Aces, and those utilities being exchanged. Adi did try to back off his opposition with a couple of those nades, and I think he's successful in his mission. But what I don't understand is what is Riot Nations trying to do? Playing it from the edges, playing it passive when you are dead last on the overall standings?
I know, right? Riot Nations is supposed to be out there getting those eliminations. Maybe focusing on the win as of now. Tenzins, even they start to strike a few more foes. That's going to be Blind Rippers getting ripped apart. And what am I even watching? What? Why are you so lost? Look around you, Zuxi. You've got a great name, but not the same sense. Blind Rippers. 2 more players standing in the sidelines, yet for some reason it feels like those 2 players, they just can't do anything. Blind Rippers are so lost. I just don't get it.
They were blind in that fight, for sure. Tenzin Esports coming in from the sidelines, especially with the vehicle. You ought to have a sight at him at least. I mean, I understand if you can't really take shots, sometimes reflexes do take the better of you, but Tenzin Esports just took down Blind Rippers in a flash, and it seems like Blind Rippers didn't even try to put up a fight. But elsewhere, someone I know who would love to put up a fight has to be Nonix Esports right now. Tenzin Esports just lying in wait, shots to come, and look at those connections. Caesar almost about to be brought down from the vehicle.
Nonix getting back in the vehicles now, trying to execute that safe play. Nonix is playing from the edges. It's quite weird to see that. The next zone shift, that's probably going to be the most important thing. And that's what every single team is waiting for. Myth is going to be the center. And since Myth has got the prime spot to play, all they need to do is just stay quiet and maybe take a few poke shots. And also get those scrappy elimination points. That's something that can really support you to make that climb in the overall board.
All these teams in the south side of the circle, they're going to be so happy, but teams who are in the north, problems for them, problems for Blind Rippers as they get ripped apart by Tenzin Esports. Yes, of course, the trades did come in, but just one lad. What do you even expect from him?
I don't even get it. Why is Blind Ripper so lost? Tenzin's literally pushed right on top of their compound, and the man did not even have a shotgun ready. He was busy tossing a nade on the far fray while there's literally two players pushing right next to you. Yeah, surrounding awareness is definitely lacking. Blind Rippers, you've got a lot to work on, my friends. This cannot happen. You cannot afford such mistakes right now.
Especially in the wildcard stages, I mean, out of all. You know it, 3/4 of the lobby gets eliminated. You've got no room for error almost. Elsewhere, of course, Inimicals versus Thunder Gods Esports. They come in from the backlines. Garv has been picked off. Thunder Gods Esports, somehow they do find a way to get back and find stability inside of this map of Rondo. They have 3 eliminations to fight for, but the problem is they are coming in from one side of the circle, which is extremely stacked. I don't see them finding space, finding breathing room. What elsewhere, Tenzin Esports, they are going to be fighting for it against Wingod Esports.
Indeed. Tenzin's once again around that same spectrum. Now you've got the rest of the lads from the side of BR wanting to make that pounce. But once again, even they're just getting absolutely mowed down. But finally, we do see some sort of retaliation. But even he gets shut down from the backlines. That's going to be it from them. Blind Rippers eliminated from the game. Mistakes after mistakes were made. And they had to pay the price for that. Wingod Esports on the sidelines as well. Tenzin's get back in the vehicle. Tenzin, so far, they've got 7 elimination points. If you look at the average, they need 8 or 9 points per game.
Yeah.
Just secure 2 more and you've done the job. But since it's the map Rondo, let's just say that the average should be 10 points.
100%, I think Tenzin Esports will be looking to build up that cushion for themselves, but the problem is they've lost 2 players already. It's a 2-man lineup trying to fight their way out of a cluster which has got at least 4 teams. So I would say that the chances of Tenzin Esports, it's quite rare that they are going to protect themselves, move into the final circle, but at least they've got the better side of the circle. They find themselves into the zone. Wingod Esports, meanwhile, taking a long split in between Apps and Ryzen. Tenzin can potentially catch Apps off guard, or maybe even Ryzen as a matter of fact, if those shots do connect, but I like this. Teams at the south side of the circle, they understand that the circle isn't going to go anywhere. They are trying to get their position sorted. Meanwhile, teams coming in from the north, they are haywire, absolutely. Reckoning Esports, they are split up. You've got Higbos on Esports as well, in the middle of nowhere. Even Red Force Esports just trying to play it down the splits perfectly, but having a look at the replay, once again, 7 aces versus Riot Nations, and Riot Nations just showcasing their prowess in terms of their finish points.
Yeah, I mean, just look at them. Riot Nations was trying their best, but the way they were positioned, they got taken down pretty early. The same thing can be said for 7 aces too. Too exposed. Riot Nations got away with 7 elimination points. That's probably the best performance they've had so far. But just 7 elimination points is not going to make it. Riot Nations at least need double that. Non-Eggs constantly spamming away in the front lines too. That's a team just out in the open, and that's going to be in the name of 8-Bit. 8-Bit as of now is safe, but how do you make it inside of the circle? You need to place yourself out in the open. 8-Bit's done for.
I wouldn't even call safe, to be honest. I think they do have a ridge to actually play for, but as soon as the blue zone engulfs that island, pretty sure for Team 8-Bit, I think that is going to be the end of the road for them. at least on the map of Rondo. Myth Official, meanwhile, they're going to be loving this. The only team inside of the circle who has a compound control and also the center part of the circle. Myth Official, they can convert this game to a big chicken if they have the firepower to deal with the threat that's coming from all sides. Nonix, meanwhile, from outside the circle, looking to make problems for 8-Bit. Shots from Rapido have been striking majority of the times. Team 8-Bit understand they are stranded in the middle of nowhere.
8-Bit's only got one vehicle to work with. And that too, it seems like it's slowly and steadily being put out of commission. Nonix able to find those successful knocks once again. 8-Bit, even they started drop down once again. That's going to be another man around the deployable cover. Who gets knocked out? Red Force. Great shots. 8-Bit, it seems like they're pretty much done for. Brayden, he's going to shift out in the open. Elimination point secured as well. Rapido try to steal it away, but it's not going to be an easy one. Onyx now needing to reposition themselves. That's another man from the side of Aesthetics as they're out in the open. 8-Bit still trying their best to fight back, but they've only got 6 finish points secured. It's not looking too good. Nonix is out in the open themselves, and maybe now 8-Bit can definitely flip the odds. But it's just one man standing for 8-Bit, and that's going to be Skips.
It's too risky for Nonix Esports to actually try and venture out in the open, especially at this stage of the competition right now. 8-Bit Esports can certainly spoil sport in this one, but it seems like they've been put out of commission by Nonix right now. 5 eliminations on board, and finally they find the edge of the Eastern Circle. 8-Bit could not make it inside from that island.
That's not a good look, though. Did you see the moment Sarang got taken down? He just left the game.
I mean, what else do you expect, right? To stay inside of the lobby?
Maybe spectate your teammate, you know, be there as a moral support.
All of the teammates are done for. 8-Bit.
I mean, as of now, they're done for, but Skips was still standing, and he pretty much just left the game before that.
I'm pretty sure miscoms are going to be firing. The headphones are going to be exploding as well. Majority of the players will have to sort out their issues. Team 8-Bit, it looks like pandemonium will come through if they don't make it to the semis right now. I think it's going to be extremely high stakes for athletes of that stature, but look at Team Inimicals. So in spite of a good start, Inferno was taken down in that one. That was the end of Inimicals inside of this particular one.
Yeah, unfortunate. Nonix, though, constantly on the move, once again, fighting for map control. A lot of those shots were actually pretty precise as well from Red Force. Able to chip away that damage against Nonix. Utilities being cooked as well from Red Force. Nonix wants to push up a little bit more, maybe find that first opening against Red Force. But the deployable covers, that's going to make it even tougher.
But Rapido staying in the
back lines. Oh my god, what? That's a team... That's a team knock.
It's not even a team knock, it's a self-knock. Checker, what were you doing, Red Force Esports? Because of that blunder, now Nonix Esports have a tremendous upper hand in this fight. And now look at those nades fly as well. Even MD17 is just being peppered with that one.
Oh no,
not really a lot of damage that he can tank. Finally gets knocked down. Red Force Esports, they are being absolutely pummeled down. And I love this about Nonix Esports. Exquisite shots coming through. Teamwork in perfection. There's nothing wrong that they're doing, and now it's just one man from Red Force Esports who's still alive, Necro.
What a massive blunder! And all of this because of Checker. He's the only person to blame right now in this fight. The only reason why Red Force lost the control is because Checker gave the opening. Oh my god, what a blunder! And now Red Force, with just one man left alive, they need to hold off against the entirety of Nonix. But looking at the brighter side of the spectrum, even for Nonix, they've lost out on 2 players. If Red Force wants a chance to win the fight, they need to push right now. Apply that pressure. But Ice, he does not know what exactly is going on around the field either.
Something which is also very important, Necro, is the fact that this ridge keeps both the teams at bay. Red Force Esports and Nonix Esports are protected from the rest of the lobby. They can fight it out, settle their differences, and then move on forward. But shots from Ice, seems like a lot of damage has been inflicted already. Of course, he will try to heal himself up, but Nonix is close in the distance already. Anonymous in the clothesline, shotguns being fired. Ice, too much damage, and finally, he finds a knock, but before he gets the finish, he gets eliminated. Nonix Esports get 9 eliminations on board, Necro.
You gotta feel for Red Force. They were doing so good for themselves throughout the entire game. But then that one blunder comes through, and because of that, the entirety of the game gets compromised. Checker, you cannot afford it. That's such a rookie mistake that just happened with the man. Higbo's on. As they're on the screen, even for them, a man's knocked out. Oh no, another man falls apart. That's going to be Bunny, who gets wrapped up as well. Onyx slowly and steadily starting to clench their fists. Anonymous patching himself up. Arthur, he's got his hands on the shotgun. And even he's pushing up a little bit more.
Ooh.
Higbo's on Bunny. He wants to fall back to safety, but Onyx knows taking the map control away from Higbo's on is the only thing that's going to give them the advantage, and that's what they're thriving for.
But have a look at this. Higbo's on Esports. They are completely stuck in the middle of nowhere. From the top dogs, you've got Thunder Gods Esports, who have an enormous height advantage over Higbo's on. Shots are being laid. The only piece of cover they have are going to be these broken vehicles and that boulder. One vehicle protecting them from Nonix, the other one protecting them from Thunder Gods Esports. But how long can you hold on to that position? You do have a div to play in. You do have the circle to actually protect yourself as well. But Nonix, the constant challenge from the backlines, I think, lies for Higbo's on. It's going to get messy for sure.
This position's going to be put out of commission soon.
Yeah, that too.
So now they need to be on the move. Thunder Gods Esports, how do you find a breaching point? Majority good slots already taken. And if you do want to find a good slot inside of the circle, maybe take a fight against ORB and even Reckoning Esports. That can open up the entirety of the southern side. And you can start contesting that. But once again, we know what's happening on the southern side, not them. So for Thunder Gods Esports, they need to go through the uncharted territories and figure stuff out.
Oh, Myth Official, they've been staying in this position for such a long time right now. These compounds have been protecting their bodies. Look at the shots go. ORB, Cyrus was the last man staying alive, but Thunder Gods Esports, the finishers have been scoured out. Myth Official just trying to be opportunistic right now.
What?
Lucifer is, of course, going to get all of those frags.
Why did he just eject out of the vehicle like that? I've got so many questions in my mind, and I'm also so confused.
I think he was expecting the vehicle to get blown off, but that did not happen.
I mean, it wasn't even smoking, though. So weird. Myth. As of now, with 7 finishes on the board, they're definitely looking pretty dominant. And Myth, from the start till the end, they've had that compound.
Yeah.
They were in the smack center, and up till now, the circle is constantly favoring them. So for Myth, this game is being served on a silver platter. They're supposed to win this. It's their game to lose.
Yeah, this warehouse control, I think this just puts them at a massive advantage. Nonix Esports, as soon as they come out of that ridge, shots are going to get fired. I think the only backup option for Nonix Esports is to just take as many deployable covers as you have, take as many smoke grenades as you have, and just to create a wall, a passive wall in between you and the opposition. Now we can at least try and find those new angles to fight with. All the players so close to the blue zone right now, and of course this is stage 8. So the next circle, as soon as it comes by, I think Nonix Esports will have to find a way to try and close in the distance. Look at that Rapido. Too risky to make the first move. Shots being fired from Myth Official, but it seems like majority of them aren't really going to connect. Myth Official know this is going to be their game. They're waiting for Nonix to make the move next row.
Oh no, Myth. They should start spreading themselves out. They're letting the boys of Nonix take the map control, which is not a good thing. Myth, start spreading yourself out. Go for those rocks that are right in front of you. Get back in the vehicles. Come on, Myth. If Nonix gets away with the map control, you are not going to stand a chance to win the game. Myth is still trying to play it as passive as they can, which is not a good thing. They should extend themselves a little bit more, and there we go. Almost a knock actually came through. Nonix is almost able to squeeze that.
Ooh, but this has been a big game coming in from Nonix Esports. 14 eliminations, and look at the share of frags. It's brilliant. I always love to see such a good tag team measure. 4 on Aim God, 4 on Arthur, 3 on Rapido.
Finally.
And 3 on Anonymous as well. Have a look at Myth Official. They try and claim a little bit of the land terrain that has been given to them. The vehicle run just puts them at a 2-2 split. Shots from Rapido did connect, but can Myth Official find a way to eject out of the compound without putting their bodies at risk? I think it's going to be a big task.
They should have made this split way before.
Yeah.
But now it just feels like it's too late. Nonix, they've placed themselves in the prime spots. They've also got the majority of the zone control, while for Myth, their back's against the wall. The Blues also starting to close in, so it's not looking too good for Myth. Oh no. Slowly and steadily, Myth losing the man advantage, losing the overall map control.
Somebody's to find that first knock. I think Rapido and Arthur will be the best men for Non-X Esports to actually do that. They've got men at the closest as compared to the rest of their comrades. Myth Official, those two lads have closed in the distance by a mile, to be honest. And Aim God is keeping the players at the back, keeping them at bay right now. Harshal shots have been fired, but Arthur finally goes down. This is Didrox who finds the opening. Myth Official, they are slowly making moves, Necro.
This was never supposed to happen. Non-X was not supposed to lose that man. Arthur getting knocked out now opens up a lot of opportunities for Myth to actually do something inside of the game. But the moment I say so, Rapido, he answers back. That's going to be a return trade happening on the board. But Myth, what a well-placed nade that was. Lucifer wakes up himself, and now he's here to claim the game. And also reap the souls. 3 men standing for Myth. The situation's taken down to a 2-on-2. But the moment I say so, the trades happen once again. Non-X is out in the open, and Myth with the positional advantage wins the game. Non-X, they almost had it in the back. They tried to bring out the big brace, but it did not work out in the end.
I kind of liked what Non-X did over there, but Myth Official just had the edge right in the nick of time. The first knock just completely changed the perspective of that fight. Otherwise, in my opinion, I think it should have been Non-X the entire fight itself.
I know, right? The moment that first man, Arthur, got knocked out, that's when you can't say the course of the action sort of changed for the opponents. And Myth just knew that now it might just be their game. They had a little bit more of the advantage inside of when it comes to the man advantage, and Myth just completely ran away with that. But at the end of the day, we all knew it is supposed to be Myth's game. They had the circle constantly flashing on top of them. It was supposed to be their game. But Non-X getting away with 14 elimination points, even that was pretty impressive.
That is exactly what we were talking about at the start of the day as well, isn't it? I mean, there are going to be big names like Non-X, like Lastade, like Kalinga Esports who have showcased such good potential throughout the tournament. Finally, in the wildcards, you don't want to see them struggling. One big performance on the map of Rondo, I think, is going to push Non-X inside of the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. But I think for Myth Official, that was a big game. Yes, of course, the circle was on top of you. You can take advantage of it. But the fact that they actually backed the chicken, got 4 extra points compared to Non-X, that makes a big difference on the overall standings.
So that's going to be 21 points in the overall standings coming through from Myth Official, and they desperately needed all those points too. And since Myth got 21 points out of this game, which means in the overall standings, there's a chance that Myth is now going to be extremely closer towards that top 8 spot, or maybe inside of the top 8 spot. Anything can happen. We had a lot of expectations coming through from Nebula Esports, Tenzin's, Higbozon, but the performance was not there from them. But now we're seeing those comebacks initiated from Myth.
Absolutely. I think the comeback was initiated by a couple of these big names as well. Nebula Esports had a rather decent outing in terms of finishes. Even Reckoning Esports, before going down, I think they had about 9 or 10 eliminations. And then, of course, you can't really take away limelight from Inimicals as well. The only rather lesser-known team out there with 10 eliminations on board inside of this game. I think it was a fantastic performance from them. But credit where credit is due. I think Lucifer with the MVP and Myth Official with that chicken dinner. How many finishes do they have, Necro? 11 finishes with a 10-point chicken dinner. 21 points. You were right with your math.
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm telling you, bro. My maths these days,
you're working behind the scenes.
Yeah, my maths is booming these days, but it's not that tough. Come on. I mean, the last time when we saw them, they had 7 elimination points. Non-X had 4 players, so I just added that up. That's going to be 11 points, 10 points in placements. It's not even that tough. It's easy, man. Even an LKG kid can do that.
Well, at least you are beyond LKG. You are in the upper cages right now.
I know, right? That's a pretty good thing. That's an achievement for me. +1. But you know what? For them, it's definitely going to be a major plus in the overall standings. A massive leap, you can't say, for Non-X. They were already inside of the top 8, but with this game, they're going to be solidifying a decent slot, maybe you can say around the top 4, and probably feeling themselves a little bit better.
Absolutely. I think the first time Higbozon Esports inside of the wildcards are being challenged for that top spot right now. Non-X Esports might just be the best bet to go in for that #1 spot. And it'll be very interesting to find out, can Higbozon, especially after this game, can keep up the momentum? I understand it was a decent outing for them, but the fact is Higbozon is a very momentum-heavy team. Once they stop, they absolutely break.
And I also feel really bad for Red Force. The way Checker just got knocked out, he just knocked himself out for some reason. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. But if the moment Checker got knocked out, Nonix knew now they've got the man advantage. They started to press upon the Matters even more. They had one of the players pinned down behind the deployable cover, and that's when everything messed up for Red Force. Red Force was actually doing a pretty good job holding that spot down.
Yeah.
But Checker should not have been knocked out in that scenario. The MVP of that previous game, without a doubt, it's going to be Lucifer for Myth, getting 6 finishes racked up, and even the damage number of 655.
I think he's been brilliant, quite efficient as well. Myth official, they are going to be happy with Lucifer and his services. But have a look at this top players from the last game. Pretty high fragging affair, I must say, but no such individual measure. AimGod from Nonix did get 4 eliminations. He had a partner as well who had 4 with him. That is going to be Arthur. You've got Jot from Team Aesthetics who had 4 eliminations, and Nomi from Nebula Esports with 4 points as well. Looking at the point standings right now, Myth Official with 21 points, Nonix Esports with 21 as well. I think that is going to be a comeback on the cards for all of these teams. Reckoning Esports with 13 points is potentially going to compete for top 8 right now. Thunder Gods Esports, Inimicals, I'm so happy for these teams. 11 and 10 points respectively. And then, of course, you've got the teams on the bottom half. You've got Wingod, Team Aesthetics, Tenzin. I think decent outing for all of these teams as well.
Yeah, finally Wingod Esports doing what they're known for. Getting those elimination points, focusing a lot more on the frags. And that's going to be something that might just give Wingod Esports the average that they need to qualify in the future too. 9 points in this game, that's not a bad outing at all. For Aesthetics, they needed a few more points. Just 7 points is not going to close the deal. Finishing damage report on the screen for Myth Official, getting those 11 finishes, and the chicken dinner is going to put them at the top. But Nonix has the biggest tower. They were the one who were really challenging a lot of teams.
Wow, Nonix. Now this is a different Nonix altogether. I wasn't expecting such a big tower coming in from them. 3,315 points of damage. That is way past this particular lobby standards. And then, of course, 15 eliminations. That is brilliant. The overall standings, this is what I was talking about. Higbozon getting challenged by Nonix for the #1 spot. 47 points for these teams.
Wow.
Nebula Esports maintaining consistency. I think they've done a phenomenal job in doing that. 44 points. Vanguard, Myth Official join alongside with them. But who goes out then? Team True Rippers move out of the top 8. Victor Summers, Reckoning Esports, 8-bit are going to be inside. Last started Tenzin, Kalinga, all of these names. Going inside the top 8 is going to be so tough, Necro.
Look, Salty, speaking of Nonix a little bit more, I'm really surprised about their performance. Nothing taken away from Nonix and how well they've been playing inside of the wildcards. But do you remember, in the round 4, Nonix was on the verge of being kicked outside of the tournament.
Yeah.
And now that transition towards wildcard, it's been phenomenal. They're doing really good for themselves. But what is the overall speculation that you make out of this? That Nonix is pretty much inconsistent when it comes to round. In one round, Nonix might just do good. In the other round, Nonix might not be able to replicate that same thing.
There's a very high chance that might happen, but at least for Nonix Esports, one thing is for sure, once they do get the start, they can get the ball rolling. They never really fall away from the track, so hopefully before the land stages, of course, I'm talking about the semi-finals, come through, Nonix Esports can keep up this run of form. But of course, I think points of concern are going to be on teams like Genix FM, on teams like Riot Nations. They've played 4 games already. No such big improvements on the overall standings. Yes, for sure, Riot Nations did get some points, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, for Riot Nations, they needed a lot more. They were pretty much on the second last spot in the overall standings, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So, speaking of them, they needed pretty much a chicken dinner, you can say, to mount that comeback. But just getting that many points is not going to cut it out at all. And Riot Nations, I do understand that they are a little bit scared. They want to play things a little bit more safer. But sometimes you also need to be opportunistic. If you see elimination points in front of you, you're supposed to get back and maybe try and grab those. And as we know, the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Erangel, where Group A and C are going to be the one to duke it out. It's going to be interesting.
It certainly is going to be interesting, of course. I think Group C and the teams that they make. By any chance, is Group C having K9 Esports? No, wait, they are in Group B. So I was just expecting K9 Esports to mount a bounce back on that map of Erangel. It seems like it's going to be a different group altogether. But it doesn't really matter. I think the map of Rondo is done and dusted. All Group A needs to do is keep that momentum high. You are going to be playing a back-to-back map, which is going to be an advantage as compared to the rest of the lobby right now.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit scared, you can't say, for Myth, because they are known to be quite inconsistent. The only reason why Myth got a good game in the previous one is because the circle was favoring them. And it's not every game that the circle is going to be constantly favoring you. The circle is going to be shifting away from you in the future as well. And those are the type of situations that you're supposed to deal with.
Absolutely. That's completely fine. I think for Myth Official, all they've got to do is just focus on a decent game, maybe 7 to 8 points. But somebody who's actually gotten a lot of points in last season, it is Scary Jord, who plays in from Victorious Summers right now. Let's hear from him right.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए एपिसोड में, जहां पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट विपुल एके रावण और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे विक्टोरियस समर्स के स्केरी जॉर्ड। स्केरी जॉर्ड, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले ये बताइए कैसा चल रहा है टीम के अंदर, माहौल कैसा है, क्योंकि डे 1 बहुत अच्छा गया आपका।
मतलब टीम के अंदर सब बढ़िया ही एंड हम कॉन्फिडेंट ही है एंड डे 1 अच्छा गया, बट हम और अच्छा कर सकते थे। सो ज्यादा खुश भी नहीं है एंड ज्यादा दुखी भी नहीं है।
मतलब एक मिडिल पैक में अपने आप को रखे हुए हैं अभी भी। बट देखिए लास्ट ईयर ना स्केरी जॉर्ड का बहुत कमाल का गया था, इमर्जिंग स्टार तक आप बन चुके थे और उसके बाद भी जब इस साल में आए तो फॉर्म बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर चल रहा है। बट एज अ टीम कहीं ना कहीं विक्टोरियस समर्स को हमने थोड़ा लैग करते हुए देखा प्रीवियस कुछ राउंड में। क्या मिस्टेक्स हुए थे आपके अकॉर्डिंग?
मतलब ऐसा है कि हाँ, मेरा फॉर्म ठीक है, मुझे लगता है मैं और अच्छा कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि मैं अपने पोटेंशियल, मुझे पता है कि मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ। एंड ऐसा है कि टीम वाइज हम लोग पिछले के राउंड्स में कुछ इसलिए स्ट्रगल करे कि हम, मतलब मैं अभी टीम में जुड़ा हूँ एंड क्या होता है एकदम आती टीम में कुछ चीजें होती है कि हाँ एक दूसरे की समझने में थोड़ा टाइम लगता है। एंड जैसे जैसे हम समझ रहे हैं एंड हमारी मिस्टेक्स कम हो रही है, हम और बेहतर कर पा रहे हैं। एंड मे बी अब हम जो वाइल्ड कार्ड खेल रहे हैं, सो इस मैचेस को हम ना थ्रो करके उसे अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं कन्वर्ट।
जी हाँ, काफी बेहतर। आई थिंक डे 1 गए, आने वाले मैचेस भी होपफुली इसी तरीके से आपके हमें जाते हुए देखने को मिले। बट आप टीम की बात कर रहे थे ना, तो मुझे ओएस की याद आ गई। उनके साथ एक्सपीरियंस बताइए ना, वन ऑफ द ओजी आईजल है, वो ऐसा क्या अलग कर रहे हैं जो आपने अभी तक नोटिस किया हो?
मतलब ऐसा ही कि अदर देन दैट मैं जो लाइक पास्ट टीम्स में खेला हूँ, सो क्या होता है कुछ होते ही जो आफ्टर मैचेस जो भसड़ मस्ती है वो इधर नहीं है। सो एक्सपीरियंस की बात की तो ओवेस भाई लाइक उन्हें बहुत चीजों का एक्सपीरियंस है जो मुझे अभी तक मैं सीखा भी नहीं हूँ। सो मुझे हेल्प करते हैं, लाइक मैं कुछ चीजों में अटका हूँ एंड मैं उन्हें पूछूंगा कि ओवेस भाई मैंने क्या कर सकता है इधर, तो वो मुझे इजी सोल्यूशन देंगे ना। ऐसा कुछ राउंड करेंगे बातों को कि रबर करके ये वो, सिंपल एंड सोवर कि हाँ ऐसा कर एंड बस फिक्स हो जाता है वो चीज मेरे लिए।
ओब्वियसली मुझे लगता है कि वही रीजन है जिसकी वजह से टीम बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर कर रही है। स्केरी, मतलब बहुत सारे ऐसी टीम्स रही जो मुझे लगता है कि बहुतों को सरप्राइज करके गए। आपके अनुसार कौन सी ऐसे टीम्स है जिन्हें लगता है कि हाँ सरप्राइज किया है कुछ मोड में हमें उन्होंने?
मैंने एक राउंड देखा था, उसमें एक विनगॉड का एपीएस करके प्लेयर था एंड उस स्टेज में उसने जब बहुत क्रूशियल स्टेज था उनका, वो उसने वहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करके अपनी टीम को क्वालिफाई कराया। एंड मुझे सरप्राइजिंग नहीं था क्योंकि प्रेशर जब होता है वहाँ परफॉर्म करना बहुत बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है
और उन्होंने काफी अच्छे तरीके से किया भी था, जो आप बात कर रहे हैं प्रीवियस कुछ राउंड में। बट स्केरी देखिए डे 1 बहुत अच्छा गया है, बट प्रेशर अभी भी है क्योंकि गलतियां डे 2 में अक्सर हमें देखने को मिलते हैं इन टीम्स के तरफ से जो इस पूरे वाइल्ड कार्ड में। क्या ऐसा अलग आप करने वाले हैं जिससे एटलीस्ट वो बैलेंस हमें आता हुआ देखने को मिले विक्टोरियस समर्स की तरफ से?
हम ऐसा कुछ अलग नहीं करेंगे, हमें पता है कि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट और कॉन्फिडेंट की भी से क्लाइन होती है, सो हम उस पर रह के खेलना प्रेफर करते हैं। एंड इफ हम उसके ऊपर जाएंगे तो हम मैचेस लूज करेंगे एंड उसके नीचे रहेंगे तो हम चीजें भी लूज करेंगे। बट अगर हम उस पर परफेक्ट बैलेंस है तो फिर कुछ अलग भी नहीं करेंगे, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा भी नहीं है, कुछ ऐसा बुरा भी नहीं है, बस अच्छा करते रहेंगे फिर साथ में सीखे।
जी हाँ, बैलेंस बनाना तो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी रहता है और उम्मीद करेंगे डे 2 भी आपका बहुत अच्छा जाए। बट ना मैं आपको भी देख रहा हूँ और आपके बैकग्राउंड को भी देख रहा हूँ, बहुत सारे आई कार्ड्स वहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं ऑफिशियल इवेंट के, तो उसके बारे में बताइए कैसा लगता है, मतलब ये एक्सपीरियंस आपको?
मतलब ऐसा है कि हर एक ऑफिशियल देखकर और फिर कभी खेलने का जो सपना होता है जब वो पूरा होता है तो ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ मतलब कुछ तो एक्सपीरियंस है ऑफिशियल का जो मैं चाहता हूँ कि यार सब प्लेयर्स को मिले एंड वो जब मुझे मिलेगा ना वो फील कर पाएगी कि हाँ ऑफिशियल तो है।
जी हाँ, उसका जो एक अनुभव होता है मुझे लगता है कि वो सबसे हटके सबसे बेहतर होता है। बट थैंक यू सो मच स्केरी जॉर्ड हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। होपफुली आपका जो फॉर्म है इसी तरीके से मेंटेन रहे। थैंक यू,
बाय बाय।
तो ये थे स्केरी जॉर्ड और जिनका कहना यही है कि डे 1 के बाद डे 2 में ज्यादा अलग कुछ नहीं करेंगे, उसी चीज को दोहराने की कोशिश करने वाले हैं। बट इनसाइड द लॉबी के इस एपिसोड में इतना ही, आपसे बहुत जल्दी मुलाकात होगी।
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was a cute conversation between two absolute cuties out there, Ravan and Scary John. And to discuss about the conversation and the rest of the games, I've brought my cutie on the panel as well. IC Baby 1-2 is back up here. First, tell me, how are you doing? Is Wildcard taking a toll on you right now?
Well, not really. I think I'm feeling a little bit good as well because I was able to catch a glimpse of Scary Jaw's background as well because it kind of reminds us of how most of us esports players or people who work behind the scene, we do have this collection of a hobby. You know,
How many do you have?
So I have enough where I hung it on a, I don't know, a coat hanger or something like that. It actually toppled down.
Old man for you, ladies and gentlemen. Icy Baby has lived his days, but you guys haven't, ladies and gentlemen, because Discovery Island right now is going to be live. All you've got to do is get inside of the game, play your matches, get those exploration points, and you get a chance to bump up the prize pool of BGIS 2026. And according to my sources, I see it seems like 3.5 CRs has been touched already. I think if you guys play a little bit more, we might be able to touch about 4 CRs, and it's going to be massive. I think the first Indian esports event that is going to have a 4 CR prize pool. How many of those lands you have a lanyard of? With a 4 CR prize pool?
Well, we will probably get it during the grand finals here, that's 100%. So, well, as of yet here, let's take a look at towards the playing teams group that is coming up right now. It's going to be Group A again. This time we are going to be mixing a little bit mix here. Group C is going to be playing. It is going to be Victoria Summers, Frost Rex, Phoenix, Gods for a Reason, T70 Esports, H4K, Blink Esports, and also TRX into the mix here. And we're going to be heading towards the map of Erangel. So this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because Phoenix, in this particular group, has not had a good run at all ever since they debuted in the wildcard stages.
100%. I think if you talk about Group C, you know, I see a team, I see a group of hope out there, because apart from Victoria Summers, I think a majority of the teams out there, they have kind of underperformed as compared to the expectations. You look at FTR, they're supposed to be in the mid-pack competing for the top 8, they are nowhere near. You look at H4K, who was supposed to be in the top 8, they are nowhere near. Even Phoenix Esports, as a matter of fact, who was supposed to be dominating, they're nowhere near. Group C, I think, needs to pull off something big, and this is going to be the map where you can do so, but I'm not really sure. Group A, their fingers are warm, they come in from having a game played already. Is that going to make a big difference?
Well, it is going to be a little bit of difference here, but the question here is, can they stop the momentum of Victoria Summers? Because their debut yesterday was nothing shy of phenomenal. They are in the top of the pack here. Can they maintain their consistency is going to be my question as well, as they chase for the top 8, because now we're going to be jumping into the game.
And the big bird goes back up the skies, ladies and gentlemen. This time we are going to be flying over the tropical islands of Erangel. But this is the wildcards, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not going to be a peaceful tropical vacation for all of our athletes. It's rather going to be wildfires inside of the map of Erangel. The flight path is in front of our screens right now. It starts off from shooting range and ends at military base. So I'm going to ask my co-pilot, what does he think about the flight path, which should be very basic, something which all of our athletes are going to love.
I think this is a very safe flight path here. Circle is going to be very, very questionable. Of course, if we do see a little bit swing towards Military Island, we are going to be seeing a lot. We have seen a lot of those into the earlier rounds of BGIS. But now my question here is, what does Victoria Summers do? Because they were the team that got completely bullied during the grind phase. Statistically, in terms of player base, Victoria Summers has a very, very highly stacked players, but didn't really perform until yesterday. So this is something that I'm very, very happy about, to see Victoria Summers' growth. But can they pull themselves enough to get themselves into the semifinals and then make it to the grand finals is a completely separate matter. But for now, Victoria Summers uncontested, heading to Yasnaya. Nobody to challenge them.
Absolutely. And I think double-clicking on that topic, I think it's been an always signature. In every tournament he plays, he tries to stay away from the limelight, away from all the noise and the chaos, and tries to lie in the shadows. All of a sudden, you're going to see Victoria Summers just chime up on the overall standings and potentially make their way to the semis or the finals and the grand finals, and that is how their journey has been so far. But finally, in the wildcards, you do get to see them in some very entertaining engagements. So we'll find out if Victoria Summers can get those points. But talking about the rest of the teams, I think for FTR, this is going to be a big game. They are looking to change their fate on this particular map of Erangel, currently on the 31st spot. Not really a lot of points on board, I see. The same can be said for TRX, for H4K, for Phoenix Esports as well. All of these teams, they are looking at Erangel as maybe a second shot at life, because potentially their second half of the wildcards is about to begin.
Yeah, this is going to be very concerning as well. And I like that I actually brought up about Frostrex Esports because their debut during the round stages was nothing shy of phenomenal as well. Amok and also Mowgli was one of the 2 star players coming from Frostrex Esports. And interesting enough, Amok, even in yesterday's games, was one of the reasons why a lot of teams kind of got messed up completely. But unfortunately, just could not convert those points. It was either stolen away or they were just lacking in terms of manpower. So hopefully Frostrex Esports is going to be able to make a little bit of bounce back. Are we going to see that glimpse of domination that they kind of debuted here as the undergods in the previous rounds?
I feel like at times it does take it to the nerve for these undergods. You look at wildcards as an extremely high stakes affair. Only 8 teams out of 32 is going to be able to proceed. So that pressure might just have taken into the undergods. What do you think?
I'm a little bit more curious on what happened to Rage God because it seems to me on the finish feed he actually exploded himself. Oh, okay, yeah. So Rage God actually exploded himself trying to loot the convoy truck. Okay. Well, I thought it's going to be something stupid, but okay, makes sense. You know, the explosion is a little bit too much here.
You know, I see too much of anything is not good, especially not greed of weapons. I think Rage God just experienced that, but nonetheless, Team H4K has been one of those teams who can convert those chicken dinners. Sujal has been a player to watch out for this entire tournament, to be honest. Wizard in those clutch moments. H4K has given us scenes and clips which we are going to remember for a while. But what is the use of those clips if you can't make it to the finals? H4K in the final few moments, this is where your chance you get to shine.
Yeah, and speaking of which as well, one of the 2 major interesting things that a lot of teams don't kind of stray away from is the convoys and also the hovercraft's usage into the end games are going to be extremely crucial as well. Not many teams actually prioritize that. I think except for K9 and also H4K, who has a free entry onto 70, which almost every single game you're guaranteed somewhat of a convoy, is going to be able to take advantage of all those loots, is that teams who are playing on the southern side is going to be able to take advantage of hovercrafts, whereas everybody else is not going to be able to do so. So one of the usual hotspots is going to be Pochinki, which again, I haven't seen Phoenix ever contest it at all for those convoys, just because it is a little bit tricky to kind of loot up as well. Maybe just because lack of space, you know, a little bit too risky. Not exactly sure, but Pochinki does have relatively more loots compared to 70 overall in general. So I guess that's why H4K decides to go for it. I don't see any major loots here coming from H4K. I was expecting like 4-man level 3 helmets at this stage.
Wow, that is a lot of asks, I see. 4 meds, level 3 helmets. Not really sure if that's going to be coming through H4K. They're looking solid. They are traversing on the course of the map for sure. Crossing on that bridge, moving on to the mainland. They can breach past the circle, but there are going to be a couple of those teams looking to stop them on their tracks. Blink Esports next to them inside of George Polar. Do they have shooting lines? I'm going to be curious. Elsewhere, have a look at this FTR. They spot down the lads of Higbos on Esports. Shots might just have been taken, but all players are on the individual vehicles. And FTR don't bother to make a stop.
Yeah, they have to make it into the zone as well, considering that the circle is going to be favoring 50-50 towards main island and towards military island. But for Frostrex Esports, now I am going to be curious on what they're going to be doing. But it seems like I've just gotten a little bit of a messenger bird, as we are going to be having a little bit of rehost for this match.
Yeah.
As there is some players who are not connected into this game. So unfortunately, fortunately for them, we didn't see something super crazy, except for the fact that maybe H4K got a pretty decent amount of loot, but that's about it.
Yeah. Can I let my intrusive thoughts win for once?
Okay.
Why always the Erangels? It's always the second games. Something is wrong.
For a second, I thought your intrusive thoughts would somewhat be, you know, like Rage God. Oh, he exploded himself. I'm going to piggyback him, run around the entire map of 70, drops him, waits down to his last HP, you know, spam recall, a spam respawning. picking him up, cancelling, picking him up, cancelling, which I actually met a few teammates like that in BGMI.
You are possibly going to love playing along with me as well. So I recently participated in a creator tournament in this game
Okay.
itself. And you know what? I finished one guy twice in
Okay.
2 separate matches.
So
Do you know who that is?
Who?
He is the MVP of an older BGIS. He's Neo from Mad Kings. And you should have seen my celebration.
Okay.
Everybody was observing me on the stream, you know?
Okay, so you picked up his loot crate, dropped
Yeah.
it down.
I was going around and around.
So aside from 2 finishes, what else did you get?
A lot of position points. That is 5 out of 5 matches. That is still better than Medal Esports, by the way.
Wow. I don't know if that is a flex or that is just adding salt to injured wounds right now.
But of course, I think we are going to be talking about the games in a wee while. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel, of course, will be replayed. But we'll be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and you are watching BGIS 2026, the round of wildcards. And of course, since we are talking about the wildcards, only 8 teams from the selected 32 make it to the semi-finals forward. And to discuss, having a conversation on that, it is going to be ICBP 1-2 back on the panel once again. We did see that flight part on the map of Erangel. It was a rather little basic. Majority of the teams, no real stress, no real fight up early. Now I want the gods to switch up and give us maybe a southern flight path.
I think here in BGIS, we have to make things every single time a little bit special here to always challenge the teams to push themselves to the limits. In this case, a lot of majority of teams has been challenged, especially coming in from Group C in particular.
Yeah.
Because all the circles that they've gotten has been a lot of scam circles in particular. Yesterday in particular as well, 1 minute it's going to be urban warfare, 1 minute is outer open, 1 minute is long range, 1 minute is dogfighting. So those are the little things that they do have experience a little bit more, so it can be rather tilting from yesterday. But today is all about fresh minds, and hopefully this rehost gives them that little bit of upper edge.
You know, talking about the upper edge, Rage God is finally going to live easy right now, especially after that last one. I mean, who gets taken down trying to blow up a convoy truck?
Yeah.
I've never been in that position, but I think he was just too close, you know, and the explosion just took him down. That is sad.
No, it's really interesting to see that, you know, back then, one knock, your first knock, your second knock, your third knock, and your fourth knock is so crucial to a point where it is going to be a game of outlasting your opponents, right?
Yeah.
Just because back then circles outside was a little bit held, it hurts,
Yeah.
right? So it impacted the majority of gameplays a little bit more. Nowadays, like second knock, third knock doesn't matter. Once you're knocked, chances of you surviving is close to minimal.
Yeah, it certainly is. And speaking of survival, I see now, since we've got nothing to talk about, we are going to talk about the map of Rondo itself, because in my opinion, I feel like that was a game changer, to be
Yep.
honest. And speaking of game changer, Inimicals in that game, they were brilliant. 10 eliminations in that one. They're still going to be playing in the map of Erangel as well. I feel like if they can carry forward that momentum, they can be brilliant on the overall standings. But for now, the spotlight on Crypto from Vanguard. 12 eliminations being found, 3 assists, a lot of damage, and an average survival time of 25-40. Inside of the wildcards, if one player takes away 12 finishes just on the course of 3 games, how would you rate it?
This is going to be interesting as well, because Crypto has never gotten a chance to make towards a grand final for quite some time as well. His term with FS Esports back then was really, really phenomenal. He was always the guy that's always been fragging here, and ever since he joined towards Vanguard, now under the leadership with Dionysus as well, has been a little bit of a shady grey area here. We haven't seen Vanguard perform really, really well until towards the wildcard stages, which again, very similar story towards Victorious Summers. Ironic enough, obviously Dionysus does have a lot of experience as well. Last year's BGIS was so close to lifting the trophy alongside with Viper during his days in Reckoning Esports. So I feel like in this particular roster, no one expected Vanguard to do well until yesterday, because out of nowhere, snatching the chicken dinner away gave them enough points. But again, the foundation is there. Can they push the chase?
Absolutely. I think the topic of Vanguard Esports needs to be studied, because even when they came in the grind, they were no real threat to the other teams. Yes, for sure, you could see some certain games they would take away 10 elimination points, but that is it, and they were very inconsistent with it as well. Come the wildcards, all of a sudden, it seems like Vanguard have risen up, and now they're looking strong. And these teams, these players, they are quite familiar with the land stage as well. So I fear that if they do cross on over from the wildcard, they're going to be a big threat in the semi-finals and the grand finals. And this is one of the reasons why I always talk about this, that, you know, since it's a long tournament of BGIS, in the first couple of days, never underestimate your competition. They might come hitting back anytime.
It comes down towards surviving, right? Like, in the end of the day, it's all about discipline. It's all about I would say focus on what's the objective is, getting a frag-heavy game, or maintaining your discipline and maintaining your formation, which is more important. Sometimes, you know, are you playing to win or are you playing to flex?
Yeah.
That's going to be a different story as well. And I like Vanguard has been kind of low-key. It's going to be one of those teams, even for Victorious Summers, that have been very, very low-key as well, just barely surviving. But now, when the stakes are this high, they're starting to pull up all strategies, and this is where, like, oh, wow, okay, this is interesting, because 8-Bit is doing the exact same thing as well. I don't know what happened to 8-Bit. Lord Juicy, for some reason, last year, you know, always finds the way to make the grand finals, but 16th place, of course, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But this time, I think 8-Bit did really well in this last 2 games, which is kind of surprising, because we saw moments and brilliance of them when he's termed with Cincinnati Kids as well. We saw them dominate the early stages, but when it comes towards the the moments that it matters the most, they just struggle. And now, when the wildcard stages is at stake, you are pushing for high frag games, top 8, where placement points doesn't really help you that much because, yeah, placement points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. But if you do not have enough finish points to rack up a serious number, which again, the cutoff is potentially somewhere around 120 points just to be safe.
120 points?
In 12 games. So 10 points average guarantees you somewhat of a safety net for the semifinals.
Alright, then maybe Team 8-Bit, hopefully. I'm not really sure. I've never really seen them get 120 points in the 12 matches, but this is going to be high. But that is, of course, what Icy thinks. Let us know what you guys think in the chat as well. But till then, we are going to be moving to the map of Erangel. And the Big Bird goes back up the skies once again, this time taking a reflight over the islands of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, the matchup between Groups A and C, it will be interesting to find out, can Group C make a comeback on this particular map? It is, of course, going to be the home ground. The flight path is very different from the last iteration. This time, we get to see a very vertical flight path from the lands of Storba towards military base. It still has that tilt towards the right-hand side, towards the eastern part of the map. So, if you do want to go on towards Georgopol City, maybe like the hospital buildings, towards Primorsk, Feipe, these are going to be regions a little too far away from your gliding arc.
Well, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but we did not see a lot of drop clashes early on, so I can only assume that teams are going to be playing a little bit safer for towards the end game zone. Let's see how the circle is going to be looking like. But for now, nothing super crazy. We are going to be back towards this game. H4K is going to be looking to loot the convoy truck again, for sure. I don't think Phoenix has ever done it. Hovercrafts is also going to be in play as well. I don't think BR is going to be going for it here as well. T7 most likely is going to be looking to try and traverse this, but seems like we do see a little bit of drop clash here. Nebula actually colliding against Frost Rex for the vehicles in the garage himself. Okay, wasn't expecting that, but that is going to be first strike here.
This was supposed to be the graveyard of Wildfangs. I'm not really sure what happened to FTR all of a sudden. 2 players just getting taken down. I think it was a battle on who gets control of the vehicle itself, and Nebula Esports just had the numbers advantage in that one. FTR, this was supposed to be a big game, but they absolutely spoiled that lead. This is going to be bad news for them. Just 2 players left alive for the rest of the matchup. Have to pay on the defensive mode from now on. Higbo's on Esports still on the other side at the top of the leaderboard. They landed in on Lipovka, by the way. Something which they usually do, loot up around this block, get all the loot and then try and make the rotation in. This is going to be very interesting though, because the circle is on the east side of the map, on the west side, pardon me for that.
Yeah, I was expecting nothing super crazy to happen here, but for Nebula to actually collide against Frost Rex is just very unfortunate as well, because Frost Rex is looking to try and make a little bit of bounce back. Unfortunately, this game, it's down the gutter once more. Very, very unlucky though. Hopefully, they are going to be able to reiterate their strategies here on where they should be dropping. It's either that or they have to have the most optimum drop spots here from the flight path as well. So, like, the difference between 20 to 30 meters off the usual drop spot here, or maybe a second before you drop off the plane, plays a crucial matter on how you position your parachutes and towards angling yourselves to drop first before the enemies as well. So, might be a little bit of a heads up of homework they need to do as well, because the meta does kind of shift from time to time on how far you should be dropping from the plane itself.
This was the first skill which I actually learned when I loaded up my game. That was BGMI. To actually drop down from the flight with its full pace, but still not sacrificing the direction. But of course, my skills don't really matter.
What's the optimum drop now? Like back then it was 750 meters.
750, it's still around 750, 800 meters. Like you can still glide, you can have the pace, and you can try and find that direction as well.
Now it feels like 750 doesn't really work. It's not really that optimum anymore.
So if the distance starts going towards 1,000 meters, maybe 1,200, that is when you start losing pace, and there might be a chance that other players will land in before you. But have a look at this. This time Inferno might not be the first one to actually go down in Nimikills. They're not going down without a fight. That was a good knockout that has been found out. Finally dropped down as well. Tries to shoot those bullets from that PP Bison from down below, but it's not going to connect. Tenzin Esports, they're doing a fantastic job keeping up the pressure. And finally, those players, they're going to go down. Tenzin Esports holding true to their name, just not really giving in. Cosmic goes down as well. Inimicals now, they are almost about to break their back in order to lose the fight.
Well, speaking of which here, seems like Tencent is going to be very happy. They were able to get a little bit of points. Unfortunately for Inimicals, they are a small little comeback from the map. Rondo has been completely shut down this game. Hopefully they are going to be able to do a little bit better here with 2 players. It's not truly over yet, but the odds are not definitely in their favor as well, considering that Circle is away from them, because it seems like the Circle is going to be shifting around Quarry, Wildcard region. H4K also taking a little bit of shots here as they are rotating from 70. It seems like they are having a little bit of run in here with Blink, who is actually giving chase to them as well. Sujao doesn't have bandages here, so he cannot heal himself on the go. Forced to disembark, and now goes for a little bit of spray. Was able to find one there, so Sujao is able to keep things alive because the rest of Blink is going to be pushing in, and they will trade him off while trying to save Professor from Blink Esports.
It's been a very scrappy start to this map of Erangel, if I'm being very honest. FTR being taken down out in the middle of nowhere. You've got H4K as well. Sujal just falling apart. Team H4K this time still looking to avenge their IGL. They fall in IGL. Blink Esports aren't really going to blink it for sure. Edgegod inside of those compounds does have the DBS to work with. Can be brutal if he finds him. Point blank range, but Wizard with those nades, will he find the connection? The answer seems to be no. Blink Esports, they are slowly taking control of this fight, I see.
Goodness, H4K, they're a little bit scrambling as well. Blink was able to pick them all apart. Wizard not able to find anything with his Tommy gun as well. Yang gets a nice chip damage onto his Wizard, but his damage is a little bit lacking, but finally holds down the trigger, takes one out, but the push continues here from the side of Blink as they got it surrounded. Wizard finds one more, making it towards a 2v1, or maybe it was a 1v2 here, but Wizard now needs to reset his health. He finds the third one as well! But now he is down towards a 1 versus 1. He's playing Ring Around the Roses here with Joyesh inside. As now Wizard going to be healing himself on the outskirts as well. What an outplay, but here comes the flank. But eventually gets found out as well as Hardik takes him down. Almost clutching in big time, but Blink Esports will be the ones to come up on top.
Not every time, Wizard. This is a man who is a master of clutches. Almost seems like he's about to pull it off this time as well, with absolutely nothing. He had the Tommy gun and he had a big dream in front of him, and he was almost about to touch it.
He almost created magic right there, but Blink Esports, in the blink of an eye, almost losing their lives, but fortunately for them, they are going to be able to get the resets as well. And at the same time, nobody heard that fight at all, because every single team is already in center of the circle, so getting those resets and then pushing into the zone is going to be an easy, smooth sailing here for Blink Esports. But, however, that is the first team out of the game. That's going to be H4K.
Wow, that's going to sting, to be honest. That was really a good effort coming in from Wizard. We've seen him in 1v3, 1v4 situations before. That is a situation that brings out the best of that man. Once again, it was almost about to be done, but Blink Esports, they do manage to survive, and one good thing is all their players are back up on their feet as well. But for Blink, 8 points on the overall standings. This form should have been there, but finally at least they do realize that they need to go out on the hunt for finish points. It was brilliant coming in from Suju. The first knock against Professor, you can't really do anything beyond it. The rest of the players from H4K, they were so far away. That resulted in them in taking a big downfall.
Yeah, this is a small little mistake as well, but at the same time, Wizard trying to salvage the fighters well. Blink, they tried to go for the push, which is great. They had everything down to the T. The suppress fire was on point. It's just that Wizard was able to find moments of some window space to actually punish them and get those 3 finishes. And, you know, getting the first 8 outside the window was smart. Unfortunately, was picked out as well, because it seems like they know those tips and tricks here.
I almost felt like as soon as that man is going to come out of the window, Wizard will strike first. Yeah. I had no clue that Blink Esports were about to respond back in kind as well. But, well, that is a good note to start our map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a rather aggressive start for majority of our teams right there, but we still have 15 more teams alive inside this game. D7 Esports finally taking some shots. It is, of course, going to be the lads of Blind Rippers They do take a stop in the middle of nowhere. I'm not really sure if Lit Boy, that decision is going to be too good. But Lit Boy still finds a connection. T7 Esports, a couple of their players, they are falling down, I see.
This hovercraft is giving him the safety net, but at the same time, he is trapped. He needs some sort of backup. Nades are coming in. Lit Boy is going to be okay, but no, the second nade actually bounces off as well, and that is going to be able to connect him. And now T7 is able to get a little bit of revenge here. The rest of Blind Reapers are looking to try and save his compadre, but they're all stranded out in the open. But a nice push here coming from Signal from the sides. Finds one off, but he is still down towards a 1 versus 2 situation. It seems like he is going to try for consolation prize, and that is going to be securing the points. And at the same time, the car is pretty much out of commission as well. Big problem for Signal. T7, I think they might know about this. It seems like they are going to go for the hunt. As Signal now needs to pull the biggest clutch of his life here to try and save things here for Blind Rippers.
In my book, this was a very bad fight coming in from Blind Rippers, to be honest. They knew they were supposed to be facing T7 Esports every time they're going to cross on over. This has been a duel that has been lasting on the map of Erangel for a while. Why would you stop out in the open when you know that the circle is favoring so much on the mainland? You had to cross on over, you had to cross the bridge, you had to find a good spot on the circle. You had so many objectives. Rather, you decided to take a pit stop and take a fight against T7 Esports in the middle of nowhere. You are going to suffer the consequences, and Mudit is going to get 4 finishes out of that fight.
Just like that, T7 Esports, they were able to capitalize on this, but they did lose 2 bodies. So 4 points in the back, they will have control of the south. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are inside the circle here. And right now, the circle does seem to be shifting on towards the south side with Pachinki. And the majority of the teams are looking to try and dock themselves in those 12 houses. 6 here being owned by Nonex. And I think the other 6 is owned by Myth Official, who... well, it's still deciding if they want to fight this as well, because the bottom south 6 is still unoccupied yet, as Nonex will take the eastern 6 instead.
Nonex Esports, they've got Myth right exactly where they want. This can be a revenge arc from the matchup of Rondo, ladies and gentlemen, where Myth and Nonex fighting for the chicken dinner. Shots are getting fired. Herschel in the middle of nowhere. Nonex Esports wants to find the opening. And I think they also do realize that the circle is going to end up somewhere near that region as well. So I don't believe Nonex Esports will go out of their way to take fights outside of their 6 huts. Circle, of course, ending up on top of them. Majority of the teams being inside. This is very surprising. But Blink Esports, Phoenix Esports, God for Reason, as well as TRX are going to be some teams coming in from the west who might face some issues, I see.
Yeah, it is going to be some issues here, as the circle does actually pull towards the east side as well. It's not going to be inside Pachinki. Nebula is staying out of contact here from teams coming to north, but we are taking a lot of heat coming from the west side as well. TRX looking to make an entry, Blink as well. Myth might be caught in the crosshairs here as well, but seems like Phoenix is also going to be on the move to go in for the hunt, as they do thin the herd from the edges here, as Gods for a Reason will lose Spirit in the process. And that's going to be a point in the hands by Smoker.
But Somraj was actually taken down. I'm actually quite surprised to see Phoenix Esports taking such early casualties. They haven't really participated in a fight, but elsewhere, have a look at this TRX Esports. They just land and drop down on the compounds of Gods for a Reason. And this is time for defense. Hexy this time finally connects that shotgun. It seems like, wait a second, TRX in a flash, they've been eliminated.
Seems like they were a little bit late to the party. Every team was looking to take shots in, and Nonex was able to capitalize on this demise as well. Gods for a Reason going to be very happy about this. They've lost Spirit, but they were able to redeem themselves with a couple of points. Myth still stay on the outskirts as well. They're pretty much stranded out in the open. Nonex not looking to try and challenge them, but Detrox needs to be a little bit careful here. He's applying pressure towards Nonex, but even then, Phoenix is also going to be taking shots from the edges as well. It seems like they know for the fact that 12 houses are occupied, and Blink was able to find a little bit of safety nets onto the shorelines alongside Phoenix Esports, which in this case, Phoenix does have the upper edge here in terms of center control circle from the southern side, but everybody else is kind of stuck on the southern approach in this circle.
Absolutely, that is the only way to go about it. This is going to turn into an absolute virtual dockyard, to be honest. Those ports, the shorelines will be pieces of real estate you can't match up. There's going to be no compounds elsewhere. A couple of huts in contention, a couple of those shacks as well, and majority of the teams will look to play in from the edges of the shorelines itself. What remains to be seen is, can Phoenix Esports fight for that spot till the very end, keep their man alive? Because they've already lost on their firepower of the IGL, so I'm not really sure if God for a reason T7 Esports, namely even Nonix, as a matter of fact, if they do decide to venture on the outside, Phoenix Esports might be in trouble.
Yeah, but for now, the circle is going to be swinging very, very soon here. Phoenix Esports is trying to protect those vehicles, but it is pretty down low. One of them is pretty much going to be burning as well. Needs to find a way to rotate in. Seems like Phoenix is still inside zone, and now they have to defend against everyone that is going to be coming from the west side here. The 12 houses has so many teams. Myth outside, so many teams. And further back as well, we have T7, who's trying to play around the edges here, hoping to find a little bit of a third-party window to push in, but almost, 6 teams coming in from the west side, while everybody is still spread out from the northeast corner. Nebula outside of zone, Victoria Summer still on the northeast corners, but the circle favoring Tencent and Hikboson as of yet.
And Nebula and Victor Summers, I think these two teams coming in from the north will just shake up the dynamic of this particular circle. Phoenix on the other side, just looking to keep the numbers alive. It's going to be a very tough task, especially since there's pressure from their right with the Blink Esports taking shots. There's going to be pressure from the left as well. Hikboson Esports elsewhere, they're taking shots against the closest fours. It seems like Inimicals is going to be in some world of trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myth Official, they are just on the other side of the cliff. Sad news for all these lads. T7 Esports do send it in. Move it. That is going to be a Bollywood move. A dive in the waters. T7 Esports are looking to survive. And Mudit wanted to go as far away as he can from these firing lines. He did manage to escape though. For how long can he hold on will be a big question. Phoenix Esports, meanwhile, they only have just one man left alive.
Yeah, I think that's the only option he could have survived here. So, all things considered, he would like in terms of manpower, playing for placement points is the best thing you can ask for T7. I think they're just making, hoping and praying here to survive to the top 2, and nobody finds him out. So, fortunate for him. He's got a lot of heavy lifting he's got to do, but now from the east side here, Nebula is going to be pushing through, and as Frostrex down towards their last 2 players, Nebula was the ones that actually hunt them down, and now they are here to finish the job here, as they are looking to claim 4 points, and they will get exactly that. Nebula Esports cleaning out their remains, their leftovers, right from the start of the game.
Absolutely scouring through that northern turf. Nebula have got control of the north. They are only left to deal with the threat coming in from the left-hand side, which will be lads from Victoria Summers. But having control of this ground, I think Nebula Esports are quite set for the late game aggression. They will get somewhat of height advantage in those hills as well, up north on the circle elsewhere. Nonix Esports taking shots against God for a Reason. God for a Reason themselves try to plunge in for the shoreline. Succumb to Phoenix Esports, giving another finish away. 2 finishes for Phoenix Esports right now.
Oh boy, Phoenix Esports, well, it looked good for a second that they had some sort of numbers, but in one fell swoop, it seems like Viper is going to be on his solo warrior journey arc. And it seems like he is going to be playing a little bit of a best friends here with T7, but unfortunately for T7, he was scouted out inside the water, so that is it for T7 themselves as well. And a lot of them still kind of stranded on the sides here. Phoenix Esports, seems like for Viper, he is expecting somebody to be swimming in waters as well, but right beside him is going to be Hitman, and Nonex is going to be the threat right now, as we are going to be seeing nades here coming from Hitman, so he does know that there is 2 teams in this vicinity. So he is going to try and work together with Hitman to actually shut down Nonix Esports as of yet, who is trying to push in from the zone.
But I think for Nonix Esports, problems are going to be escalating as the circle does shift once again. Just a couple of meters away from the edge, but still those few meters, I think, are going to feel like a mile. Nonix Esports playing it from one corner of the map, and now finally being challenged by Myth Official. A couple of those nades did come through. The Trox is still looking to find that opening. From the sidelines, of course, Lucifer, I guess, has been taking in some shots. Arthur from Nonix Esports in the backlines. Nonix do have a little bit of a split going on, I see, and I'm not really sure if that split is going to pay them dividends. But have a look at this. Hikboson Esports. They switch sides. They're going to take over in Inimicals, but Garf says, hold on. Find the knock against Hero. Potentially the frag as well is going to be in the back. Hikboson are going to be reeling from that loss.
Beautiful counter play here, but Garth, he's stuck. He's all by himself. There's no way out as well. Zone is going to force him. Higboson may have overcommitted, but Nebula Esports has been roaming around like sharks here, as they are looking to make a pounce here on any team who is on the weak side as well. They're not overcommitting, and they're not making a lot of mistakes as well. So Nebula Esports, all they need to do is just wait for the big commotion, and Higboson is going to be the ones to try and find the opener for them. As Higboson now going to be trying to make a move here. Are they going to get shot? Yes, they are. Tencent Esports is the one to take shots through from those compounds, but they are out in the open. Omega finds a little bit of space inside the zone. In front of him is going to be Myth, but from the backs as well, he does have people pointing his sights as well, but seems like Omega gets a casual drive-by, gets a knock in. That's going to be a player down here from Myth.
That's a very questionable play coming in from Omega, to be honest. In order to protect him, Bunny tried to step into this fight, but instantly has been shut down. Myth official is still wrapping around. The flybys are coming through as well. Can Omega hold on to the pressure? It's a 1v2. The shotguns go flying. He gets one. But finally, from the back lines, I think Myth official, they still find a way to keep themselves alive in this fight. But elsewhere, Nebula Esports, they arrive in style and take the shorelines away. Another team has been wiped off, and now they're looking for more.
Nicely done here, coming from Nebula Esports here. As soon as they heard all those fiasco from Higboson, they decide to push through. Meanwhile, Nonex gobbles up the solo warriors as Viper next to fall from Phoenix. But little did they know, there is still one more solo warrior here. Hitman is down in the gutters, in the waters as well, so they only found one. And that's going to be placement points in play here for Gods for a reason. As we are down towards the final 8 teams. Nebula going to be hugging the shorelines. This is going to be a major battle between Nebula and Nonex. But it seems like the nades are clipping on towards Aim God from the sides. While Myth official going to be playing on the mountain terrains. But Myth is not able to find any angles yet on Nebula Esports. So this is going to be a very long drawn out fight. And it is going to be drawn out until the zone says otherwise, which, again, is going to be closing in 14 seconds.
It's going to be drawn out for as long as Myth official decides to third wheel in between Nonex and Nebula Esports right now. They are having their play date at the shoreline. Let them have it out. Myth official, if you do interrupt, I guess the welcome isn't really going to be smooth. Elsewhere, have a look at this. Victorious Summers, though. They've kept themselves out wide, focusing on the zones. They're the only team who've got shoreline control, or rather circle control. The rest of the teams are just fighting out. They're like, all right, fine. Don't really need to play in for the circle if your opponents don't really make it.
This is interesting here, coming from Nonex as well. They went for a 2-2 split, but guess who saw that 2-2 split as well? 2 in the water, and Hitman is able to scout things out. And I don't think Nonex knows this as well, because right now, Nonex is looking for an off-angle flank against Nebula, and Nebula saw this as well. They are going to be able to find one. Arthur is down, but the question here is, does this play help Nonex? Because now they are in a lot of trouble. Arthur about to bleed out. Gods for a reason. Hitman still laying low, keeping quiet here. Doesn't want to expose his location, but Nebula know there are fishes in the waters right now.
There are at least 10 to 12 players on this particular shoreline. All of them competitive players, by the way. I'm not sure what was Nonex thinking. Did they really think that they're going to escape the eyes of 10 players out there and cross on over? That flank angle, it was outrageous. Has been rightfully punished. Nonex Esports coming in from the backlines have lost on the services of Arthur. And I'm pretty sure even Rapido is going to go down pretty smoothly. But Nebula right now, his nades are getting exchanged. Phoenix in the front lines is going to be the first man to fall. This can be confirmed. Yet another nade sails in. Nonex Esports doing a phenomenal job just holding down their sight lines, but Nebula, wrath of the galaxies. It seems like the nades are striking every single time as a Nonex round. Only one man left alive.
Oh my goodness, Nonex just got completely naded through as well. Maybe Rapido playing for placement points was the saving grace, and fortunately for them, Rapido was able to cross here, but Nebula Esports doing a fantastic job at just cleaning out the shorelines as well, because now they are in 13 finishes with still 3 players alive here. Nebula cleaning out the west, but now bigger questions remain. They have to push inside the zone, and right now, they do not have a lot of space to work with. Meanwhile, Rapido seems like he was able to catch a glimpse of where Hitman is.
Yeah.
Top 6 here for Gods for a reason. A lot of heavy lifting needs to be done, but there is still some points for Gods for a reason to gobble up. Nebula knows there is still one more guy down below. It seems like Tencent was the one that actually spots him out instead. So Tencent now center control of the zone, majority of the playing field in the current zone, but not enough high ground.
Absolutely. It's going to be a big game for Tencent Esports as well. They've got 4 players still alive, 4 finishers in the bag. They're currently competing for the 5th spot on the overall rankings, but Tencent know this can be a big game for them. They've got exactly the kind of situations you would need for a big chicken. They've got center control, they've got the good parts of the circle as well. Ridges to protect yourself, you've got all your 4s. All you got to do is just find those frags and convert it to a flawless chicken. Tencent Esports might just be taking big steps on that overall ladder. Meanwhile, enemy kills is just 1 player left alive. Garb from the backline just wants to play for those position points. Nebula will be a big problem for Tencent Esports, but the first knockdown came through as Nomi does get picked off.
Oh no, Nebula, they just don't have playing space as well. They need to push out. Seems like Caesar was spotted out here coming from Adi, and they won't be able to find the confirmation. It seems like they have to take a nosedive in as well to try and find some sort of points, but little did they know, waiting on the other end is going to be Rapido, and he just got the loot crate as well, so he has a fresh level 3 helmet and vest to potentially punish him his way through. Meanwhile, Garth taking a little bit of white swing there. Still caught at the edge of the zone, but now the major fight begins. It is going to be Victor Summers and Tencent. A nice nade here coming from Bunny, and Venom is down. Victor Summers still hasn't been able to push in towards Tencent's territory.
But this is completely fine. I think this fight allows Nebula Esports a little bit of breathing room so the revival measure can be brought up and those players can find spaces inside of the circle. It'll be risky for sure, but can Rapido and Kratos find a way to break open the deadlock will be a big question. Victor Summers, though, they're going to find that revive on top of Venom. 3 players still standing tall. Tencent not pushing in. Feel like it just gives them enough time to try and go through their replenishments. Still want to find out, I see, how can Nebula come back inside of this game? They've got 3 men alive, but the blue zone is kicking in. So when the zone shrinks, I'm pretty sure they're going to be found out, right? Hopefully.
Well, but as of yet here, Rapido, he doesn't need to move an inch as well. Zone's still in play, so technically Nebula is looking to try and clutch a potential chicken dinner. They're hoping for an opener here coming from Victor Summers before they push up. But as of yet, can they climb up onto his Tencent from these angles is going to be completely a different question as well, because Rapido does have a free entry, but for Nebula, are they going to be able to push up while Tencent is keeping tabs on them as well? But as you can see, Tencent, from our perspective, is not focusing on Nebula because Victor Summers is their biggest threat as of yet.
It's a long, drawn final ending to this battle of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, whoever takes away the chicken dinner, they're going to gain those 4 extra points. And in the wildcard stages, especially since only 8 teams make it to the semi-finals, it's a matter of life and death for all of these teams. Have a look at this. Nebula Esports finally open fires. Rapido and his pace needs to get flushed out right now. Those nades are brilliant. Too much damage on Rapido. Still not really revealing himself.
Oh.
Finally been burnt out alive. That is Adi picking up the fragger against Nonex Esports, who have been eliminated finally. And left are going to be 3 teams, Tencent, Nebula, and Victor Summers, I see.
Great decisions here coming from Nebula as well. They were able to keep tabs on this, and because of this, they are able to push up, and Tencent wasn't looking down because they could not. Victor Summers forcing them down to lay low, and now Tencent is pinned in the rock and a hard place. And Nebula Esports, they're coming in. The zone is coming through as well. Kratos finds the opener. The nades is there. Firo is down, and Tencent may lose even more members now as Nebula Esports now looking to potentially rise from the ashes and clutch this chicken dinner. Adi falls for an off angle here, hoping to get a little bit cheeky to punish someone, but Kratos, another nade once more!
I'm not really sure for Tencent Esports. It seems to be like the worst place he would want to be on Earth right now. In between Nebula Esports and Victor Summers, big haters coming in from either side, just chops their wings away. But Nebula Esports aren't really going to be calm. Victor Summers have been hunted down. 2 players have been shut down. It's just all down to that one final player, Venom. Can he take down Nebula Esports? It's a 1v3. But it seems like the best case scenario for Venom is to try and maybe not give his finish point away. Or is he looking to take a fight? Nothing is wrong. Victor Summers, they are still looking to buy for the chicken dinner. It's not going to be easy, I see.
This is the Nebula that we have been waiting for, and they are just dominating this lobby as well. Every single impossible scenarios has been overcome. And right now, Venom down so low. He's one speck of health and he will eventually go down. Nebula Esports will be able to clutch the winner chicken dinner with 20 finishes in the bag. What an absolute stomp of a game here coming from Nebula Esports.
That was a mic drop, to be honest. I think if Nebula Esports could be able to speak, that was them answering, silencing all of their haters. It's like, you know what? We go 30 bomber right there. I think that was a brilliant performance, not just in terms of the number of finish points, but all their previous issues with certain players not being able to be in their right form, certain players not being able to connect really well, or Nebula Esports, choking in certain fights. All of those issues seems to be just absolutely buttered out right now.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, great stuff here coming from Nebula Esports as well, because their game sense is just off the charts, man. They were able to find the perfect time to move while people are distracted, found ways to rotate into the zone, despite a near impossible situation, which technically zone did not favor them. Especially in this scenario, right? Nebula Esports was on the other side of the cliff, which technically the only way to rotate in is through the waters. But for some reason was able to identify that nobody's actually looking at them as well. Was able to slowly sneak their way in, push up themselves. And they even did their due diligence to actually clean out Non-X on the bottom side as well as Rapido. And then push up to take out Tencent. So this is just insane stuff coming from Nebula. I thought for a second that Victorious Summers should be able to clutch things out, but mistakes were made. Nebula looks like they are on form, and with 20 finishes in the bag, I think Adi is going to be very, very happy about this performance. 8 finishes from him.
I don't remember the last time I saw Adi with 8 eliminations. Adi, I might have seen him with 8 chicken dinners. I wouldn't be surprised, but 8 frags on Adi, that is insane stuff, to be honest. Nebula Esports, they're going to be very happy and also very surprised because there was one such occasion where there was just one man left alive. Nebula Esports tucked outside of the zone, back in the blue. They had to come down to actually get those 2 revives back up, and to come from there to actually gaining the chicken dinner, taking Tenzin and Victorious Summers out. I think it was a phenomenal run. But Nebula Esports, I think after this particular matchup, I think they are one step ahead of the rest of the competition towards the semi-finals. All they're going to do is now protect that lead and just smoothly cross on over.
120 points is exactly where you want to be at least for the semi-finals, top 8 here. But for now, Nebula Esports, it feels like they are repeating history on what they did during BMSD. Played the most amount of matches, almost representing the country as well. And it feels like this is just moments from like a glimpse on what they have done as well, because Nebula, obviously they started from a grind, but they've played one of the most amount of matches to actually push their way through here now, especially in the wildcard stages, and they just showed us why they deserve to be back in the semi-finals.
I agree with everything that you said over there, apart from that 120 cutoff. It's just too high, to be honest. We'll talk about that. We'll have a conversation, ladies and gentlemen. But the top players in front of our screens are of course, being the MVP in that one. 8 finishes. That was brilliant. 952 points of damage. It is Captain Cool leading from the front. But of course, you've got Phoenix, you've got Nomi as well in the picture. Harshil from Myth Official and Bunny from Tenzin Esports as well could find a spot on the top players. But the point standings in front of our screens, and Nebula, what a performance. 30 bomb coming in from them. Victorious Summers, points have been sucked away. They were choked in terms of those finish points. Could not really convert it into a big game, but still 11 points. It's not bad. But Non-X Esports, I see they are taking big steps on the overall standings. Good game on the map of Rondo, good game on the map of Erangel as well.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent game as well. Rapido was able to secure a decent amount of position points all by the solo play as well. 4 points in the back to make it 10. On average, 10 points per game pretty much secures you into the semi-finals. But as of yet, let's talk about the overall leaderboard and how things happen as well. Because Nebula Esports had 3,000 damage in this game. They were just like sharks waiting for blood outside the map as well. They were just rotating, going for a couple of hit and runs, and then snatching away all those finishes. But what was most impressive was that they finally took the initiative and engaged in fights from worst case scenario positions, but somehow was able to power through into the end game and securing that chicken dinner. With that being said, 2 chicken dinners in the back, and they are currently sitting with 74 points in the overall standings. Now, Mr. Salty, that's 5 matches and 74 points. We're playing a total of 12 matches. 120 points? Well, easy for Nebula, I'd say.
I mean, 100%, I think it should be quite easy for Nebula Esports. For Non-X as well, I think they can certainly make it not count. Today's day has been so far brilliant, but of course they're going to go into a break and come back later for 2 more games. I'm talking about Group A teams. Higbo's on Esports on 50 points after 5 matches, looking so good. Victor Summers on 48. They still have a game in hand, by the way. I think Vanguard, Reckoning Esports, can certainly make their presence felt, but this just puts so much pressure on the likes of Lastadi, on the likes of 8-Bit, and potentially on the likes of Phoenix Esports as well. 1/3 of their wildcard journey has been done and dusted, and on the 21 spot, Phoenix Esports not looking too good, I see.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a concerning factor here coming from Phoenix Esports, especially they are looking to try and push their way through. 4 matches done and dusted, 18 points. That is not a good sign as well, considering that this is a legendary roster, a legacy team, which I would say, if they don't start picking up their games, especially for today, things might be over for them.
Yeah, I think today is going to be their last opportunity. Tomorrow they will have to start getting their comebacks in measure. I'm pretty sure tomorrow, if they don't get a chicken dinner, and if they don't get a chicken dinner in the remaining of the games today, their journey to the semi-finals is almost absolutely blocked. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, in the next game, we are going to be looking at the map of Erangel once again, but groups B and D are going to be playing in, which does bring me to question, is K9 Esports coming back? And if they are coming back, by the way, are they coming back looking like the original self?
Exactly. K9 Esports has been somewhat consistent, but we haven't seen that massive performance yet. But so far today, we've seen Nebula stepping up big time. Non-X also being one of the most consistent teams for today itself. And this is going to be a tough call who's going to be surviving here as well. Because again, by the end of today, we are going to be somewhat of the halfway mark.
Absolutely. And even 8-Bit is going to be playing their next game as well. I'm not really sure if 8-Bit are going to be fancying their chances, but if K9 Esports goes on a finish frenzy, then 8-Bit will be in trouble. Who moves into the top 8 of the wildcards and who goes out? That is going to be a very tough conversation, ladies and gentlemen, and that is exactly what you want to have. Wildfires inside of the round of wildcards, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the next game comes after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026, currently watching the English broadcast, and today is going to be day 2 of the wildcard stages. My name is ICBB12 at your service, and we have iServer joining on the panel here to talk through the upcoming matches as well. Now, earlier just now, we did see a little bit of a domination spree here coming from Nebula Esports, currently sitting at the table toppers here, especially with that chicken dinner and a 20 finish here, so a total of 30 points in a single game. Very impressive stuff.
It is impressive, and it's an important day for Nebula as well. I mean, Group A, they're going to be playing a lot of matches, so I think Nebula, considering now in the first 2 games, they've done quite well for themselves. They were consistent as well, 30 games from that previous match. They should find a little bit of stability on the top of leaderboard, but then again, it's still not over. You have to be cautious. You still have to bring in the average of about, I guess for Nebula, it might be just 7 to 8 points per game from here on out.
Well, it does lower their average points that they need to get here for every single game here. But for now, speaking of average points here, what's not so average is going to be the Royal Pass on screen as well. The Rebel Rock Fox set is available. One-time purchase, max out the missions, you will be able to get the set. And on, of course, enough UC to get back the next Royal Pass.
Pretty much. Exciting rewards for you guys. And while you're playing your matches, you also contribute for the prize pool of BGIS 2026. Discovery Island is there. But talking about the other teams, specifically the group that's making a comeback now, Group D. They're going to be in the next match going up against Group B. It's going to be exciting. You guys were talking about K9 Esports. We have a lot of hopes from them. And while yesterday we did see a lot of signs of life from K9 Esports, they were being aggressive in a few of those games.
the position that they're on the overall leaderboard doesn't really justify the class that this team has within its roster.
Now, speaking of a potential comeback as well here, obviously K9 has been the table toppers from grind stages.
Yeah.
But in terms of performance coming from yesterday as well, True Rippers and also Vanguard were two teams that are performing really well. Same can be said for Kalinga Esports as well, based on their yesterday's performance. They are part of the top 8 itself here, especially coming from Kalinga, True Rippers, and also Vanguard. And interesting enough, this is not going to be their chase coming from Group B.
Yeah.
They will be playing a total of 2 matches today, but these 2 matches is going to be extremely crucial, so especially if they want to try and close the gap, because as of yet, Nebula is dominating, so that means 7 slots remaining for the semifinals, as of yet, if they maintain the current trajectory.
Pretty much, and I'm so happy that you brought True Rippers and Vanguard to this discussion, because both these teams, they started the day with a decent spot inside of the top 8, but now I guess there might have been a little bit of a fall off because they weren't really playing their matches. This is going to be the first game of the day, and as you mentioned, since they're only playing 2 games, they need to make sure, True Rippers and Vanguard, these 2 teams really need to make sure that they perform so that somehow, even though they won't be playing matches, the other teams will have an edge against them. They do manage to either retain, the best possible scenario is retain a spot inside of the top 8. The worst possible scenario, do not slip outside of the top 16.
Now, speaking of which here, let's take a look little bit on towards the highlights on the previous match as well here. It's not going to be concerning towards this upcoming match, but this is going to be a little bit of highlights of what happened in the previous round, because I was completely baffled on how Nebula was able to clutch things out. But H4K, right from the get-go against Blinky Spot, had a very interesting ordeal. Wizard was almost able to get a 1v4, unfortunately was clutched out by Blink. And even for Blind Reapers and T7, they were the 2 teams that were caught up rather early in the initial skirmishes, which unfortunately none of these teams actually made it towards the end games because of all these early skirmishes.
Yeah, and I think for both the teams, this is definitely something that just breaks their morale moving forward. But on the other side of things, I think Phoenix Esports, they might have started a little bit late inside of the game, started the fights, but towards the end, they did rack up a lot of eliminations, and it was quite a clean performance coming from the players of Nebula Esports. But apart from them, I think I had expectations, a lot of expectations, in fact, from the side of Higboson, but I think this game of Erangel could have gone a little bit better for them.
Yeah, even the previous game into his Rondo was also a little bit lackluster as well.
Yeah.
And it seems like Higboson is recurring the same trend on what they're doing towards the grind stages as well, because the first few days they look strong, and then after that they kind of fall off bit by bit. But what's really surprising for me is a little bit of entry here, as Tencent was able to make towards the end game. They had position control right from the get-go, but still was not able to convert and clean out these games. But because Nebula Esports, this moment here was such a clutch moment. The only way Nebula could not rotate in is if that Tencent decides to pick them.
Yeah.
But Tencent wasn't able to pick them because Victoria Summers was making sure that they are stuck in that small little rabbit hole.
Yeah, they were just sandwiched completely from both the sides, and I guess we've been talking a lot about Nebula Esports, but kudos to Victoria Somas as well. They've been very consistent in the matches that they've been playing in the wildcard stages so far, at least. And it is nice seeing Victoria Somas be consistent, and especially in terms of placements, because we all know, I mean, they tried being aggressive during the grind. That did not work out too well for them. So at least if they consistently survive till the top 3 of every single game, I think that should give them decent placement points to work with.
I agree, but at the same time as well, now coming into day 2 of the wildcard stages as well, I have a very, very hot take on this upcoming match as well, because right now we are in the wildcard stages. Technically, if you switch it on a different term, it's somewhat of a loser bracket situation. Were you expecting a team which, again, was the hopes and dreams of 2025 to represent the country to be here, and True Rippers in the wildcard stages?
Not really. I mean, we should be honest about it. True Rippers, K9 Esports, Phoenix, we did not expect any of these teams to be in the wildcard stages. I think ideally they should be sitting in the semifinals, but it just goes to show how tough this year's BGIS 2026 is. And I think it is just going to get more and more competitive from here on out. I mean, you look at how the teams from Group B have been playing. Even Last Star Day is kind of doing well for themselves. And K9 Esports right now sitting outside of the top 8 bracket. So the start to the wildcard stages, it's been quite wild indeed. But I think today is going to be a day all about the teams at the top probably stabilizing themselves, or maybe what Nebula is doing. Just find a safety cushion to work with.
Agreed, but at the same time, so Group A will have the most amount of matches as well
That is
for
true.
today. They are playing a total of 4 matches instead of 3, which is a little bit of a mix-up here, which is understandable because if you... Yeah,
We are just keeping everyone on their toes, right?
fair enough.
That's the intention here. But hopefully the teams and their performances are going to make the competition more exciting moving forward. Because, I mean, now, as you mentioned, Nebula Esports, they have a lead working for them. Can anyone else catch up? This time it is going to be Group B and Group D taking on the map of Erangel. And I hope you guys are prepared for this. A lot of big names are ready for the action. So are we? Let's just head in.
A little bit of a switch up here, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 3, Day 2 of the wildcard stages here. This is going to be Group B and D in the map of Erangel. Seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from the southwest corner of the map. And it seems to be a pretty southeastern shift here in terms of flight path. So a lot of teams traversing towards Georgia Pole is going to be a little bit far off. And I mean a little bit to the southeast side. I mean like almost all the way to the southeast as well. Seems like Zarki out of reach, shooting range out of reach, North George out of reach, Severny, Stauber. Oh boy, K9 again in a very, very difficult situation now.
Hey man, I mean, if the flight path started any further east, it would have just been a flight path for the southeastern quadrant in its entirety. One of the shortest flight paths you could see on the map of Erangel. And as you mentioned, anyone looking to head north of Pochinki is going to be in a lot of trouble. K9 Esports, we know they are very stubborn about Severny. So hope should be there of finding some vehicles around the pancake drop, around the 6-pack, and maybe then just traversing towards Severny. But this flight path should give us a few interesting drop clashes to Ferry Pier, Primos, Query maybe. I mean, there is possibility for an early fight, but let's see how things turn out. Although, on the other side of things, I think Crew Rippers, they're going to be happy. They rarely get a flight path on Military Island, and this time they just get Novo Repnoi without any contestation from anyone.
Yeah, this is going to be an important one as well, especially those hovercrafts has been a crucial point here. It seems like the teams that have a lot of experience do know how to take advantage of this hovercraft, and I think the only team that has some sort of advantage here is True Rippers, who has good track record from Novo. But speaking of first strike here, it seems like GenX FM has found the first strike, and that is going to be Thunder Gods losing a player right from the get-go in this map. Very, very unfortunate start here for them, but GenX FM, in this case, were able to find the win is 1v1 here, I would say, from Ghost.
No weapons involved in that one, just shanks him to his demise. But speaking about Thunder Gods, I don't think this is going to be an easy game. They're dropped in the middle of nowhere. Their position compromised by GenX FM from one end and K9 Esports from the other. Escape is going to be quite dire, but last Saturday, it seems like a game of hide and seek is underway between them and the players of Reckoning Esports. And last Saturday do manage to survive. Well, they are still looking for vehicles. No weapons on these players yet. This is quite a risk, to be honest.
This is a little bit interesting here for me from Lastada Esports because I was expecting Stone BGMI to be playing, but let's take a look at the replay here. Goes FM. Well, goes in for a nice one pump and then just decides, like, you know what, I'm going to save that ammunition. Shanks him.
Yeah. Early game, man. Early game, you're going to try and save ammo, I guess.
Yeah. Anyways, back towards my conversation as well. I was very surprised that Stone BGMI is not playing here from the start of Esports. I was expecting that he is going to be playing, considering that he was one of the stars from last year, alongside the players coming from Reckoning Esports right now, which is the old non-X, which Levi, Roman, Anonymous, etc. But for Stone BGMI, he was one of the stars as well. And for him to not be playing from Lastari, this is what's happening here as well. But, well... Okay, K9. Okay, what was that?
Hey man, listen. You're gonna have to travel from 6-pack all the way towards Severny. That's a long rotation. I think they were just trying to cut down the travel time by just making it an air trip instead of a one on the road.
I don't think you can park a car on top of the...
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, but...
If they pulled it up, it would have been cool.
A horse, yes. Just because the horse can jump, right? So you can jump it on top of it and then glide it over. So it becomes, instead of a 2-man vehicle on that glider, you do have a 2-man on the glider and 2-man on the horse.
Yeah.
Which makes it a 4-man flying vehicle.
Pretty much, I guess. But, yeah, K9 Esports, I think their intention was to try and take a Lamborghini up in a glider, which, as you said, I don't think it would have worked. But anyways, one thing that still works, ladies and gentlemen, and is working is the Discovery Island. It's still active, so go ahead, play BGMI and contribute to the prize pool of BGIS 2026. In the meanwhile, though, we have K9 Esports who have found the players of Mysterious 4. Why is Mysterious 4 here? I thought they were headed towards Rozhok a few moments ago.
Yeah, good question as well. Seems like Mysterious 4 is going to be on the hunt. K9 Esports not going to be able to contest 70 safely here, but K9 Esports is going to do their due diligence to actually check their surroundings. Meanwhile, Orb is going to be able to get towards safety net as well. Seems like we did not see this early collision between Orb and 8-Bit, which, interesting enough, obviously Orb has very similar rotations to 8-Bit. They did come in from the west side, sorry, the south side of Godka, traversing down towards the south military base, the north side military base, and then coming down towards the bridge itself. 8-Bit tried the same thing yesterday, was punished, but this time 8-Bit decides, you know what, we're going to loot a little bit longer in Primos and Quarry instead.
Yeah, they just stayed there the entire time, and Orb, they got complete free control of the military base now, having moved out, crossed the Novoripnoi bridge. I think with what we saw Orb do, I think they are expecting True Rippers to cross over as well. So we're going to have to see if they wait it out, try and pick a fight against True Rippers, because you see Red Force present in Milta City. Kalinga Esports, Wingard, they've done a beautiful job of taking control of the center of the circle, and they are in close vicinity of Vanguard and Lastade, but quite a peaceful start to this map of Erangel. Look at the beautiful spread of the team. No one is in close proximity to actually start fighting. Maybe Mysterious 4 versus Peacup could be an early fight, because that's Talbot Hill. I've always struggled with just maintaining control of the summit. The vision becomes a little distracting to work with, and could happen to the players of Mysterious 4 as well. Distraction from Yasna Apolian, and you get shot in the back.
Yeah, logically, high ground is advantageous, but Stauber Hill is just a little bit tricky here, just because there's just so many off angles that can actually catch you from the sides as well. So it makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, we haven't seen a Star Wars circle for quite some time as well. And Riot Nation's getting Pachinki for themselves, uncontested, nothing super fancy, nothing super crazy as well. Interesting enough, in this particular group, I was expecting teams to prioritize center control compared to other groups, but for B&D, it seems awfully split here in terms of edge and also on the center. Maybe just because the flight path may have affected it as well, especially for K9.
Yeah.
Just, what, it took them almost 7 minutes to reach their drop spots in Severny.
Pretty much, and now they're going to start to loot. It's going to be a tricky situation for K9 to work with. I think the only saving grace for them is the fact that they're very close to the northwestern edge of the play zone. So stage 1 rotation is going to be very easy. Stage 2 can be tricky if there is a hard shift. But hey, we expected this. Naksh Mysterious 4, they end up colliding against the players of Peacup Esports. They found an opening to work with, but they are going to need to build up this pressure if they want to go for a squad wipe. Well, a finish gets secured, a player gets knocked out. Error OG is down on his knees, and the remaining players from the side of Peacup Esports, I believe, have already evaded this fight.
Well, unfortunately for Peacup, they will have to pay a hefty tax here. And that's going to be 2 casualties here. And that's going to be Mysterious 4 that actually secures it. And meanwhile, on the hunt, they are still going to be roaming and dominating from the northeast corner. But we have to see where the circle begins as well, because as of yet, Mysterious 4, they were able to briefly scout against K9, but did not take those initial commitment into the fights. But for now, the circle is about to completely close in, so they have to be on the move here to call dibs onto a center control, because the majority of teams are already pestering forward here. Same can be said for Red Force on the screen, as they are getting mid control. It seems like it might be on towards the open fields here, down towards the intersection, but no, it actually shifts on towards prison. So prison forest fights is about to begin.
Oh, it's going to get very chaotic, especially the northern half of the play zone. Look at the cluster moving in. And Reckoning Esports and Yasnaya, open fields, little bit of concern for them. On the other side of things, Kalinga Esports spotted out by the players of Red Force. Shots fired, but no connection made. And as you were talking about this prison circle, the circle shift, I think Vanguard, they should be in a position to actually make some moves, go for these mid-game fights and pick up a few eliminations. If they take control of the prison hill, well, they're going to be in such a brilliant position to fight it out.
Well, shelter is also in play as well. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a burrows or beavers underneath the ground itself. Meanwhile, Wingard himself also going to be pushing in from the southwest corner. We have seen a lot of aggressive plays. 8-Bit finally makes their approach here, and they themselves have a hovercraft. And the question here is, how will they be able to take advantage of this hovercraft as of yet to try and get it into a position that they can actually fight from? Is going to be my question. It's still a long journey for them. Same game say for K9, who's still outside the zone, who has no idea how the situation is inside the zone as of yet. Tricky spot to be in, but let's see how Lord Juicy decides here for the team.
Yeah, I mean, again, keeping the legacy alive, or at least trying to keep the legacy alive of making it to yet another finals. Let's see how that turns out. 8-Bit this time. As you mentioned, that delay that was there in Primorsk for just staying back, keeping themselves safe. It has also forced them to just be the team that plays the edge, while everyone else has already scrambled for center control. As you can see from the north, though, K9 Esports and Thunder Gods are looking to move in. Now, that is going to be a clash between the two sides once they reach the edge of the circle.
But speaking of which as well, look at this interesting split coming from Reckoning Esports. They've done the exact same thing yesterday, and today they're still trying to replicate it as well. There's just so much space control coming for them, and are they going to be able to get away from it with it? It's going to be the question as well, because yesterday, Miramar, amazing. But this is Erangel we're talking about as well. We've got Levi all by himself in Mansion. We've got the rest of the teams all the way down south, and they're trying to take space, gather information. But if K9 finds one of them and decides that that's not a four-man party and decides to slam them, they are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this plan of theirs could backfire, but K9 Esports, I think right now dealing with a different decision that they need to make. The players from Thunder God have been spotted out by the lads from K9 Esports, but they were kind of confused if they wanted to stay back, set up for a fight, or prioritize their rotation for a call being given by the IGL. The entire team's moves inside of the play zone. On the other side of things, True Rippers spotted out by 7 aces mid-rotation. Shots fired, but True Rippers, they do manage to stay safe, stay alive for the next few moments, but peek up. Lost 2 players very early in the game at the hands of Naksh Mysterious 4. They're playing the center, but they can't really do a lot from there.
Yeah, but at the same time, so you can see True Rippers desperately trying to keep that hovercraft alive here. Harsh trying his best to actually protect his way through, while Jelly is already into the center control and decides that, hey, there's just too many people in the center. Decides to regroup and find a small little hunker spot to actually hunker down, which, again, True Rippers hasn't exactly found a lot of spots yet because every single team is on the move and trying to skirm their way in. Same can be said for 8-Bit, who's just about to chime in. Wingard coming from Milta City as well is going to be the first team that 8-Bit sees from the south side. From north side, K9 is going for a split to kind of get information. Kalinka Esports going for an interesting approach as well. They are on towards the intersections here in this, I would say, rabbit hole to kind of play for the endgame zones, but seems like Reckoning Esports, they have decided to group up 3 players. Maybe actually all 4 here inside these houses.
Yeah, I think all of them have regrouped. And they're going to be aware of the presence of K9 Esports as well. Levi getting the info for the team. This could get very uneasy for the players of Reckoning. You look on the radar, Kalinga Esports, they have their lines of fire for this compound as well. They are turning their heads in this direction, but Reckoning Esports, I think they're just patiently waiting for anyone to get overconfident in that open field and just charge for that compound. Reckoning Esports is just going to spray down anyone they see.
This is such an awkward spot to be in here for K9. Mysterious 4 finally gets a couple shots in. Fragger now forces K9 to make a reactive move, and you can see they are panicking as of yet, trying to get into a safety. Fortunately for them, not a lot of teams are taking shots as well, but K9, they are out in the open, and Mysterious Force is going to be on the hunt for K9 as of yet.
The only thing that's going against the game plan of Naksh Mysterious 4 is the fact that their compound, their cover position was forced outside the play zone. So they will have to step out of their comfort zone, try and see if they can set up a play against the players of K9 Esports, but 8-Bit, they might just run into a trap, and well, it springs into action. Krax finds the opening against the players of 8-Bit, skips, knocked and finished off. Instead of reacting, instead of continuing to make the pounds, 8-bit, they want to move out, but I don't think Juicy's going to make it through. I see from one trap, it seems like 8-bit run into another one. Stuck between 7 Aces and Thunder God. They're going to be forced outside to stay in the blue zone.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky as well. Stage 4 is about to begin in 4 seconds as well. 8-bit, they need to try and find themselves the reset here and then push through. Because as if yet, the circle is going to shift to the west side, and 8-bit still outside the zone. They are going to swing wide here, but little did they know they're going to be running into even more teams, because on the northeast corner, there's Mysterious 4, there's K9, there's Reckoning Esports, there's just so many teams. Oh my goodness, 8-bit is about to walk in towards a disaster.
Yeah, surviving this, it's going to be close to impossible, and same goes for teams like Vanguard, teams like K9 and Naksh Mysterious 4. K9, in fact, already put under pressure by the players of Reckoning. Ninja Boy, a sliver of HP to work with, and he tries to push Roman, gets knocked out. Omega and Knight are stuck in that open field right behind him. They can't do anything to save their teammate. They're trying to run for their lives. And 8-bit, I see they use all of this distraction and find a break inside of the play zone. They are the ones leading the charge. On the other side of things, True Rippers against Wingard. 3 players knocked out. Wingard almost having the wind knocked out of their lungs. But True Rippers, they're not doing any good either. 2 players knocked out. Ronnie dropped extremely low, and Jelly, he's fighting for his life.
Oh my goodness, Ronnie, he's got a shack to work with. Molotovs has been dropped off as well. Ryzen trying to zone him off, but at the same time, Ronnie actually gets naded off, and this is going to be a knock coming in from Wingard Esports. And right now, Ryzen, he has an opportunity to save APS, but they do get third party here as 7 Aces looking to go for the slam. Ryzen still deciding if he wants to pick himself up, but guess what? We have a 4th party, and that's going to be ORB that joins the fray, and Wingard will be the first to fall, but next is going to be potentially True Rippers as well, because Jelly has been left all by himself inside this game.
Yeah, he's just running for his life now, trying to see if he can get a few placement points from this match. It's not going to be easy, though. But what a cheeky move from ORB. They show up, grab themselves a quick point, and then just instantly back off. 7 Ace on the other side, left a little bit confused. It seems like they are not able to spot out that man from True Rippers lying right next to them. Reckoning Esports, the cleanup continues as they keep pummeling the players of Naksh Mysterious 4. Goku knocked out, should be an easy frag conversion for the players of Reckoning, and in fact, they are going to go for a squad wipe. Naksh Mysterious 4 eliminated from this match.
Well, nicely done here, coming from Reckoning Esports, but seems like, ooh, wow, Sahil. What a spot, though.
Yeah.
Insane spot onto the members coming from P-Cup. But on the contrary as well, now they are taking some heat. Levi getting knocked here by members from K9. And where was that shot from as well? Because it seems like Kane. Wow, that's a 300-meter shot here. Was it Omega that actually got the knock?
Nah, that was Knight.
Oh my goodness, Knight.
I mean, still impressive. That was quite a distance away. And let's see, though. It keeps drawing attention to the players of K9 Esports. There's just 2 left, so position in this game, it's quite dire. Same goes for Jelly. He's the last man alive for his team, and True Rippers, they just have 3 points from this match so far. And we spoke about it, I see. True Rippers do not have a lot of games today, just 2 matches. So they need to convert those games. Reckoning Esports, well, I guess today is the day where Reckoning starts to build their momentum. We were talking about this before the matches began, expecting a comeback from the players of Reckoning. And, well, they just spot out the 2 remaining players from P-Cup Esports. Easy frags in the back for Reckoning Esports.
They've lost Sahil in the process, but they're still fragging out. But with the circle forcing them to push even further as well. Reckoning Esports, their job's not done. They have to keep pushing through. But this time, Vanguard is there to intercept. Lavish gets a little bit of love taps coming through, and they decide to reposition away. Vanguard going to give chase, knowing that they are backs against the wall. Harry Potter is going to be in play, but he's not exactly in zone. Reckoning Esports needs the reset, and Vanguard is not letting them off the hook here. Nades are coming in. A beautiful nade from Crypto from the side of Vanguard. They might look for an opportunity to push through, but seems like the first nade is good, but the second, will it be good? Almost connecting on Lavish, but it seems like they don't want to overcommit, except for Insidious though. He's not too happy. He needs those points.
Oh, but look at this, the third party on the players of Reckoning Esports. The finish gets taken by Omega from the side of K9, and this could be the door being opened for the players of Vanguard, but do they realize that now it's just 2 men from the side of Reckoning Esports that are blocking their way? Nade after nade, nothing goes through the window. And Levi and Lavish, they're just left waiting for the players of Reckoning to make this bounce. They're just buying time. Vanguard, they are outside, close to the edge of the blue. So they're going to be the ones forced to move out, forced to make a bounce against the players of Reckoning Esports. I'm more concerned about those two vehicles in the back lines. That's the players of K9 Esports who are just circling that open field like vultures. They're waiting for Vanguard and Reckoning to knock each other out so they can take away these finishes.
Insane stuff from K9. I wouldn't lie here. Two players playing as if it's a four-man roster. There's just insane insanity in play. Meanwhile, inside the south side of the zone here, seems like ORB having a little bit run in here with 8-Bit. Like you said as well, 8-Bit was able to find an opener push through. But 8-Bit, they're down towards the last three players. Or in this case, make that, well, they get a little bit of a nice pick off here because ORB, they lose Cyrus. Ahmad now looking to try and run them over. He's going to try and go for the slam. Unfortunately, no connection so far. And even 7-Ace comes in, but nobody is knocked from 8-Bit. But it does cause a little bit of commotion because 8-Bit now, they're in a lot of trouble right now. They're getting completely ran over. ORB, what am I watching? What a tag team from ARP and 7-Aces.
And in fact, 7-Ace themselves are getting third-partied in the back by the players of Vanguard. What is going on in this match? And the circle, I hope it just takes a hard shift away from these teams again, moves up north. I like how chaotic things have gotten. Vanguard, they're getting shot at by the players of Last Starday. K9 hasn't given up yet for some reason today. Omega is the one getting these finishes. He's going after the players of Red Force now. And let's see how that entire conflict lost. But I think Vanguard again realized that, wait a second, we weren't completely done just nading those lads inside of the Wizard Tower a few moments ago. They continue the process, this time though on Raiden, who's hiding inside of that smoke.
I really like that 8-Bit, Vanguard, Reckoning, and K9 is just playing so serious. Meanwhile, we have 7-Aces.
That drive-through was hilarious.
And they're just playing bumper cars right now, but it seems like Lavish now having a little bit of attention here. He does find one knock, but he does go down. Levi trying to go in for the clutch, but Vanguard will look to clean them all up here. 10 finishes in the bag, and the momentum from Vanguard continues from yesterday.
Man, this is just phenomenal performance coming from Vanguard. As you mentioned, they built this momentum yesterday, and today it's just carrying them to new heights. 50 points on the overall leaderboard so far. 10 finishes in this game. And I think considering they still have all 4 players alive and intact, they just need the saving grace, the favor from the circle to secure this chicken dinner. This could be a big match from the side of Vanguard.
Oh my god.
Look at that, beautiful.
Oh, 8-Bit actually survived it. Oh, Raiden is going to be the last man standing somehow. His teammates has been gobbled up, and never mind. Insidious says, you know what, let's join the bumper card team. And they are going to be able to get in for a slam. 7-Aces, leaving only Coda remaining. He sees the entirety of Vanguard, but he's all by himself. Meanwhile, on the southwest corner, GenX FNO is going to be joining the mix as well, as Riot Nations hunker down in those shelters. But Kalinga Esports finally joins the fight here. This is the first time we've seen Kalinga Esports finally engaging.
This I agree. This is the first fight they are proactively pushing for, but it's not looking like a good push. It's not a good bounce. I see 2 players knocked out from the side of Kalinga Esports. And Archit, he's stuck, wondering what to do. Dip OP shows up looking for the frag, but gets punished. GenX FM, what was that move? A lot of questionable decisions from the side of GenX FM and both Kalinga Esports. But luckily, these teams are still alive. GenX FM at least get eliminated. Kalinga Esports is still left with a 4-man roster. And they have 4 eliminations. Wow.
Oh my goodness, they're just playing for positions as of yet. They're doing a fantastic job pushing through, but they're not exactly in the zone. They need to find a way to push through. Riot Nation still resetting themselves inside the shelters, and Kalinga is going to be blocking them off onto his entrance. But joining them is going to be the Red Force as well, as they are going to be on the other side of the shelter region here. So Kalinga Esports, they are safe for now. Meanwhile, K9 Esports, they're still in the game.
Yes.
Omega and Knight is still hunting for loose stragglers.
Well, they are hunting for loose stragglers, but I don't think Omega realizes that he's just trying to pick off or pick a fight against the players of Red Force. So he was going for a 1v3. Very risky over there, but I guess maybe trying to hide in plain sight because there's Red Force, Riot Nations, and Kalinga Esports. 3-way showdown, so theoretically, K9 Esports can just keep their heads down below the dip and stay protected. But towards the southern edge, I think this is the fight that decides the winning team of this game. Vanguard against Lestade and Dionysus. What a brilliant way to kick things off. Finds 2 knocks. The finishes are coming through, and Vanguard now have the upper hand in this game.
This has to be the best performances I've seen from Dionysus, but as soon as I say this, Vanguard may have taken a little bit of tumble here. Lestade now down to his last player here. Joyash is the last man alive, and Vanguard gets the full reset. However, Jelly from the back lines is looking to try and chime in. Can he get it? Is going to be the question as well. Jelly is being very sneaky. How is this guy still alive? But Kalinga Esports from the far fray, he cannot pick down. Vanguard is still resetting his way through. Trippers. He's got to make the play of his life. Jelly, are you kidding me?
It's so close right now that if Jelly crawls just a few inches furthermore, he will be within the range of fire for the players of Kalinga Esports. They saw him make that run. They were taking those shots, but they can't really pin down his pixels. Oh, no. All right, gets spotted out by Vanguard, and Insidious just runs him over. There goes True Rippers, but Vanguard is up at 16 eliminations right now. This is just phenomenal.
What an insane run here coming from Vanguard. But they have to thank Kalinga Esports, because if not, Jelly would have been able to scout them out and take them out. But a nice little reset here, but we are down towards the final 6 teams, and K9 is still alive as Omega and Knight finally pushes through. They're looking to try and chime in, but Red Force has not been playing aggressive at all. They're still inside the shelter itself. Kalinga Esports down towards the last 2 players, and it is all about going for a little bit split here. Wait, Kalinga Esports 4 players. Where's the other 2? 2 out here, 2 underneath?
I guess so. Maybe just trying to deal with the players of Red Force. Where are they? Well, doesn't matter. Omega from Kalinga Esports finds an opening against Vanguard, so Kalinga should stay safe. Oh, he can get these finishes. It ricochets perfectly, and there it is. Finish secured. Downes is put on his knees, and this is the first time Vanguard have their back against the wall.
Oh my goodness, 16 finishes here. Dreams last man standing, and Kalinga Esports has got him in check as well. What a split from Kalinga Esports. 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Support fire from BMWI is going to force Dreams to rotate away. But Kalinga Esports now looking to clutch the winner chicken dinner. 5 finishes in the back. Great hole, great decisions. But it seems like Kalinga Esports has cleaned out the rest of the teams on top. And it's all about the battle of the moles here, as the teams underneath the shelter is going to be looking for placement points here. You can see Joyous trying to get some sort of placement points. Riot Nations is on the sides. And do they know there are a couple of sneaky rats inside is going to be the question as well, because Kalinga Esports has pretty much cleared out everything outside.
Yeah, there's no one left outside, but
well,
look at
K9.
Yep, and K9 is the only team, by the way, inside of the circle right now. With Vanguard out of the way, I think there is potential for K9 to actually walk away with the chicken dinner. Red Force, Lestade, Riot Nations, Kalinga. These teams are going to end up fighting each other, but as I say that, K9 Esports Omega gets knocked out at the hands of Dreams from the side of Vanguard. I wonder if a revive will come through. On the other side of things, Lestade have been eliminated from the game, and Red Force are finally picking a fight against Kalinga Esports, which is not really going too well for them.
Exactly, but Omega gets picked off as well. K9 Esports, they've done their fantastic job here to survive through to the top 5, but Vanguard here, Dreams, he's got a more heavy lifting to do here. He's got 5 finishes. Seems like he does see Red Force here. Gets a nice 2-tap on the hit. And that is going to be 1 player down and another point in the hands of Vanguard. Oh my god, what am I watching? Absolute domination coming in from Vanguard. Knight. Now it's going to be a battle of solo warriors here.
No ammunition, no utility.
Oh, that is rough. 1 bandages away. Only 1 Molotov for Knight. There's only so much you can do. But let's take a look at towards the DOA status as well. Kalinga Esports got 3 players, but everybody else is a solo warrior here. This has officially become a solo tournament for the top 2 position.
Yeah, pretty much, I think, because with that man advantage, it's sure that Kalinga Esports are going to be walking away with the chicken dinner. And a decent one as well, by the way. 8 eliminations, not a shabby performance at all. But the most impressive team in this particular match, one has to be Vanguard. 18 eliminations. They were playing like an absolute unit. And second for me, apart from Kalinga, has to be K9 Esports. They lost 2 players super early inside of the game, but still somehow are there inside of the top 4 of this match.
Well, the first one eliminated here is going to be the Red Force. Dollars is still underground. Kalinga Esports is going to go for the white spread here to pick off the remaining 2 players outside. While Dollars, I don't know how much space he has left as well, because it seems like the circle is going to shift where Archit is potentially in. And I'm not sure if underground does stretch all the way down there here, because we don't really have a map layout.
Yeah, it's stage 9 as well, so it's the end game. And I think it's just a matter of time before these players end up buying the dust. But Knight, he decides to move out into the open, spots out one player. Dreams taking shots on Archit, does find the knock. And now Kalinga Esports, they're down a player. Knight, he's looking for an opening. If Kalinga Esports lose another man, this could potentially end up in a 1v1, but Knight has no utility, which is a big problem. Trying his level best to finish second for his team. Well, he makes it into the top 2. It's a 1 versus 2 situation. Knight versus Omega and Owen.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be tough as well. He's down to his last 60 bullets. Oh boy, AUG, Red Dot, no util, 1 bandage, he goes for the 3, he finds 1 more! Now it comes down to a 1 versus 1! Owen versus K9 Esports looking to snatch the chicken dinner. He tags up Owen really low as well. He just might be able to do it. Oh my goodness. What am I watching? It comes down to moments like this. It's all about quietness. Knight, zone forcing him. Nade's being cooked for Owen. He needs to go for the swing. Owen cooking up the nade. It looks good. Oh, he tags it up pretty low. Pre-fires are coming in. But the zone. Owen is cooking up the nade. It's going to be low. It's going to be close. Knight dodges it, but he's outside the zone and he clutches it. K9 Esports actually wins the winner chicken dinner. Knight, you absolute beast. What did I just watch, Johnny? What was that?
What was that? What was that game, man? How is he allowed to walk away with a win like that? Kalinga Esports, they're going to be upset with that. Vanguard is going to be upset with that. And I can just picture the smile on Omega's face right now. Oh, no. Ouch.
K9 Esports has done one of the most impossible winner chicken dinners. They were picked off rather early. Omega and Knight played 2 players right from the get-go when there's like 14 over teams still alive, getting frags left, right, and center, and Knight was able to clutch the chicken dinner away from Kalinga Esports. Now, the biggest hot topic here is Knight overrated? Absolutely not.
Oh, I was going to say that Kalinga just throw the game was going to be a question, but oh man. Why did they not go for a revive on Archit? What was the problem there? Like, you have a 2 versus 1 situation. Just get your teammate back. That would have swung the odds in their favor. 14 points for K9 Esports, where they should have barely gotten like 1 or 2 points.
That is just insane stuff here coming from K9 Esports. But Knight and Omega, hats off to you guys. 2-man army survived the rest. But this circle was such an interesting one as well, because Kalinga Esports, they laid low for the longest time. It felt like they should have gotten the chicken dinner, but one mistake cost them the fight, and Dreams getting taken out by Dreams taking out one of the players from Kalinga from Vanguard just completely ruined it.
Pretty much, I think. And again, I think in terms of rotation, as you mentioned, Kalinga Esports and Vanguard, we have to give props to them. They took control of the center early. Vanguard, I think, chose to fight it out, which I like a little bit more, because Vanguard walked away with a lot of points, man, especially for those eliminations. And Kalinga on the other side, I think, 18 eliminations, 8 eliminations, 9 eliminations. It's a fair performance, but they could have done so much more. On the other front of things, K9 Esports, they did everything wrong, basically. Ran towards the fight as a 2-man unit, were playing out into the open with no cover available. At one point, they were rotating, if you remember, very early when they were moving in from Stalber Hill. They stopped mid-rotation to check if they wanted to fight Thunder Gods. Then they go back rotating inside of the play zone again. So decision-making was questionable, but still end up winning. So who am I, man? Enjoy the points. Celebrate the chicken dinner.
Exactly, but at the same time, we have to talk about the MVP of the match. Yes, obviously, Knight was able to clutch the chicken dinner, but Vanguard was the one that has been racking up some serious points as well. Dreams opening up for Knight was one of the biggest reasons why they were able to clutch the winner with the chicken dinner. But the top players from this game here, we do have 3 players in the mix here. It's going to be Dreams from Vanguard, Dionysus coming from Vanguard, and also Crypto. These are the 3 players which has made a name over the years in the lower tier lobbies, but this time they are shining, and guess what? They've got themselves 23 points, almost matching Nebula if they got the winner chicken dinner, but still a lot of points being vacuumed out by Vanguard.
Yeah, man, 19 eliminations, just 4 placement points. I think overall the aggregate looks nice, but as you mentioned, we would have loved to see Vanguard walk away with the chicken dinner in this game. On the other side, Kalinga Esports as well, 15 points, and for K9, this game was a save, basically. It could have been a disaster, but these 14 points, they should be gracious for them. Reckoning Esports, let's talk about Reckoning a little bit, because early stages of the match, we felt like Reckoning was going to do well when they were playing the Northern Edge. They went after the players of Nux Mysterious 4, they went after the players of K9 Esports as well. But then out of nowhere, Reckoning made a decision to switch from the Northern Edge to the Eastern Edge, ran into Vanguard and just died.
Yeah, they got a little bit too aggressive on the sides as well. But let's take a look at the finished damage report. Obviously, Vanguard, they had 3,000 damages because they were snatching up all these points. But were they the main instigators? No, I don't think so as well. Because I felt like the main instigators had to be Kalinga Esports from the northwest corner, and also, like you said, Reckoning Esports on the east side as well. But eventually Vanguard was able to capitalize on their mistakes because of one little play. It's called the bluff. This is one of the biggest, sickest bluff coming from K9 Esports because they played this as a 2-man roster, giving the impression that they are a 4-man roster. So everybody stayed away from K9 Esports on the north side. And I don't know how this bluff worked, but with this winner chicken dinner, they're currently sitting on the 9th position, and well, obviously they have lesser matches to play for today, but that is a good foundation for them to try and chase for the top 8.
Yeah, man, that was a save and nothing else, as you mentioned. Charging at teams and still making it work. But Vanguard, I think, find themselves in a very brilliant spot. As you mentioned, I think the chase for Nebula from Vanguard, it is going to look very fun to follow. On the other side of things, Kalinga Esports barely squeezed themselves inside of the top 8, 41 points right on the 8th position. But as we move forward, I think a lot of the other names that are in this mix, teams like 7 Ace, they also picked up the pace in that previous game. We saw Riot Nations do kind of decent. And I think TDR as well is slowly and steadily building up that pace. But again, from here, from the second page, teams need a big game to make that bounce back and close the gap against top 8.
Now, every single team needs somewhat of a big game as of yet here, because pulling the gap here obviously is going to be one of those teams, is going to be Vanguard, and as of yet, Nebula Esports, the 2 teams that is setting the benchmark for the top 2 in particular. So I would say, again, I put the potential cutoff, 120 points is where you want to be, somewhere in the safety net for semifinals. And so far, the closest to that potential point is going to be Vanguard and Nebula as of yet.
This is quite interesting. You say 120. I was talking to Spero earlier, and for him, 105 was already quite high to be the cutoff point.
Okay. I might be wrong, but again, I feel like safety net is 120.
Yeah, I'm just going to take 105 to 120 then. That 15-point gap is mine.
Okay, fair enough. But at the same time as well, what a big game here coming from K9, Nebula Esports, and also Vanguard as well. Myth also clutching the first chicken dinner for today. Yeah. But now this next upcoming match here is going to be a little bit of a switch up as well. We are going to be bringing out Group A and D, and Myth is going to be back as well. Are they going to be able to build a little bit of momentum here to try and get the second winner with chicken dinner?
Oh, it's going to be interesting because it's not just Myth. Nebula is going to be back as well. And then again, I think a lot of other teams like Nornex who were aggressive in the first match that they played, we were seeing Nornex do well, just like the same Nornex that we saw during the grind stages. That's the team that I have been wanting to see for the longest time. Today it seems like they showed up. So I'm going to be hopeful. Maybe they bring in a few more points, get to see them walk away with the chicken, hopefully.
Hopefully as well. But all things considered here, day 2 of the wildcard has been insane as well. We are seeing teams after teams pulling up pocket strategies, desperation attempts, and for K9 to have one of the sickest desperation attempt at snatching the chicken dinner, that's pretty impressive as well, because we are going to be expecting more games like this, especially even for Nebula Esports, which again, their chicken dinner was nothing shy of impressive here in day number 2. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be replicating the same. But for now, we're going to be taking a very little bit of short break.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, an impressive win for the players of K9 Esports. But guess what? They're going to be forced back into a break. We're going to have Group A step back in for the action. And joining me right now, it's going to be none other than Necro. First of all, that particular hilarious game of Erangel, your thoughts on that?
I mean, look, the fact that Knight was able to sort of save the day for his team, that's kind of insane. And now it feels like K9 Esports is relying too much on Knight. It's just that one man bringing in the hard work while the rest of the players nowhere to be seen. Maybe you can't say Ninja Boy as well, waking up to the occasion. But Omega and Slug, they're just taking a backseat.
Yeah, pretty much. But I think in case of Omega, we have gotten used to the fact that yes, it's just him taking care of the decision-making and not really that much in terms of the fragging potential or the frag power for the roster. But Slug, I think this drop in form from Slug has me a little bit concerned. We know he's one of the 3 pillars for the side of K9 Esports, because even back in the days it was Slug, Beast and Ninja Boy. Now it's Slug, Knight and Ninja Boy, but Slug still needs to perform. Yeah,
to be honest now, look for Slug. He's a complete different conversation. Slug's playstyle has always been around the off angles, right? He will let his teams take the fight and then he will go around the off angles, try and form some sort of flank and get the advantage towards his team. But if the fight is just not happening in a proper way, there's no possible way you're going to set up Slug for success. And that's been the main problem with K9 Esports. Whenever you look at the fights, you will see the individual players just getting picked off in a weird manner. But hey, something else that's not going to be weird. It's also the Discovery Island that's currently out inside of the game. And we already know the prize pool for this BGIS 2026, it's supposed to be 4CR, but you guys need to keep on grinding the game because you are going to be the one to boost that prize pool all the way up to 4CR.
Let's see if we are able to take it all the way towards 4CR as you mentioned. But for now, we are going to take a look at the teams playing the next map. It is again going to be the map of Erangel, although we have Inimicals, Nebula, Blind Rippers, basically the entirety of Group A joining us again, going up against Group D. Reckoning Esports, that previous game, and I want to say the same thing for 7 Aces as well. There was signs of a big performance coming up, but then all of a sudden first Reckoning fades away and 7 Aces. I do not know what that decision was of just running towards the players of 8-bit while you know you are being charged by Vanguard from the rear.
Look, for some reason I really hate to say this, but the Undergod teams, they're just making too many mistakes now. They're cracking under that pressure. We're not really seeing a lot of these Undergods actually live up to the name. Because if you look at the top 8, it's just all the known names slowly and steadily climbing up. Nebula Esports getting that massive game. K9 Esports as well getting that previous game. Hick Bozon is right there. Vanguard is right there. Victor Sumas is there. So it's just all the known names constantly dominating and the newer names struggling. For a moment we thought maybe a team like FTR can do a lot better. But look at FTR. On the latter half of the board, pretty much around the bottom. Which is a really bad thing if you look at it.
I mean, it's horrible. It's a nightmare that they have to live through, but fortunately there is still hope. A few big games can help them turn things around, although we're gonna have to see when those big performances come through. For now, will Nebula just make their lead even bigger? We're gonna find that out on Erangel.
We've got some big names in these group as well, and especially speaking of Nebula, yes, they do have to win to the sales. After getting a massive chicken dinner like that, Nebula's confidence is supposed to be in Cloud9. And we already know what happens when Nebula gets in the groove. We might just see them grow extremely aggressive in the map and just straight up go for those battles head on. Looking at the plane flat path starting all the way from Yasna Poliana towards Sisnoka military base. Now this plane flat path heavily tilted on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to head on towards Hospital, Georgia Pool, it's going to be a real rough stretch.
Yeah, it's going to be a long distance that they have to travel. But again, another Eastern flight path, back-to-back. This one a little bit better than what we just witnessed on the Erangel before this. And we'll have to see, though, are the teams that like to play from the western half of the map, are we going to see those early drop clashes? For a team like Reckoning Esports, I think this is much better. They just dealt with that awkward rotation of dropping close to Milta and then moving towards Rozok and school position. This time they just get to glide through, but unfortunately it's not just them. They are going to be forced to deal with the players of 7 Ace and Wingard over there.
BR as well, just heading towards Stalberg Kameshki, so for them, it's going to be an easy stroll. Yasna Poliana completely uncontested. It's sort of weird. Wingard Esports heading towards those gas station of Yasna Poliana. Then you will also see Reckoning Esports, 7 Aces in the close proximity.
Lipovka.
That's going to be another potential drop clash. Lipovka, as you mentioned, you've got RF, which is going to be Red Force against ORB, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it is ORB, and it's going to be a very early fight between the two sides.
No, it's not ORB, it's someone else. ORB is all the way on military base.
Oh, wow.
So I think that's Nebula. No,
Oh,
that's
it's
Hig
Bozon. Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah. Flipovka is not a position you see a lot of early drop fights in, but if there is a drop fight in Lipovka, it becomes unavoidable. The city isn't big enough for two teams to go for loot. But based on how these teams have been performing so far in this tournament, Necro, I think this fight should go in the favor of Hig Bozon Esports. They're doing much better than the players of Red Force on the overall leaderboard, at least.
These drop collisions are just so weird. If you look at the southern side of the map as well, you see so many teams just right next to each other. There's TDR, 8-Bit, Nonix, and I think there's also Nebula in that mix. It's just looking real weird. 7 Aces around School, and there's also Reckoning Esports around Rozok side. It's just been a weird scuffle so far. Hig Bozon locking horns against RF and Red Force. They probably do want to start things off in the advantage. But Hig Bozon is someone that's not going to be a regular opponent. They're not going to make this one look that easy. And since Hig Bozon as well, they're doing really good in the overall standings. They probably do want to run away with that same pace.
I think we've seen them convert multiple fights before. This should not be a difficult one for Hig Bozon. And as you were talking about weird things inside of this game, I think one of the weirdest things for me, at least, was Wingard Esports just moving past Rozok just a few seconds ago. They should have moved out a while back. They dropped along with the players of 7 Ace and Reckoning Esports, but I guess keeping their players safe was a priority, so they took their sweet time in rotating towards Northern Georgia Pole. On the other side, utility exchange between Red Force and Hig Bozon. No contact from either side. Checker, though. This is a brilliant position just outside the broken wall, making sure he keeps track of the players of Hig Bozon. But the nade, this could be the opener. It's not. Loses a chunk of his HP, but is still alive. And in fact, finds an opening against the player of Hig Bozon. Omega gets knocked out.
Yeah, it was a real important knock. Stun grenades tossed out as well to get that man out of commission, at least as of now, but that's not going to be the case. Hig Bozon dropping down in body slowly and steadily. Omega and his teammate completely done and dusted. There's no possible way you can get that revival towards Omega. Bunny in the backlines, and Bunny knows to deal with Red Force now, it just got even tougher. A 2-on-4 scenario seems impossible, but still it's Hig Bozon we're speaking of. Things can be turned around. Looking at the choice of weaponry, the man's got a Vector and a pump shotgun. Not exactly something that's going to get him the advantage, but he gets the first shot and instantly backs away up.
Oh man, Trax is so lucky to still be alive. The support from his teammate keeps him on his feet, but Hig Bozon, they still find a knock. 6 eyes, he gets taken out. Red Force, they're going to be looking for a reset. It's not going to be an easy one, though.
Oh no, now they just want to make the pounds, but Hig Bozon really keeping him on the edge. The man advantage is still with the boys in the front, but for some reason Red Force not pressing the matters with that. Bunny and his teammate now reuniting once again. Omega still knocked out in the backlines, but Bunny knows getting that revival is not important. Instead, giving the backup is important, and Hig Bozon slowly and steadily potentially converting this fight. Another man in the front is taken down real low, and Bunny knows the peak is coming soon. He was holding that angle, but eventually even Bunny gets wrapped up, and Hig Bozon, that's going to be it from them in this game.
Valiant effort from the players of Hig Bozon, but I think the fight was lost when they lost the first two players. Big advantage in the players of Red Force Esports, but it could have gone either way, to be honest, with Trax, MD17 losing their footing. Somehow Red Force still managed to keep their numbers intact. 4 finishes to kick off this game. But Hig Bozon, I don't think they are going to be too upset with this early exit, Necro. They're still doing quite well, sitting third. As we see, well, that's not their actual rank. They have 50 points on the overall leaderboard, but they are in a safer bracket, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. And Nebula Esports is the only team that's got a massive lead in the overall.
Yep.
They're just in a league of their own. They've got that cushion to work with as well, and if Nebula keeps on moving up with that same cushion, they will be unstoppable. Adi as an IGL just has been so impressive, man. So consistent. Every single tournament you will see this guy with new players, and somehow he just knows how to squeeze out that performance. He's just that good.
Well, hopefully this year is going to be a year we see Nebula again back on the podium. But Let's see how things turn out in this game. They were playing the center close to Potato Hill, and there's a cluster forming there with Reckoning Esports, Myth, Tenzin. So there might be conflicts building up, but we saw this from 8-Bit in the previous game of Erangel as well. This time, their rotation timing has been dropped. Now playing for the late game. Still starting from Primorsk.
Yeah, for 8-Bit, things have been a little bit delayed. The Blues on the move as well, chipping away some damage, but it's fine. It's just the stage 1. It's not going to do a lot of damage. But you guys, once again, a reminder, Discovery Island's already out outside of the game. Keep on grinding it so that you can stand a chance to boost the BGIS 2026 prize pool all the way up to 4 CR. We are really close, so keep on grinding it. And you can also earn free in-game rewards while doing so. So it's a win-win situation for both of us.
Not just both of us, I think everyone.
Yeah, for everyone.
Just not you, Necro.
Yeah, we're not winning anything. It's the players that are winning something.
It's the players. It's for you guys in the future, I guess, if next year you are going to be competing in BGIS. Hopefully we'll have Discovery Island again, but Tenzin, seems like they know there's teams around them. They just don't know how many and how many players they might have to deal with. So all three teams, in fact, Nebula, Reckoning, and the players of Tenzin are just circling the summit of that Potato Hill. But a recap of Red Force taking on the players of Higg Boson. Impressive fight, I have to say, and especially that 2 versus 4 standoff even from Bunny and Hero. I enjoyed it quite a lot.
Yeah, it was pretty good. For Red Force, the fact that they won that fight, I did not expect that.
True.
I thought Red Force is done the moment I saw them lock their horns against Higg Boson, but no. Higg Boson crumbled. Circle once again taking a centric shift. Oh, Johnny, it's going to be a standard game. We are going to be seeing the action being delayed for a long time. 8-Bit still all the way back in Primorsk. You know I'm never a big fan of late game rotation, and 8-Bit is actually doing that, so let's just hope it's going to be working out well for them.
It's not just them, it's Thunder Gods as well. Both the teams not really doing too well in that previous game, and now I think they might just lock horns as they try to breach inside the play zone. But as you were talking about the circle, I think the cluster being present towards the southern half of this play zone is going to make this game very chaotic now. You see Aesthetic already moving out, and they don't have a lot of space to work with. Orb is pushing them in the rear. Myth is waiting for them in the front. There's not a lot of room for this team to breathe in and utilize to just try and survive. They're making a run of their lives for the Potato Hill, but there's someone waiting for them. It's Riot Nations.
Yeah, even ORB needs to be on the move. There's so many teams just in a tricky spot, including Myth. At least for Myth, you can say they found themselves around the off-centric part, so it's okay. Aesthetics is out in the open as well, making that rotation from the hilltop. Finding that pit stop as of now. It's not the best possible spot, but it's going to keep them inside of the race for a long time. I do not like that spot, by the way. It's so easy to counter. Shots taken against Blind Rippers, and they're on the move. Blind Rippers have been really blind today. For some reason, they're just lost in the game.
Yeah. Not really the performance that we expected in the wildcard stages from Blind Rippers. And it's been the case since yesterday. It's 19 points on the board. And this time around, I think Boy's position is compromised as well. 6i seems to be searching the ridge like he knows there is a lad stuck. His team moving away, and Necro from the north. I think we might see Wildcard Esports as well move in and try and join the action. Maybe look for a point.
Maybe. Nonix around the southern side. So for Nonix, once again, replicating a good performance is what they're exactly searching. Aesthetics position is compromised as well. As I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of that spot. Too exposed. There's too many angles you can be pressured from. Be it from the top, from the sidelines, from the front is right the apartments. So yeah, it's a real bad spot. The next circle. Where is it going to be shifting? Takes another shift once again. School and school apartments now being the prime spot. A lot of the eyes will be on top of that. But Wildcard Esports, that late game rotation sort of works out pretty well. For 8-Bit, you can count them out. There's no way.
Yeah, I don't think it works out. Unless, I think...
They get lucky.
Unless they get lucky and they move along the western edge, breach in from Rozhok, and no one is present in Rozhok. But as we see the circle move, the teams start to move out. Non-X, they're going to be the first ones taking casualty at the hands of the players of Myth. 3 players left, still taking shots. Non-X, they need to realize they need to be on the move as soon as possible. Otherwise, all of the circumference of the play zone, it's going to be occupied, and there's going to be so many gatekeepers to deal with.
I mean, already all the good spots are taken away. You have to adjust now. 8-Bit is also one of the late breachers. They spot the players of Myth right in front. It's going to be such an awkward engagement. You already know it. They have the hovercraft to play with, but is that really going to make a big difference? That's my question. Myth spotted too. Shots are being taken against 8-Bit. Myth is on the run. Do not even want to entertain that. Just want to place themselves in a good spot inside of the circle. That's their main goal. Slowly and steadily, 8-Bit heading around Riot Nations. This is not going to be a good scuffle at all. 8-Bit's going to find themselves already in a massive disadvantage. So many shots were taken on that hovercraft that he has to back away.
And of course, you have to worry about the line of fire from the teams in the surrounding vicinity. But Riot Nations, Adi, no one spotted him. They don't have info about him being quite close. Easy is blocking the flank, but Myth, they're still not done with trouble. They spot out the players of TDR. Mahavir, he goes down. Myth is just running around the map, picking off whoever they see. 2 points picked off.
Oh no, shots. Real deadly. And pretty close as well. TDR's on the run still. Myth, they haven't found a proper breaching point yet. The position they're in currently, it's still outside of the circle, by the way.
Yeah.
And if they do want to breach inside of the circle, it means taking a fight against Aesthetics. But as of now, Aesthetics, even they're on the move. Giving away the hilltop just like that to the boys of Myth. And Myth is going to capitalize onto it. If Myth wants, they can actually take a fair share of that Rozhok as well in their hands. But it's not a good spot to be in inside of the circle. That's the problem. And if you do move inside of Rozhok, getting out's going to be impossible.
By the way, 8-Bit has moved in, taking control of the center of the play zone right now. This could be a brilliant position, but they already have the attention of Red Force and the players of 7 Ace right next to them.
The moment the circle moves away from this spot,
yeah,
it's done. They're done so.
And I think it's going to happen soon, man. I mean, let's see. Maybe stage 3, stage 4. Yeah, they already pushed towards the southeastern edge now. But I think Aesthetic are going to be quite upset with themselves. Weren't they just in school? Then they moved to Rozhok. And now the circle is forming around school.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Aesthetics, I don't even know how would you actually give that position away to someone else. It was a pretty good position. You could have held down that school.
Yeah.
Set up your defenses accordingly. Playing a good stance, but instead Aesthetics were just on the move towards Rozhok. But luckily enough for Aesthetics, they're not out yet. They're still inside of the circle in an okay spot. It's not bad. Thunder Gods Esports from the back is going to be applying that constant pressure. Maybe Myth as well from the sidelines. Can definitely be a little bit of a pain. Inimical's on the move. They just want to ram their vehicles probably around the apartments. And that's what they do.
A mad dash coming through from Inimicals, and they lose 2 bodies, but Garv and Ferno actually managed to make it through. By the way, one of the most intense fights right now is happening outside of the play zone. It's Nebula taking on the players of Riot Nations. Both the teams conflict initiated mid-rotation, and Nebula, they are taking a massive beating. Adi, he's the last man left alive. Riot Nations, they're causing a riot. Adi is fighting for his life. Easy with an 8, should be able to get these frags for his team. He knows where the players are, or maybe not. Riot Nations, they're assuming Nebula is going to be outside. Phoenix drawing all the attention upon himself. And Nebula, they start to make a comeback in this fight.
Yeah, but the man still gets re-knocked. Situation in the advantageous side for Riot Nations. And that's why Riot Nations is just constantly pressing upon the matters even more. Adi got a bit too ahead of himself. He pushed in, and even he gets knocked out. Riot Nations still a chance they can recover easily. Riot Nations has the man advantage, but now they're also getting shot at by Reckoning Esports from the sidelines. And Nebula, they somehow close things off. It was taken down to a 1v1 in the end. A bit of a help coming through from Reckoning Esports. But now it's time for Reckoning Esports to make that push and third party this compound. Reckoning Esports surrounding the compounds like Vulture. They are watching out for Nebula Esports to take an exit. But instead, Phoenix just backs away from the back.
I think this is going to be the end for Nebula as well. Phoenix, he's trying to make a mad dash for the play zone, but it's a lot of open space. And Adi, no matter what anyone says, Adi should today write a thank you note to Roman from the side of Reckoning Esports for saving Nebula over there. Things were looking so bad, but Phoenix somehow does manage to make his way towards school apartments and should be able to stay alive for a decent bit inside of this match. Although still sharing and being neighbors with the players of Non-X 8-bit on the other side. Sarang gets knocked out, trying to crawl towards his teammate Skips with the smokes. Wanted to help him, but shots through the window. 7 ace. They get a knock, and the finish conversion comes through. Reckoning actually take away that point. Wow.
8-bit's getting choked. They just can't do anything. Compounds out in the open. Every single possible move made by 8-bit is being witnessed by everyone on the lobby. They're just too exposed. And that's why 8-bit taking an exit from that compound also seems impossible. 8-bit, you should have been a little bit quicker in making that rotation straight up. You guys rotated inside of the circle too late. And Nebula having a look at the replay once again on how exactly Nebula lost that fight. Or not lost that fight. Sort of win it by the help of Reckoning Esports, but they lost this initial scuffle in the house.
Hey man, if you have to rely on a third party to come out on top, I think that was a loss. So you were correct. And Riot Nations, I have to say though, brilliant reaction from Riot Nations. They started the fight with a man down, but were still able to find those trades and basically equalize things against the players of Nebula Esports. Had that third party not been there, who knows? Nebula would have been the one sitting in the lobby again.
Oh, but look at this. Wildcard Esports, they've had enough, straight up charging in towards this compound and somehow winning the duel as well, eliminating Inimicals from this game. That's massive. Wildcard Esports desperately needed those points as well. Inimicals messed up big time, and now Red Force as well. What am I even watching? How are these teams allowed to rotate in so freely? And look at that! It's such a massive blunder! The vehicles collide! It was pretty much a friendly elimination that came through!
Red Force, they just get destroyed by every single one. Watching the apps right now, 7 ace got involved. Non-X, last frag being picked up by Phoenix from the side of Nebula Esports. But it's not over. Phoenix, he still has to deal with the players of 7 aces right next to him.
This is not the first time when Red Force has been eliminated by their own mistakes.
Yeah.
Even in the game of Rondo, Checker knocked himself out, and then Non-X pushed against him. And right now this happens. The vehicles just collide.
In the previous match of Erangel, they got stuck in the shelter compounds, the bunkers.
What's going on? It's like they're not going to wait for the opponents to force them to make the mistake. Instead, they will be the one to do it so that the opponents don't get the credit. Oh my god, that's 200 IQ.
I mean, hey, if how is the opponent supposed to read a plan that I don't even know exists?
I know, right? Low-key, kind of crazy. But Aesthetics, as of now, in a lot of problem. Out in the open, catching too much hurt upon themselves. Survival seems dire. In a dicey spot, too. Elimination is looming on top of their heads. Myth official just want to confirm those elimination points. And there we go. Follows up. Unrock taken care of. Reckoning Esports watching them as well. This nade's going to be spectacular as it finds another knock. Reckoning Esports slowly and steadily knowing the fact that they can actually be the one to come out on top in this fight as well, since they've got the man advantage big time. And they just keep on pressing up the matters even more. This nade, it's brilliantly placed. It's going to find the second knock Reckoning was searching for. Situation's down to a 3-on-1. It's just that one man in the front, and even he can't make a difference. He's cornered in a room, trapped, fighting for his life, begging for mercy, but that will be denied by Reckoning.
What a brilliant chokehold coming from the players of Reckoning Esports, as you mentioned, systematically destroying the players of ORB. And Reckoning, they were waiting for an opportunity like this. Plus, they get control of this main school building, man. Smack center of the circle. You know the teams playing the school apartments are going to end up fighting each other once the circle eventually moves out. So Reckoning, it seems like this is going to be the turning point for them on the overall leaderboard. Right now, they're there with 49 points, but I think this could potentially be a chicken dinner. And, well, it really can be for the players of Reckoning Esports, man. The circle just completely abandons the school apartments and shifts on the Rozhok Hill.
What is this circle constantly taking curveballing shifts?
Myth might just win this game as well. They have the high ground vision.
And now if you think about it, Aesthetics were not wrong with that position. They were just reading the future.
Yep, could be.
Leaving school area was actually a 200 IQ play, but it just did not work out. And as of now for 7 Aces, even they need a breakthrough off that death trap. BR is on the run. Zuxi is taken down, barely any sort of HP. The man was able to survive, but not anymore. Even his life gets cut apart. Blind Ripper's eliminated from the game, but how do you escape that death trap in the apartments?
It's close to impossible, man. You're going to need a lot of smokes to actually evade even the pressure from Reckoning Esports. But I think the best case scenario is just start racking up those elimination numbers. Teams are going to go out. If you have those finishes, they are going to work the same way. They give you points. And especially, I think there is going to be a lot of hope for a team like 7 Aces who have gotten 4 frags for themselves. There's, well, 4 more available right there on our screens.
7 Aces on the move. They want to back out from the back of these apartments. There we go, on the move once again. 7 Aces going for a long rotation. Hugging the blue because they know creating maximum distance is also going to make sure that the opponents keep on whiffing those shots. Now they finally do find a bit of that pit stop around the shack, but it's not the best spot since you've got Myth! And it's a firing squad! They melt down anyone that try to get towards that shack. Myth just has a clear line of sight, and you can't do anything about it.
A combined effort coming from the players of Myth and Reckoning Esports. And 7 Aces, well, they never get to reveal the ace up their sleeves. On the other side of things, Wingod, I think, might be the next ones in line as a lot of utility is being thrown in their faces by the players of Nonix. But as a distraction, Phoenix from the side of Nebula Esports finally shows up, reminding everyone that he's still alive, taking a fight, looking for a knock, finds it as well. Arthur gets taken out, and Nonix wondering what just happened. Where did this man show up from?
There we go. Anonymous finally putting that nail in the coffin. Phoenix eliminated from the game. Now, once again, even if you do manage to evade this entire apartment scenario, you're still not going to be able to survive anyways. So your job right now is to get as many elimination points as you can.
I'm a little bit surprised, Necro. I'm confused. Nonix just has 1 finish in the bag. That was the first finish they just got. What does this team mean up to?
4 placement points. That's going to be 5 points in total.
That's not really the performance I was expecting from Nonix today.
If you think at it from a bigger picture, that's fine. Nonix still has the last game to go. So maybe you can say in the last game they can try and compensate a little bit more. But in the overall standings, Nonix is pretty comfortable. They are, I think so, in the top 3 or top 4.
Hopefully they are able to maintain that spot till the very end. Because even in that previous game, things were looking shaky. Wingod.
So done.
Yeah. Even, I did not realize Myth actually got into a firing position to pick off Wingod.
Oh my god, the circle. It's done. It's Myth's game.
Yeah.
Literally, even the gods are just possessing Myth right now. They just want them to win. Even that school position from Reckoning Esports can't do anything about it. Myth is supposed to win. They're destined to win. And Myth has gotten so lucky today. It's insane. Even on the map Rondo, the circle was favoring them. And even right now, the circle is literally just gifting them the game.
The only reason Myth is there is because they went chasing after the players of Thunder Gods and Aesthetic. Yeah. Before that, because they were playing the Western Edge, the one reason they went towards Rozhok was to go after and pick off Aesthetic. They have 7 eliminations on the board. If they get this chicken, then I think Myth kind of solidifies themselves a spot inside of the top 8 with this. At least 4 today.
But this game has low-key being real weird.
The Erangels have been that way so far.
If you look at the circle, the way it was forming out, all the teams in the apartments, they were just done for. There was no possible way they could survive. And inside of the apartments was a major chunk. Yeah. And outside of the apartments were just 2 teams, which was Reckoning Esports and Myth. So you can say we already knew what the bottom 2 is going to look like. And as of now for Wingod Esports, this position is just not a good one. Myth from the top is just constantly raining down hellfire. Wingod Esports, they lose out on Ryzen 2. Infinity outside of the shack, just trying to play it as safe as possible. Even APS gets taken down. Wingod is eliminated pretty much.
Yeah, Wingod is done for. They were stuck in that compound. And again, we spoke about this. This was going to happen to the teams that were still stuck in school apartments when the circle moved towards Rozhok Hill. That all of them were going to get taken out either by Reckoning, Myth, or each other. You just had one option, one play that you could make, which was just start racking up elimination numbers. And I think that is what Nonix, Nebula were trying to do. But Infinity is fighting for his life. Utility getting lobbed in his face by the players of Reckoning Esports. That was a nice sticky bomb just lobbed right inside of the shack. But Infinity does manage to negate the damage. 4 versus 3 versus 1. But I think, as you said a few moments ago, Myth, very high chance they are going to walk away with a nice, big, juicy chicken dinner in this game. And even Reckoning are not going to be too upset about this performance. Top 3, 11 eliminations. This was a good game for Reckoning.
Man advantage with a positional advantage. Myth is supposed to win this game. There's no possible way Reckoning Esports can win it. Unless a miracle happens and just one man goes absolutely bonkers and eliminates everyone that's standing in the front. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Myth with all the 4 players standing, they've got the bridge, the high ground as well against Reckoning Esports. And speaking of Reckoning Esports, as you mentioned, yeah, it's been a pretty good game from them. 11 finish points acquired, potentially the 2nd spot as well. No one's going to be stopping them from being in the top 2. Soon, you might just say WinGod Esports is also going to be put out of commission. But luckily enough for Infinity, he's still barely squeezing inside of the circle.
Well, let's see. Just delaying the inevitable right now. Both Reckoning and WinGod and Myth, they don't care. They are going to wait it out. They have had the favor of the circle and they've held on to their numbers advantage. Detrox, my goodness, that's a lot of distance he has covered up. Within the range of utility for Levi and Lovish, and Levi has chipped away at a lot of his HP. If Reckoning somehow find an opening, equalize the numbers, maybe, just maybe, they can pummel down the players of Myth, walk away with the chicken dinner. Who knows?
Still, it's a big maybe, though. Reckoning Esports is just constantly pre-firing. Myth slowly and steadily extending their arms as they're desperate to find a good spot inside of the circle as well. Nate's tossed out against Reckoning Esports 2 from Myth. This one, is it going to be on the point? And it will be! The exact knock Myth was searching for. Detrox, he's done a lot of a good job. And right now for Myth, they know they've got the big man advantage in these final few moments. Situation's down to a 4-on-2 technically, if you count WinGod out.
I think I am going to count WinGod out of this. Infinity can't really do a lot. Maybe just steal a finish from either Myth or the players of Reckoning Esports. But apart from that, he needs Reckoning to be the main playmaker for him. Well, he tries to make a run for his life, gets finished off, and now we're finally down to the top 2 teams, 7 players alive. And Myth, I think, realized that it is their time to shine. They want to make the pounds, but Sahil, he shuts it down. Detrox knocked out, 3 versus 2. Reckoning Esports, they're trying to fight for their life, trying to fight for a way for the chicken dinner, but it's not going to work out. Stage 9, blue zone collapse. Ayrton gets knocked out. Lovish and Sahil, can they clutch this win, Necro?
It's down to a 2-on-2, and look at Lovish. He wanted to make it out, but now the blue's going to be doing too much damage, and it's done for. Lovish denies that elimination point because he knew it's impossible to do anything. And with that, you've got Myth as your winners for the previous game. This is the 2nd time Myth has gone so lucky. The circle popping up on top of them, and Myth capitalizing perfectly. They knew the circle is on top of them. Just keep on playing with the advantage. Don't really go for a lot of risky plays, and it worked out.
For a few seconds over there towards the end, though, I mean, there was a ray of hope for Reckoning Esports when the numbers were down to a 2v2. But then again, instantly Sahil falls and Lovish, as you said. I think point denial between Myth and Reckoning Esports, it should not even matter. Both the teams are doing quite well on the overall leaderboard. But still, fair enough. You're fighting for qualification. You do not want to give the opponent any more advantage than they already have. But again, we were talking about this during the game. Myth wasn't even supposed to be in Rozhok at that time. They were there just for the finishes, and luckily the circle just completely moved on the top of their head.
Imagine that could have been Aesthetics. Just saying. Aesthetics actually somehow pulled off a brilliant move to leave school and move on around the Rozhok side. But because of Myth's pressure, they had to move down inside of the city. And as I mentioned, once you're going to be in the city, to get outside of the city, it's going to be impossible. And that's what happened to Aesthetics. They were stuck in a deadlock.
Aesthetic would have done better had they stayed in school, I guess. They would have never been spotted out by Myth and would have been alive till the very end.
I guess. But for Myth, they were just destined to win that. The amount of time Myth have gone lucky today, it's insane. The game of Rondo as well, which was quite big. They got it right now as well. Another massive game on the board. Today, it's really been the Myth day. And since this group is also going to be playing 4 games in total, now they've still got the last game to go, which is kind of insane if you think about it. In that final game, if Myth gets another 10-pointer, that's going to be more than enough.
I agree with you on that, I think. And from here on out, Group A, teams like Myth are going to be the ones setting the target for everyone else. if you want to be the ones moving forward, you better set that target as high as possible, or just stick around inside of the top 3 on the podium with the safety cushion to work with. Let the other teams sitting from the 5th to the 8th position worry about all of the stress.
And since you were talking so much, another team that actually popped up in my mind is actually going to be Red Force. And it feels like they're just their enemy. Straight up. No one else is their enemy. They're just their own enemy.
True.
They actually won that fight against Take Boson, which was a massive ray of hope. Now imagine the confidence is going to be on cloud 9. You're already feeling pretty good about yourself. You straight up send it towards the apartments, and the only reason why you get eliminated from the game, it's because the vehicles collide.
I mean, to be fair, to ourselves, right, getting stressed out about Red Force, when we saw Red Force clash against Hick Boson, both you and I already felt Hick Boson was going to win that.
Hey, but that's why I had such a big hope, right? Since they eliminated Hick Boson, I thought that, okay, maybe hold on, a big game is loading up. But no, instead, they mess up once again. You've got Sahil being the MVP of that previous game from Reckoning Esports, getting 5 finishes and the damage number of 868. The conversion is pretty decent. Moving on towards the top 5 players, Phoenix is well coming through from Nebula. He's the only person that secured any sort of points for Nebula Esports. Then you've also got Trax coming through from Red Force. Even Checker right there with 4 elimination points. So for Red Force, when it comes to the elimination points itself, it was an okay-ish game.
Yeah. But survival is becoming a big point of concern. Just 18 minutes, 56 seconds inside of this match. But Myth, I think we see Lucifer make it to the list. So finishes were there for the side of Myth as well. 20 points secured from this game. Reckoning walking away with 17. Wingard with 10. You have Nebula with 9. Red Force with 9. Nonix. Now, this is a team that might just end up slipping up if they continue to play like this. Nonix, I think I expect big things from Nonix because what we saw in the grind and then what we saw in the BGIS main event was completely different. I want to see Nonix redeem themselves, especially Rapido and Arthur.
I mean, I personally think Nonix has already redeemed themselves. Nonix and Vanguard. Nonix was one of those teams that was on the verge of being kicked outside of the tournament from the round 4. They made it from the overall standings top 8. And luckily enough, right now, Nonix is doing pretty okay in the overall standings. They're going to be in the top 3 or top 4.
I think with this game, they might just slip out. And maybe they're going to be replaced by someone else. Just because of this match. Could be possible. But let's see how things turn out for them. On the other side of things, Nebula Esports, with that 30-pointer that they had earlier on in the day, I think everything from here on out for Nebula is just going to seem like a bonus. But a lot of concern for a few of these named Riot Nations. They weren't doing too well in the overall leaderboard. And even now, they continue to struggle. But as we're talking about overall leaderboard, we have it on our screens. Nonix, well, they stick around in the top 4.
Yeah.
So good for them.
But Hick Boson is going to be concerned now, since Hick Boson's group is also playing 4 games today. Hick Boson was supposed to perform and at least set up the benchmark.
Yep.
But now, since 3 games are done and dusted from this particular group, and Hick Boson only has 50 points, in the last game, they need a chicken dinner with bare minimum of 20 points. That's the only thing that's going to compensate Hick Boson's day.
Well, let's see how things turn out. I mean, Hick Boson start to their journey in the wildcard stages was nice, but today they have been slipping up. On the other side of things, look at this. This is quite fun, Necro. We have Kalinga Esports on the 8 with 41 points, and then you have Red Force who have played extra number of matches, just like Wingard Esports. But they have 31 points, both these two teams, and it seems like even with just single-digit placement points, somehow they can potentially topple over Kalinga Esports. All they need is like 10 finishes in the next game.
Johnny, but you know what? Who's the most consistent?
Who?
It's Kalinga Esports. They started the day off on the 8th spot, right now as well on the 8th. Nothing's changed. Kalinga is just right there, pinning that spot down, glued to that position. The overall standings, latter half of the board as well is on the screen. ORP today, in my opinion, they have been a disappointment. Riot Nations expected a lot more. For some reason, even the performance is not there from them. Gods for reason, maybe you can't say in the upcoming moments they can do better. But FTR, for me personally, I had a lot of expectations moving towards Wildcard from this banner.
Yeah.
The positional game was so good, but now we're just not seeing that same FTR anymore.
Pretty much, man. I think we are going to have to wait for the next game to see if we continue to let this hope from FTR Frost Strikes just slip away, or are we going to get to hold on to that? FTR right now, just because it's just Group A that are playing extra set of matches, everyone else is still on the same footing with 4 matches played. FTR still has a possibility if they get a big winner-winner chicken dinner, somewhere 25, 20 points, that kind of gets them into a fighting position, right? From there, you can potentially find a break inside of the top 8. You can be consistent and try to fight your way. But right now, if you continue to play bad, stick around in those single digits, I think if FTR does not go over 35-40 points today, it's all over.
So I do believe, even up till now, all it takes is one big game, the latter half of the board, to make that difference. It's understandable. But if you look at the run of form and the average points they've been getting per game, for them to actually get that one massive game, the chances go even lower. And since they're also battling that mentality of getting eliminated from the tournament, the pressure just stacks up even more.
I have the only move FTR can make right now. You want to watch?
What?
You better start praying, man. Better start praying for those points.
Rely on luck a little bit more, just like how Myth has been doing today. The luck's been working out pretty well for them. Circle blessing them over and over again. The game's just been gifted to them, and they've been securing them pretty well. But for now, let's move on to a short break. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel after watching Myth get that game. One thing is for sure, even Icy is mesmerized with the amount of luck Myth is carrying today. It's just insane. Circle popping up once again on top of them, somehow taking a curveballing shift, and it was literally the gods just gracing them.
Hey, all things considered as well, after K9 was able to clutch that here, especially from Knight, I did make a little bit of predictions about, oh wait, Myth is going to come back. Are they going to go for their second chicken dinner? Well, you know what they say, they call me Prophet Icy for today.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm not really going to comment a lot on that. But what about Reckoning Esports then?
Well, they're doing good. Well, they have been very, very consistent as well. They are a little bit greedy. They dropped the ball a little bit more. But I think Reckoning Esports has maintained their consistency from yesterday to today as well. They are 1-1-1-1 split has been working out for them here in the Wildcard stages as well. And interesting enough, another notable team that has done this similarly exactly in the same exact tournament last year was Hiroshima Godlike, which got them to the Grand Finals. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Reckoning in the Grand Finals with this strategy.
So you were saying that Reckoning Esports with this strategy can easily qualify towards the Grand Finals
well, it's
if
working.
They keep on running with the same momentum. Yes, as of now, it's definitely working. And something else that's going to be working for you, it's also the Royal Pass. Get your hands on the Rebel Rogue Fox set. It looks absolutely beautiful with that DP28. And once you invest the UC inside of the Royal Pass, you will get it all back if you keep on grinding the game. So what are you waiting for? Hop inside of the game, grind the game, get the Royal Pass, get all the UC back once again, and invest for the next season. Exactly. But back towards the conversation, right? Now, since the previous game was so weird, the Circle taking curveballing shifts over and over again, we all thought that maybe the Circle is going to be centering on up around apartments or school. But the moment Circle took a shift away from the apartments, it was like a major chunk of teams just eliminated, and we already knew that the top two is going to be Reckoning Esports and Myth.
Interesting enough, in this wildcard stages from yesterday and today, it has been happening like that as well here. So it seems like every single time the news rounds or new stage begins here in BGIS 2026, we are going to be throwing in a little bit of interesting plot to this as well. Earlier stages, Military Island, Military Island, Military Island, Military Island. Oh, you think it's Starbell Hills? Nope, not happening. Military Island. But now it's back to, you know, oh wait, urban warfare. Nope, outside the zone. Happened again yesterday. We had like 3 to 4 Erangels, which is, well, not 3 to 4. 2 Erangels in particular where Phoenix was playing happened exactly the same way it did just now.
So basically you're saying that the Circle is pulling off pranks right now. A lot of these teams are actually getting pranked by the Circle. But you got to feel bad for a team like Wingod Esports with a potential chance where they could have actually secured that second spot. But unfortunately the Circle just playing the mind games, shifting away from them. Still a top 3 finish. You can say that maybe Wingod Esports as well, slowly and steadily climbing back up.
I think Wingod is on the right track. But again, they need a massive game if they want to actually make a bounce back as well, because again, they are slowly slipping away, and as the game actually closes down as well, as the games goes by, their final few games needs to be like what, chicken dinner with 15 finishes, chicken dinner with 50 finishes, which not exactly something you want to be in here, especially for Wingard.
Yeah, expectations were also there a lot from 8-Bit, and for some reason that late game rotation really costed 8-Bit quite a bit. And since we're speaking of 8-Bit so much, let's head on towards the interview with Juicy, the Erangel of 8-Bit. Let's see what he's got to say.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए एपिसोड में, जहाँ पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट विपुल एके रावण, और मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं आईजीएल साहब खुद 8-Bit के। तो सीधा चलते हैं उनके तरफ। जूसी, स्वागत है आपका सबसे पहले। और कैसा चल रहा है मतलब पूरा एटमॉस्फेयर? वाइल्ड कार्ड में 8-Bit को हमें देखने की मानो आदत नहीं थी, हमें लगा था आप सीधा सेमीफाइनल की तरफ बढ़ जाओगे, बट वाइल्ड कार्ड और कैसा चल रहा है पूरा अभी सिस्टम 8-Bit के साथ?
अभी तो सब सही चल रहा है, मतलब अभी डे 1 तो हमारा पूरा डिसेंट गया है, तो फिलहाल तो सब सही चल रहा है, बट अभी आगे का देखना होगा।
जैसे हमने देखा 8-Bit को थोड़ा स्ट्रगल करते हुए, मतलब स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस में मुझे नहीं पता क्या हो रहा है, बट एंड के मैचेस में तो 4 चांद लग जा रहे हैं। तो स्टार्टिंग में क्यों नहीं आ रहा है परफॉर्मेंस 8-Bit की तरफ से?
पिछले राउंड्स में हमको ऑब्वियसली स्टार्टिंग में एक अच्छा स्टार्ट नहीं मिल पा रहा था। हमारा डे 1 तो हमेशा ही खराब जाता ही है, चाहे वो लैंड का हो या फिर ऑनलाइन स्टेज का हो, बट इस बार ही कंपैरेटिवली पुराने राउंड्स के कंपेयर करें तो इस बार हमारा थोड़ा डिसेंट डे स्टार्ट गया है। मैच 1 में हम एक थोड़ा एग्रेसिव जाने का ट्राई कर रहे थे, जो हम थोड़ा सा बैकफायर कर गया, बट उसके बाद ठीक है, हमने कुछ ज्यादा सोचा नहीं उसके बारे में, हम जल्दी से रीसेट का सोचा, एंड बाकी के 2 मैच हमने डिसेंट पॉइंट्स निकाल के 26 स्कोर करे थे। सो हाँ, मतलब हमने मेनली इसी पे वर्क किया है, जो हमारे प्रीवियस राउंड पे थोड़ी गलती हो रही थी कि डे 1 अच्छा नहीं जा पा रहा था, स्टार्ट अच्छा नहीं मिल पा रहा था। इस बार सारा फोकस एक अच्छी स्टार्ट पर ही था, एंड होपफुली आगे भी हम यही मोमेंटम को फॉलो करते रहे।
100% यही हम चाहेंगे, बट स्टिल डे 1 के बाद 9वें प्लेस पे हम देख रहे हैं, वहां पे भी बहुत सारे मिस्टेक्स हमें देखने को मिले। तो आपके अनुसार वो क्या गलतियां रही कि अभी भी 8-Bit उस पोडियम पे नहीं पहुंच पाए डे 1 के बाद?
बस गलती हमारी कल के दिन की यही थी, जो हमने मैच 1 हमको एक बेसिकली हमने सोचा था कि मैच 1 में ऑल आउट जाएंगे हम लोग, एंड हम लोग अर्ली एक टीम को पकड़ने चले गए थे जो अपने प्लेन पाथ से बहुत दूर थी, बेसिकली बहुत वो ग्लाइड करके जा रहे थे, बट उस टीम ने भी बहुत अच्छा आउटप्ले करा हम लोगों को, एंड हम लोगों को उन्होंने वाइप कर दिया। सो बस वही गलती थी हमारी तरफ से कि अगर हम पहला मैच भी थोड़ा सेफ स्टार्ट करते, थोड़ा स्लो प्लेस पे स्टार्ट करते, तो शायद उस मैच से भी अच्छे पॉइंट्स आ सकते थे, बट हम लोगों ने सोचा कि ठीक है, मार्जिन ऑफ एरर इस राउंड में थोड़ा हम कर सकते हैं, थोड़े बहुत एरर्स कर सकते हैं। एक वो हमको मतलब एक बहुत बड़ा स्टार्ट भी दे सकता था, बट वो नहीं दिया हमको, 1 पॉइंट आया आई गेस। सो बस यही गलती थी कल के दिन में, और तो कोई गलती नहीं।
देखिए, रीजन एक और मैं बोल सकता हूँ, शायद ये लाइनअप को बने हुए उतना ज्यादा वक्त नहीं हुआ, तो क्या ये भी वन ऑफ द रीजन हो सकता है जूसी?
हाँ, ये भी एक रीजन है, मतलब बहुत रिसेंटली लाइनअप बनी है, एंड ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब 3 प्लेयर एक टीम में थे, एक ऐड हुआ है, मोस्टली पूरा लाइनअप चेंज हुआ है ये, बट इतना प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ रहा, हम लोग धीरे धीरे ही हर गलतियों से सीखते हैं। सो जितने पिछले राउंड्स हुए हैं, हम लोग अपनी सारी गलतियों से सीखते सीखते आज अभी अच्छे एक मतलब पॉजिटिव नोट पर ही है अभी टीम, एंड होपफुली हम ये राउंड भी क्लियर करके सीधा सेमीफाइनल जाएंगे।
देखिए, ये हम चाहेंगे क्योंकि फैन फेवरेट जूसी, लॉर्ड जूसी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए, तो एक्सपेक्टेशन तो बहुत ज्यादा रहती है उनके अराउंड। बट एक और क्वेश्चन कि ये 12 मैचेस जो आपको यहाँ पे मिल रहे हैं, इन्हें आप थोड़ा एडवांटेज साइड देख रहे हो, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लाइनअप का ये मानना है कि ज्यादा मैचेस जब आ रहे हैं तो एक्सपीरियंस टीम को वहाँ पे फायदा होगा। कितने सहमत हो आप इस चीज से?
मैं पूरा सहमत हूँ इस चीज से। ऑब्वियसली जब 12 मैचेस आते हैं, जब ज्यादा मैचेस आते हैं, तो जो एक्सपीरियंस टीम्स होती है उनके लिए थोड़ा सा अपर हैंड मेरे ख्याल से रहता है, क्योंकि उन लोगों को रीसेट भी करना अच्छे से आता है एंड बाउंस बैक भी अच्छे से करना आता है, एंड अगर स्टार्ट ही उनको अच्छा मिल चुका है, जैसे कल आप देखा होगा आपने, बहुत सारी टीम्स ऊपर ही हैं ऑलरेडी टेबल में, सो वो मेरे ख्याल से वो चीज को मेंटेन ही करके रखने वाले हैं, एंड थोड़ा मेरे ख्याल से अंडरगॉड्स के लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल होने वाला है, क्योंकि 6 मैचेस में ऐसा होता है कि अगर आप कोई भी टीम 1-2 चिकन मार जाती है तो वो तो क्वालिफाई हो ही जाती है, चाहे वो बाकी के 4 मैच में खराब खेले, बट इसमें ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। इसमें 1-2 मैचेस से इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, क्योंकि आपको पूरा थ्रू आउट द 12 मैचेस कंसिस्टेंट रहना ही पड़ेगा, तभी आप आगे जा रहे हो, क्योंकि क्वालिफाइंग स्पॉट्स भी बहुत ही कम है, मतलब 32 से 8 आना है।
जी हाँ, चैलेंज तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ज्यादा। और आप अंडरगॉड्स की बात कर रहे थे जूसी, आपके अनुसार कोई ऐसे अंडरगॉड्स जिन्होंने जूसी का ध्यान अपनी तरफ खींचा हो अभी तक?
एक तो कल ही ओआरपी से हमारी फाइट हुई थी, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा हमको मारा, तो वो भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, एंड एक आयना करके टीम भी अच्छी है। बाकी वेल्ट को तो मैं अंडरगॉड नहीं बोलूंगा, क्योंकि उन लोगों ने ऑलरेडी प्रूफ कर दिया है, एंड गोकुल तो बहुत टाइम से ही खेल ही रहा है, तो उनको मैं अंडरगॉड तो नहीं कंसिडर करूंगा। बट हाँ जो नए नाम एकदम आए हैं वो मेरे ख्याल से आयन एंड और भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
100% जूसी और उनका परफॉर्मेंस आई थिंक डे 1 में उतना बेहतर नहीं रहा बट डे 2 में वो भी बाउंस बैक करने की कोशिश करने वाले जूसी थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और होपफुली अगली मुलाकात हैदराबाद में आपसे हो
बिल्कुल थैंक यू रमन भाई फॉर हैविंग मी
थैंक यू तो ये थे 8 बिट के जूसी जिनका मानना ये है कि हाँ वो गलतियां हुई बट सुधार करने के लिए जो मौका मिला वो काफी था बट इनसाइड द लॉबी के इस एपिसोड में इतना ही मिलेंगे आपसे बहुत जल्दी
Juicy was clearly mentioning how the undergod names are going to be struggling inside of this format, especially in the wildcard, since we've got 12 games to play, which means you need to be consistent. In a format of 6 games, even one single game can be a big difference maker. But when you've got more than 6 games, you need to be consistent. And clearly that's visible in the overall standings. The newer names are struggling.
Well, I perfectly agree as well here because experience plays a very, very huge factor as well, especially in a long stretch format as well. 12 games in total. That means, you have to be able to adapt on the fly. Luck is not going to be favoring you a little bit too much, but eventually as well,
If
luck
you're
to 2 games. Luck 2 games can be cancelled out by 10 games of bad performances here. So technically, we have seen teams with winner-winner chicken dinners unfortunately could not qualify to the next phase if you do not rack up enough finish points.
Yeah, at the end of the day, consistency is going to be something that's the most important. But speaking of the upcoming game, we're going to have Group B once again back in action, which means you've got teams like Kalinga, True Rippers making once again an entry. And speaking of True Rippers, yesterday's day was phenomenal. True Rippers probably wants to replicate the same thing. Kalinga as well, they want to be consistent, but is that going to be happening? Let's find out once we deep dive inside of the upcoming game of Miramar. The planes and the skies for the deserty lands. Once again, it's going to be the map of Miramar, and Group B and C will be the one to duke it out. K9 Esports once again making an entrance right next to Vanguard. And speaking of Vanguard, what an impressive run it's been from them. A team that was pretty much on the verge of being kicked outside from the round 4. Now in the wildcards, they're just dominating.
Well, they definitely are, but hopefully things are going to be for the better here for some of these teams that are going to be playing 2 games. In particular, that is going to be Group B. True Rippers did not have a good game just now. Kalinga Esports also messing up big time by losing the chicken dinner to K9. And these 3 teams are arguably looking to try and pull the lead here in the overall standings. And this is going to be a big problem here if they do not set the foundation, especially against the teams that are going to be playing a total of 7 matches today.
Kalinga Esports on the move towards Los Leones. Then you've also got True Rippers heading around Picado, if I'm not wrong. True Rippers is moving towards that direction. Since the plane flat path is heavily tilted towards the left side of the map, if the teams do want to move around El Zahar, San Martin, even Cruz Valley, Impala as well is going to be out of contention. Yeah, that's going to be a real tough stretch. We might see some pit stop clashes, and that's what I'm looking out for.
Well, speaking of potential clashes here, it is kind of skewed towards the west side. So I am going to be seeing a potential ones here on towards where True Rippers is as well. Because usually True Rippers does like to take Chuma Serra and contest when OG is not around. But PRX in this game means that True Rippers is going to completely abandoning ship here as they are going to be heading towards Picado themselves. But it seems like the circle is going to shift all the way to far east here. Impala is going to be in play. And we've seen a lot of circles like this here in Wildcards again. It feels like a little bit of repeat here. But I don't think it's going to shift to the west side. But it feels like it is going to be on... No, don't.
Come on.
We had it last year already. I know you're keeping your hopes up. You're hoping to cast your first ever double island circle.
Second ever.
No, is it your second?
Yeah, it will be my second.
Okay.
So I just want to cast that. But the first one that I casted, it was way too long, ancient times.
Yeah, I casted it last year. You're hoping that the circle shifts onto the 2 islands, aren't you?
This is the biggest chance.
We've had a lot of diabolical shifts for this past 2 days. You want to make it worse here in Miramar too?
Yes. I want to. I want to see teams suffocate. I don't want to see them have an easy win.
You're secretly a sadist, aren't you?
No, I mean, I just want to see entertainment. That's it. I just want to be entertained.
What do you mean? You just said you wanted to see teams suffocate. That's sadism.
No, just imagine, right? It will be so entertaining watching teams trying their best to get on those 2 islands, but it's going to be so tough to get there. It's entertaining, no?
Okay, I'll give it to you. Nice little cover up, you sadist.
Okay, buddy. But for True Rippers, though, towards Picado, uncontested, they're going to be looking pretty good. Genix FM, they were trying to chase down Kalinga Esports. PMWIGL instantly takes a quick U-turn. does not want to face off against Genix FM just yet. And speaking of Genix FM, they have been on a real bad run so far. Yesterday's day for Genix FM wasn't too good. Today's day as well, the start, it was not great. But maybe right now they want to hand out a recovery. There's still a chance. And what am I watching?
You know, interesting enough as well, considering the fact that Gen X FM has not shown signs of life until the semifinals, which they almost, the quarterfinals, which they almost stand a chance to qualify to semifinals, but kind of slip off. But right now, even here, it feels like Gen X FM, I was expecting them to wake up yesterday, but there just hasn't been much coming from them.
Yeah, for Genix FM, firepower was their strong suit before, and maybe relying onto it once again might just be a good idea. Let's see, though. It's up to Genix FM and the players what they want to do and the IGL. But I see, make a prediction. Is the circle going to go towards those two islands or not? Yes or no?
No.
I'm saying yes.
You're just hoping for it, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, for all things considered, based on the current rotations here, you can see a lot of teams are already traversing there very quickly, anticipating it might happen as well. Gen X FM is going to be one of those teams. Vanguard is as well. Gods for Reasons is going to be on the direction as well. And I think Victorious Summers, this is the first time I've seen them rotate this early as well. So I think they are going to be expecting it to maybe shift towards the two islands themselves.
So the funny part is that Gods for Reason literally just got their hands on a jet ski.
Okay.
They're ready for rotation. If things do go that way, Gods for Reason is ready to go for a quick rotation towards those two islands. But hey, speaking of the islands, we've also got Discovery Island available inside of the game. So keep on grinding your classic matches and boost that BGIS 2026 prize pool up till 4 CR. And also, you will be earning free in-game rewards.
Well, ladies and gentlemen here, it's a sign. All the signs are aligned. Will it actually cross and reveal Destiny's fate here for all the teams actually pushing those two islands here? Because we have a very, very hopeful caster on the desk hoping to see it happen. Are you guys excited? Well, drop it down in the comments here. But personally, I'm the only one that probably doesn't want to see that happen because it is going to be an absolute nightmare to actually figure out who's going to win.
Look, the stars are aligning. We were talking about the islands. Even the Discovery Island popped up.
Okay.
So the stars are definitely aligning.
Okay.
And be honest, a little bit of a piece of your heart also thinks that the circle is going to shift there.
You are talking too much and revealing my secrets a little bit too much, my friend.
Okay.
Well, it's a little bit too early. We still got a lot of time here to figure it out. Here's about 2 minutes, 40 seconds before the next shift actually shows. But we do see a little bit of skirmish here. It is going to be Gen SFM against Lastade in a little bit of a scuffle here. Manny John gets a couple of suppress shots through. That's got a couple of tag shots, but he is looking to try and pressure this as well. But he doesn't want to overcommit the peg, knowing that there may be a couple of players outside looking to try and punish him. So seems like Manny Jot is going to try to juke around here. Zeref with the outside flank gets caught off, gets a 1-for-1 trade, but unfortunately no backup from the rest of Gen SFM. And the Stade should be able to get this reset.
Easy one. Getting that quick elimination point secured. Quick trades on the board too. Team play always makes the dream play. And the man in the front was just all by himself. So he got picked off instantly. Looking at a massive cluster of teams actually heading towards Impala. It's really unsettling. Lastade is right there. Gods for Reason is also around the proximity. Then you also do see Kalinga Esports heading towards that spot. True Rippers as well, slowly and steadily traversing towards that direction. Genix FM was already inside of Impala, so they do have a good spot.
There's just so many teams on the shorelines right now. That is
Yeah.
insane. Even Gods for a Reason getting hunted down. Vanguard is going to be on the fight here. Insidious with the low ground. Hitman. A little bit afraid to overpeak here. But seems like Insidious is going to go for the push as well. Goes for a UMP spray. UMP versus UMP. But he is going to lose the trade. But here comes the slam with the buggy that saves the day for Insidious. Hitman goes down. Insidious will be picked up.
For a moment, I thought that the buggy directly just jumped inside of the water. But luckily enough, he was able to apply brakes in time, and things are good. Gods for Reason losing out on that man who's sent in the front to scout things out. And yes, Hovercraft right now is going to be your best friend, but unfortunately it's being blown up.
I think they actually blew up Gods for Reason's hovercraft. That's the reason why it is smoking. A little bit unfortunate here, but Mysterious Fall, they are going for a different kind of gamble instead. They are going to play the mountain terrains instead. So in case the circle shifts back, they will have the upper hand to kind of spectate their way through on teams coming in from every single direction. Lastade is going to be one of those teams they did hear gunshots from. Goku having decent amount of ammunition here to take a couple of long-range pokes. King9 as well is going to be coming from the northwest corner. H4K well, still has no idea what's happening here because they are scouting things here from the west side. But seems like they don't see anyone. And it might be a little bit suspicious, but it is a very, very clear tell of deduction that a majority of the teams are not on the west side.
Yeah.
But do they make that guess is going to be my question here.
The next circle's going to be popping up
Here
soon.
it comes.
And that's going to be an important tell of where is it going to shift.
Oh boy, we are back towards the northeast corner. We have this exact same circle here. The Cove is going to be a playing factor, and Victor Summers having full control, but we do see a huge cluster of teams on the south side here. Island still in play, but I don't think it's going to happen here. Sorry to disappoint you, Necro.
It's not going to happen. I've given up already the moment I saw that shift. Maybe the Cove is going to be another hope. It can be an interesting circle. We've seen the circle pop up in the past there. But as of now, for K9 Esports, they're on the run. K9 Esports instantly want to snatch away the advantageous spot. GenXFM taking those shots on the fadeaway. G4R, nothing found as of now yet. And even GenXFM needs to be on the move, to be honest. They need to be a little bit more quicker. If they're just going to be sitting on the edge, camping teams out, all the good spots are going to be taken away from them.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky here as well, as descending is also very difficult for them as well. Considering that they are a little bit late, they just spotted out a third team here who has rotated past them. So it is kind of a little bit congested. Stage 3 is where all the big fiasco happens, but it seems like on the finish feed, Lestade also losing a couple of players on mid-rotation. As Gods for a reason, Hexay was able to find a Manny Jot from the sides. But let's take a look at what Vanguard is doing as well. They've been hunkering down those compounds. They were the first ones to take shots here on Gods for a reason. Gods for a reason now down towards their last two players. Vanguard decides, you know what, let's take a little bit of slow step here. They do have center control. They have a nice compound, and there's just too many teams way around them as well. It seems like they don't really have a lot of scopes to work with as well. Only a couple players have those long range.
Vanguard and Gods for a reason, the way they're positioned, it's definitely a little bit awkward. Phoenix Esports is on the move, playing in tandem, all the four players on the move at the same time. And Phoenix Esports, today's day has been lackluster big time. Performance not exactly there. Blink Esports getting absolutely blinked to death. Only it's deadly, even they're getting devoured. Look at TRX, even they're falling apart. Blink Esports replying back. Joyce is still knocked out. They want to get the conversion, they want to get the knockout. But for some reason, Professor, he was not able to find that knock. Eventually, his teammate from the back lines is able to provide that cover, and somehow Blink Esports, they're on the verge of flipping the odds in their favor.
Oh my goodness, what a shot from Sherney as well with the red dots. Seems like ASM has been a little bit popular here between these two teams, but I'm really surprised that Blink Esports, especially from Professor, he's able to spray long range with the ASM. It's the recoil is a little bit off the charts here compared to the usual M-Force and Scarel. But now Professor now needs to be picked up. Hardik now getting pushed here by Sherney. The UFP sprays is there, and it is going to be good. And TRX Esports wipes the floor with Blink Esports as they blink out of this game.
This was not supposed to be this close. TRX was supposed to wipe the floor without taking any sort of casualty since they had the man advantage from the start till the end. But now look at GenXFM. They send it towards this compound. In the hopes of third-partying and collecting a few scrappy elimination points, GenXFM, they straight up push in. And maybe they can collect those scrappy points. One man backing away to safety. GenXFM still does not know what's happening around the block. Cooking up those nades as well in the hopes of finding at least something. But GenXFM is lost. They do not know where the opponents are.
Yeah, nice call there from Sherney. Fortunately for him, he was able to get out in time. Seems like they've lost track of them. But they will be able to steal all those loots away from TRX. As Blink Esports' crate is all lying on the ground, but seems like now Sherney says he's not too happy. His loot is getting stolen here. Finds the first knock. Damu now stuck out in the open. They are going to go in for the push as well. GenXFM, what a blunder. And TRX Esports makes the jump on them.
It's done. GenXFM, they just can't do anything. That man is strapped right behind the wall, and he's also cooking up an aid. His hands are busy. He's out in the open. Shots taken, and he falls down as well. GenXFM, what a blunder. How are you making mistakes like these? Gets the reload, gets the fresh magazine. The last man from GenXFM needs to be on the run. He cannot challenge a fight against TRX right now. And what just happened? How was TRX able to get away with 7 points?
Insane stuff here from TRX. But at the same time here, now a different team comes in for the fray as well as P-Cup decides to go in for a slam, but they walk in towards Phoenix's trap as well. They are surrounded. One down. Somraj getting pushed here from Bidroy, but now Phoenix forced to try and intercept this as well. Smoker tries to save the day for BGMI, but gets shot from afar, and KS takes him out. Stranger needs to get the knock, but Phoenix, they're losing players. Viper and Stranger remain, and this is a very split fight. And wow, fight is happening as well. We've got Vultures on the far fray, and that's going to be Victor Summers looking to third party. Viper trying to clutch his way through. He's pushed up close and personal, trying to take this into a 2 versus 2. Nades are coming in. He needs some sort of backup. They need to go in for the reset. KS Gamer dropped down low from the sticky grenades. But will he survive is going to be the question as well, because Phoenix seems like they want to skedaddle out of this fight. Yeah. Going for the resets.
Why is Phoenix playing like this? This is not the Phoenix Esports that we saw in the past couple of rounds. There we go. Oh no, Viper actually wanted to go for that peek, but instead messed up. Now Viper's going to be making it up slowly and steadily. He's going to find that little corner to go for those shots against KS Gamer. Position compromise, but instead KS, of being scared, he makes that push. And eventually it will be Phoenix Esports to come out on top. Now, luckily enough, the knockdown players were not confirmed, so they can easily go for the reset. But it's also Victor Sumas now looking down on them.
Oh my goodness, that's some insane awareness coming from Viper as well. Because KS Gamer was marking him with this crosshair, and the moment he saw or hear him unscope, he picked out, knowing for a fact that KS Gamer won't be able to repick him. So nice little attention to details there coming from Viper. But at the same time, Phoenix, they were able to save this fight, but they're still outside the zone. But let's take a look at this circle here. Seems like it is going to shift down back south even further, so that means they need to get out of the zone. Victor Summers, the Vultures, they are waiting for a mistake. It seems like they will find it here. Oasis is down. They want to go for the reset. Scary John finds the knock on Somrav once more, as Phoenix will lose their IGL.
Problems after problems now racking up. Victor Sumas losing out on Oasis. What just happened there? The IGL needs to be brought back up, and that's what Victor Sumas is trying their best for. Slowly and steadily, always getting ticked to death. The Blue's going to be doing a lot of damage. It's not going to have any sort of mercy on anyone, but still that rest is being stuck on the IGL. Victor Sumas taking those shots from the higher ground. Phoenix Esports should not be allowed the freedom that they deserve. Right now, Victor Sumas is supposed to captivate them. They're supposed to capture them. But for some reason, Victor Sumas, they're just whiffing those shots, and Phoenix Esports is getting the freedom.
Yeah, but at the same time, the circle is about to move in. Victor Summers makes the call to actually back out. Phoenix Esports, they're running low on meds, on utilities, and vehicles are pretty much out of commission as well. Stranger has pushed up on the head, but seems like he was able to out-rotate it here. It seems like they are going to try and cut off Viper, but the question here is it worth taking the fight here? There is other teams looking for the fight. Smoker going for those nades, trying to find some sort of opener. But it's going to be tough as the zone keeps on with the pressure, trying to force them in. Smoker getting scouted out, and that's going to be Mysterious 4 that gets the knock, and Fragger takes him out.
Surrounding awareness completely lacking from Phoenix Esports. Did not even know what exactly is going on around them. Too busy taking that fight against Victor Sumas from the back. Mysterious 4, they sneaked in and got that knock. Nux now repositioning themselves towards a different spot. Phoenix Esports still on the screen. They've already taken too much damage. Stranger falls apart. And Stranger is on the verge of being confirmed as well. Another man gets charged on, and Fragger, he's the only person to face all the fears. Phoenix Esports, they've got too much lined up on the board. They cannot mess this fight up at all. And Fragger, he spots that person, but a bit too late to switch. And he gets eliminated from the game.
Wow, what a clutch here coming from Viper. But at the same time, he's lost all his teammates despite his best efforts. He's all by himself. Stranger is going to be the next player he can save, but does he have the time is going to be the question here. It is a slow circle. Meanwhile, Victor Summers tries to make their way in, and they do find Goku from Mysterious 4, which is good. Sketch a little bit too far to try and provide the assistance, but they need to run away as the zone is going to be forcing every single team to collide on towards Mysterious 4. Sketch, the last player here from Mysterious 4, Notch. And he is somewhat in the middle, but he has to play this himself alone here. Viper, somehow, able to regroup with Stranger uncontested.
I know, right? He's doing so much for the team. It's insane. Viper is trying his best to keep his team on track, keep them available inside of the game. And Phoenix Esports actually brought in a switch up inside of the playing field, making sure that Simp is going to be the one to sit out, and they brought in Stranger on the board. This swap, it's not been working out that well so far, but if you look at the elimination count, Phoenix Esports is not doing too bad. As a two-man squad, things can still be recovered if they grab a few more elimination points for themselves, but not if Viper gets knocked out like this. Victor Sumas from the back knocking on the doors, and Mafia wants to push up and claim that elimination point, but Stranger, he's too far away.
Yeah, you may have spoke too soon as well. Mafia is right at the edges as well. He's going to try and deny him, and he wants to win this trade here, Stranger. Wants to go in for the points, but Victorious Summers, they are going to try and save the day. They do clean him out. That's going to be Phoenix Esports eliminated as Victorious Summers takes out the threat, and they will be able to get the restock as well. T7, hearing all this commotion, has not made the pounds, but the pressure is still on. Victorious Summers, they still haven't found a place inside the zone. And inside the zone is going to be a divide as well, a split between the west and the east. And for some reason, K9 is able to get control on the northwest side of those compounds with a very interesting switch as well. So that means teams coming from northeast, especially coming from Victorious Summers, they are not going to be too happy seeing K9 later on.
Soon a fight's going to erupt between H4K and K9. And whoever comes out on top, they're probably going to be the most controlling team for this game. They're going to be able to control the tempo. They're going to be able to control the good positioning inside of the circle. And yeah, True Rippers too. They've been working around the sidelines, by the way. It's been a passive game from them. Gods for Reason now getting pressured on even more by TRX from the side. Spirits right in front. Hexe right there as well. And Cherny is going to make that pounce just like that. Spotting out the players of Gods for Reason out in the open. Those shots were taken, but Cherny, oh no, mistakes. And for some reason, it feels like maybe Gods for Reason will be able to take that entrance inside of the circle in a decent spot. But no, they still get denied.
Wow. What a shot from Sherney. For a second, I thought he whiffed all the shots. But nicely done here. 8 finishes in the back. Sherney finally having a little bit of mix-up as well. Yeah, the ASM recoil is slightly different from AUG. But fortunately for them, he was able to readjust. But what a shot here coming from him. But at the same time, DRX, they make it inside the zone. Frost Rex, however, surprise, surprise, seems like they are going to be caught in the rock and a hard place. They are pinned between T7 and K9 across the map. And T7 is going to be walking up here with Lobonate. Kaiser gets tagged up pretty low here from those shrapnels. But T7, they don't want to overcommit, knowing that for a fact that from the sides, they do have Victorious Summers. They may look to try and pounce on them as well. So it has to be a little bit careful here. Scary Jot intentionally left behind the zone to check for any loose stragglers or a potential off angle here for T7. It seems like T7 is going to back off, but ooh, what a shot from Mafia. Off angle, finds one. T7 loses player.
T7 falling apart. Getting fiddled with. And there we go. The confirmation as well just follows up. Victor Sumis now feeling pretty good. Around the edge of the lobby, around the edge of the circle. K9 Esports tapping away. That's Ninja Boy. Wanting to get that confirmation, wanting to claim it. T7 Esports, they just want to play around the safety block. But Victor Sumis, they push up, get the confirmations instantly. K9 Esports, elimination points denied. Just able to squeeze in one out of that. And K9 Esports is playing such a passive game. This is not the K9 Esports that we saw in the past.
Well, all things considered as well, when Knight was forced to clutch a chicken dinner, seems like a wake-up call here for the rest of the players to play a little bit passive. But of course, considering that the zone is favoring them, there's no reason for them to actually push out. But now, the zone's still somewhat in favor. Knight is slightly on the northern side here, on the inner edges of the zone. But nobody's looking for center control because there's just not enough space. So technically, K9 does have a safety net of those compounds. But I'm curious to see how Vanguard plays as well, because they are about to collide with Lestade and also True Rippers, who hasn't made their mark. Like you said, very passive approach, inch by inch, looking to try and survive to get every player inside the zone. That's going to be the placement plays here coming from True Rippers, as they hope to go for a couple of loose draggers.
Yeah, True Rippers soon needs to go for a fight. And it has to be a full-blown fight. You cannot just try and pick off those scrappy elimination points. No, it has to be a proper 4-on-4 head-on collision. But who is True Rippers going to decide to take that fight against? Is it going to be Lastade? That position's not going to give you a lot of control. If you're going for a risky play, you might as well go for a massive risk and take that fight against H4K.
Well, seems like True Rippers, they have left Hydro in the far back here. After hearing the sprays coming from Mac, they aren't pushing inside the zone. They're barely on the edges as well, but seems like they do find themselves a decent amount of cover out in the open here. Not a big fan, but it does give them a little bit of safety net try and take these fights against H4K. Hydro looking for a potential backstab, but just doesn't seem to be able to find anyone. Even Jelly as well. Oh, does spot out Rage God. Gets a couple shots in, but no connection so far. H4K, they know they are pinned. but as of yet, Rage God is not exactly in zone yet. Mac gonna try and save his buddy. This long-range pokes here has been fruitful here for H4K at all.
The man's got a major high ground. K9 Esports is the only big threat for H4K. And if K9 Esports moves away from H4K, then they will have a lot of intel. H4K might just be unstoppable then. But as of now, the position, it's pretty decent. They've got the high ground, collecting intel, pressuring the players of True Rippers, or anyone underneath them. And Last Study as well is pretty much just out of commission. They can't do anything as of now. They have to play this one out really passive.
Well, there's only so much you can do with 2 players unless you're K9. But even then, K9 themselves are not playing extremely aggressive in this scenario. 8 teams remaining. A lot of teams still having the 4-man roster here. Except for TRX and Lastade. Frostrex also going to be in a tight spot here from the north side. But this fight between H4K and True Rippers has been fine, hoping to get an opener, but just can't seem to find a pixel that they need to push through. Seems like they are going to be focusing to rotate inside the zone, while Victor Summers is going to clear out the eastern side of the zone. It seems like they did spot out TRX, so they are going to be focusing on the teams on the east side instead, and that's going to be TRX instead. 2 versus 4 situation, or in this case a 2v2 with a long split here from Victoria Summers.
Yeah. Another nade tossed out. The circle just centers on up. K9 Esports has 2 players inside of the circle, but soon FDR is going to be a major threat. So K9 Esports needs to first deal with FDR. TRX under heavy fire, those utilities tossed right on top of them. H4K, they make a major mistake. How does this even happen? You had the advantage and you just made that push like that against True Rippers. Giving away all the odds now in the hands of True Rippers. They've got the advantage. And this man advantage is going to go a long way.
Exactly. Now Wizard has to go for a lot of heavy lifting once more. But it seems like Jelly has been picked up, and Hydro is looking to try and clean up the rest here. Wizard on the high grounds. Zone not in favor. He needs to make a run for it as well because True Rippers are coming in. Mac has been taken out. And guess what? He is going to make a mad dash here to try and play for placement points. He is going to be the solo warrior as he pushes through out in the open. Nobody sees him, so that's going to be a good sign. Meanwhile, on the finish feed, K9 dismantling Frostrex Esports, who's trying to get inside the zone. And it seems like only Frozen remains because now his pin between K9 and Victoria Summers. The nades are coming in for Victoria Summers. Counter nade looks good, but no connection on Venom. Frozen, he just doesn't have any options here. Another nade from Victoria Summers. No connection so far, but eventually Victoria Summers is able to clean out the east side as TRX has been eliminated.
Those nades are getting a bit too close. Victoria Summers constantly lobbing out those utilities in the hopes of finding that knock, and maybe making a pounce on top of that person is not a bad idea. And that's what VS is doing, gathering up all their forces around the edge. And this nade, oh, it was brilliant. Almost found a knock as well. Blue's on the move. Frozen, he's going to be pressured to make a move outside. Smoke's tossed out as well from Victoria Summers, and now Frozen, he's going to be on the run, pushing up close and personal against Victoria Summers, and eventually Frozen gets eliminated from the game as well. VS, they were cornered up, but there's still a chance they can fight back. But now they also need to take that fight for position against K9 Esports. Who can come out on top? That's the question. As Ninja Boy falls apart, that's going to be a big strength found. K9 Esports slowly and steadily losing the grip on this spot. But now they just want to fight back once again against VS.
Yeah, they're trying to take space here for the compound as well. Slug is out and open, but True Rippers also chimes in from the back. The savior for Victoria Summers is going to be True Rippers, and they come in slamming, and it all comes down to Knight once more. It's a solo warrior, but while this is happening, True Rippers, they get slammed from the outskirts as well. True Rippers, they're all dying. What am I watching? Knight comes in with the clutch, and Victoria Summers actually cleans them all out. What did I just watch?
VS got so lucky. True Rippers just straight up made that pounce against K9 Esports, thinking that it was going to be a good idea, third-partying this entire fray. But they messed up big time, and Victoria Summers just backed away at the last nick of time. They waited for these two teams to duke it out and just selected all those elimination points for themselves. Brilliant play coming through from Victoria Summers. 15 eliminations already on the board, looking to conquer the grounds. H4K in the front is just that one-man Wizard. Does he have his magic wand?
Well, he does, as of yet, get some sort of placement points, but now with the nades coming in, it does clap onto his crypto on the sides here. A 3v3v1 situation with Wizard in between these two gigantic teams. Victorious Summers looking for a massive game once more. A chicken dinner to top it all off. Now, against Vanguard. Very, very tricky spot to be in. Vanguard seems to be having 4 players, but as soon as they say this, Insidious finds the knock. Always is down.
The patience paying off once again. Vanguard, even they have been extremely brilliant. Waiting for the coach of the action to take over and then slowly and steadily make their move inside of the game. Vanguard, all the 4 players on the board. The situation is down to a 4-on-2. K9 Esports could have stood a chance. Victorious Summers could have stood a chance. But instead, Vanguard just comes in out of nowhere, trying to snatch away the game as well. And without breaking a sweat, they will do so. But for Victorious Summers, they had 16 frags on the board. Even though it was Vanguard who got away with the chicken dinner, BS is still going to be on the top in the match standings.
Well, the fight for the top spot still continues, and Vanguard does not lose their momentum from yesterday to today. And it seems like we have been paying a lot of attention here, as Vanguard has demonstrated here, experience play a huge role here in the wildcard stages. Vanguard, Victorious Summers, one of the 2 teams. Even Nebula Esports has been just doing phenomenally well across all the groups.
The problem is we had a lot of expectations coming through from Kalinga as well. And Kalinga just nowhere to be seen in that game. Eliminated so early. Kalinga did not have a lot of points either. For K9 Esports, though, it's just such a massive blunder.
Yeah.
When Victorious Summers makes a pounce on top of you, Ninja Boy is the first man to get picked off. Then you try to respond. Then you're also getting shot at from the backlines by True Rippers. At the moment, True Rippers, they were almost on the verge of wiping out K9 Esports. Victorious Summers steps inside of the fight and just racks up all the elimination points.
Exactly. I want to see that recap here on how things actually happened as well, because this was a little bit moment as well. Nike was able to find openers here for Victorious Summers. Mafia was taken down, and then True Rippers was also picking off the members from K9. And like you said, I think, Knight was just doing so much heavy lifting for the team. And I think Scary John was the reason why True Rippers was completely shut down as well. Was able to find a very, very nice small little pixel to just shut down everyone from the side of True Rippers.
Knight was actually able to squeeze away a few elimination points for his teammates, so that's a decent thing. But since K9 Esports were playing for a big shot win, that's not going to be happening anytime soon. K9 Esports does not have a lot of points off of this game. Yes, K9 Esports was able to secure 1 chicken dinner, but even in that game, they did not have a lot of elimination points. That's why it was not a massive game came through that K9 Esports. But looking at these winner chicken dinner stats for Vanguard, it's not a massive game, but still it's just about the consistency, and Vanguard is going to be on top.
Yeah, Vanguard has been just playing for timings here. They've just been playing for center control for quite some time, but they were not, I was very surprised they're not exactly engaging in a lot of heavy fights as well. They've been poking down towards the south side compounds, similarly to what Victorious Summers had to do. But the only difference is that Victorious Summers was forced to get aggressive because the zone forced them out of position. But even then, they've had a very, very impressive run. They took down Phoenix, they took down Frostrex alongside with K9. They even take down TRX, who, again, Sherney had an amazing clash here in the down towards the south side. So nicely done coming from them. But True Rippers, that was, I don't know what happened, man. Like, the call to crash that was right, but for them to not realize that they were getting shot from Victorious Summers was quite questionable.
I'm pretty sure they realized that they were also getting shot at by Victorious Summers, but there was just so much in the open. And since K9 also had Knight just constantly applying that pressure with the S12K, they couldn't do anything. That position, it was securing them from the Knight, but it was also keeping them in danger from Victorious Summers. So it was a lose-lose situation for True Rippers the moment they jumped inside of that fight.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, K9 Esports, as of yet here, it feels like Knight in shining armor is here to save the day. But I've got a lot of questions as well. What happened to that powerhouse of K9 Esports that we've seen last year, where all 4 players would be just dominating everybody here? But because right now it feels like Knight is just stealing the show.
Yeah, not just last year, right? K9 Esports, even this time inside of the grind, they were doing so good. Knight was just someone who was constantly topping the charts in the MVP board. He was just the best player that we've witnessed. And right now, that transition towards the wild card for K9 Esports has been weird. And it's mainly because they have also changed the playstyle. Maybe depending on the format K9 Esports wants to play that way. Inside of the grind, they had 24 games. Right now, they've only got 12. So K9 Esports just wants to make the most out of it. They want to play for chicken dinners. But looking at the top players, Victor Sumas just completely engulfing the chart. And then you will see that one man from Phoenix Esports come through, which is Viper once again getting those 4 frags on the board.
Yeah, we did see Viper just, doing a lot of heavy lifting as well this past few days here. But Shirley was able to do a little bit of a big game here, coming from TRX with 8 finishes in the back. But let's take a look at how many points has been gathered here as well. Victoria Summers with 16 finishes here. If they got on the chicken dinner, it would have been even more points, but 22 points in total. Vanguard stealing away the chicken dinner, and 7 finishes gives them 70 points. But K9, again, they have somewhat gotten a little bit of a nice average every single game. It's not big games, but they do average between 8 to 10 points every single match. So I'm liking the consistency, but they do need a massive game.
Yeah, just because of the average, K9 Esports is actually going to qualify. But as you mentioned, that's not K9 Esports' standards.
Yeah.
K9 Esports is supposed to go absolutely frag heavy, go absolutely bonkers. They're supposed to be the maniacs inside of the lobby. But right now, we're seeing so much control from K9 Esports, not fighting for the eliminations, instead playing for a placement-oriented game, which is sort of weird. Looking at the finish damage report, Victor Sumas' bar is just going to be massive.
Now, this is going to be a very interesting one here based on the finish and damage report as well. Yes, Victoria Summers, they conquered every single team from the northeast corner, but Vanguard here with 1,600 damage, they were the reasons why a lot of teams in the south, especially for True Rippers, for TRX, they were all scrambling to skirmish outside the zones because they had those compounds in their favor. That's why you could not see a conversion of points. But with that being said here, did Victoria Summers get enough points to take the #1 spot? Well, not yet. They're close. They've only played 5 matches, and that's 17 points. That's a 13 points gap between them and Nebula Esports.
Yeah, for Victor Sumas, a little bit shy away from that first spot, you can say, but it's fine, I guess. Victor Sumas is already having so many points in the overall standings, and as you mentioned, since they haven't even played half of their games, it's completely fine. VS can easily make that bounce back on the first spot. K9 Esports, now they climb back inside of the top 8, which is a great thing. But guess who's kicked out? That's going to be Kalinga Esports, now kicked all the way on the 10th spot. True Rippers on the 9th spot, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. You expect True Rippers to be there in the top 8. If you move on towards the latter half of the board, Phoenix Esports, yeah, the performance completely lackluster. There's a chance we might just see Phoenix Esports get kicked outside of the wild card.
Yeah, this is very concerning here. I agree with you as well, especially for Phoenix as well, because they have one more game to decide their fate, and they will be officially at the halfway mark. And this is not a good sign here, especially for Phoenix. So that means in the remaining 6 games for them to qualify to top 8, that means every single game needs to be more than 12 to 14 points if they want to stand a chance for top 8. Because as of yet, just now, we have roughly around 4 teams that are arguably predicted to make the semifinals based on their current standings.
So Phoenix Esports is pretty much bringing in those change inside of the playing field as well, right? They have put Simp a little bit on the sidelines, now bringing in Stranger inside of the playing field. So maybe you can't say that's going to work out for them in the future lines, but in that previous game, we did not see a lot of difference. Yeah, Phoenix did have okay elimination points, but where are the surviving capabilities? We did not see any placement points come through, and that's why Phoenix Esports right now is struggling too much in the overall standings. The upcoming game is also going to be the final game of the day. Group A and C are going to be the one to duke it out. Inside of Group A, we've once again got teams like Nebula Esports back on the fray, and if Nebula gets another massive game, that lead is just going to be on next level.
Again, right now, Nebula Esports is going to be the ones to actually set the benchmark for some of these teams to actually chase as well.
Yeah.
And after this game, they will play a total of 7 matches instead here, whereas Group B is going to be playing only 5 matches in total after today itself. So obviously, K9 is going to be kicked down from the bottom 8 because they've only played 5 matches. But what's really impressive is that I think Vanguard has also only played like 5 matches, which is 5 matches, which is impressive enough considering. Sorry, is it Victoria Summers? Yeah, Victoria Summers was the one that actually played lesser matches as well to be in the pot of the top 5 as well. That was just really impressive.
Yeah, exactly. And VS still has 70 points in the overall standings. Just imagine now when Victor Sumas gets their 4 games in one day, just imagine Victor Sumas can just mount a massive lead in the overall standings and secure that first spot. But for now, it's time for us to put a pause to the conversation and toss to a short break. So I guess it's not going to be a break. Production said that it is going to be a break, but it's not going to be a break. I see. We need to keep on talking. Come on, talk to me.
Okay, so it wasn't Victoria Summers, it was actually Vanguard. Okay, I only played 5 matches.
Vanguard just has been driven. It's not even a question. But for now, it's time for us to move on to a break. This time it's for sure.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to head towards the last match of the day. One last map of Miramar. It's going to be Salty, joined by iSuperJohnny, that's myself. And of course, we're having an interesting day because it seems like the teams at the top continue to do well. They're building up the vacuum, causing a lot of chaos for the middle pack in particular.
Exactly. Two teams right now inside of the top 8. Only two teams who are yet to play their last game before all of them actually having played their 6 matches. I think they will reach a point which is almost half the way of the wildcard.
Yeah.
Half the journey is going to be done and dusted. To be there in the top 8 is going to be of prime importance right now. I think K9 Esports have done a phenomenal job to come back on the top 8 right now.
I mean, to be fair, we were expecting K9 to do well from the start. So them struggling at the start and now trying to play catch up. It has a lot of questions running in my head, but still the journey is there. They still have opportunity to bounce back. We're going to see how things turn out. One thing we also want to see how that turn out is the total prize pool of BGIS 2026. And of course, it is all thanks to our lovely viewers, the players of BGMI. Keep playing the game. The Discovery Island is active and we are not too far from our milestone. It seems like we might just get to that 4 crore prize pool.
I'm pretty sure we are going to towards the 4 crore prize pool, to be honest, because I've made a pact with Icy that he has a lot of lanyards in his collection. So he was asking me, how many lands have you been? Like, I'm like, alright, fine, something around 9 or 10. He's like, you know what, I have 300 lanyards. I'm like, alright, fine, it's understandable you're old, but how many land events did you attend where there's a 4 crore prize pool? And he's like, well, this might just be the first one, so make sure it is the first one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think you got to give Icy that. But again, talking about the teams, because they need to deliver their best performance inside of the matches. And a few key names, in particular, Nonix, me and Necro were talking about them a few moments ago when they were playing the map of Erangel. Kind of a decent outing, and Nonix is doing well inside of the top 4. They're going to be playing again, joined by Myth, Nebula Esports. These are the teams that are doing well. Higg Boson, we need to talk about Higg Boson. I expected them to sort of maintain the same form that was there yesterday, but today there has been a slip up from Higg Boson. They started the day on the first position, but since then have kind of been dropping on the leaderboard.
You know, this usually happens with Higg Boson Esports. They do get a start, but then on the days when they don't really get that first performance going, somewhere you see Higg Boson slowing down, somewhere you see that momentum not really there on the overall standing. Group C, I'm not really a big fan of how it's panning out so far.
Yeah.
Johnny, you look at Victor Summers, they've done a phenomenal job. Top 8 right now, potentially moving into the semi-final, yes, for sure. But what about FTR? What about Phoenix Esports? What's about Gods for Reason? And also see a team like T7 Esports, who had showcased that they have got the fighting prowess, but they missed out on the quarterfinal slot because of the fact that they could not work on their mistakes along this journey. Now they will have to do it. One last game to go.
Exactly, and just for today, the situation, the door is still open. You need a big match, especially for a team like Frostrex in particular. They need a big game to get themselves into a fighting position. They're too far away from the conflict of the top 8 as of now. But we have a substitution happening, and it is going to be from the side of Higg Boson. Surprise, surprise! They are going to swap out Snowjord, who has kind of been a phenomenal player throughout the entirety of 2025. I think this particular stage is not turning out too well because the grind Snowjord was doing well. Yash is going to be stepping in. What are your thoughts on this sub?
I mean, honestly speaking, I think if the players feel like there's an immediate change required, there is an immediate change required. I think one lovely IGL, who's also my closest friend, I'm talking about Roman, had given us a quote that I don't have a substitute in my team lineup. I have 5 players playing in and I switch in, switch out any moment in time. I feel like that is a quote which genuinely lives up to its worth, especially in the world of BGMI, because you know, player switch ups have so massive of an impact, especially when you have that fresh mindset, the fresh you know, something which does not have too many losses in your head. That guy comes up, all of a sudden the entire team's morale can boost it up. So maybe Higg Boson Esports, this is one of their attempts to actually get back the #1 spot on the overall.
I mean, as you mentioned, I think it could be more than mindset bringing in a sub. Because when you're sitting outside the match, when you're looking at the bird's eye view of everything, you're noticing more detail than the players that are present inside of the game who are focusing on other things. So bringing a sub in who has been watching the matches so far might just help Higg Boson pinpoint what the difference is. or what are the mistakes being made today that weren't there yesterday, and maybe they can try and fix them going into this last match. But it's just one game. I think Hig goes on, even if they do manage to secure 10 to 15 points, considering yesterday was a decent day. It's still 10 to 15 points should be enough to keep them inside of that top 8 bracket. They should be kind of comfortable, I think, not too far away.
Absolutely. I think it's nothing too alarming, at least for now, for Higbo's on Esports. But for Phoenix Esports, it's going to be a completely different story altogether, because I feel like they're somewhere in the mid stages, even now, having played 6 matches. I'm not really sure where Phoenix Esports is going. They need that big banger for performance, something which Nebula Esports did at the start of today, 30 points from just a single game. Without that, I feel like Phoenix Esports this year, the legacy team isn't really showing their legacies.
I 100% agree with you on that. And Phoenix was the team that I also wanted to talk about, because surprise, surprise, I mean, what we saw during the grind was amazing, but since then those same numbers have never been replicated by the players of Phoenix, and it's a big surprise, especially considering, I mean, we keep talking about the fact that Somraj is there within the team, a man who has been known to get his team to that final stage time and time again. The one time he misses out on it, it makes him so upset. The next time he shows up, lifts the trophy. So again, there's a legacy that needs to be followed by the lads. Expectations are set based on the performances that they have delivered in the past, so we know that the caliber is there. Now it's just time to deliver. Although, I mean, we knew from the start wildcards were going to be a wildfire, and it seems like we are going to have a lot of these teams left behind in the dust, and Phoenix might just be one of those names.
You know, I completely agree with you, but the point is, like, you look at K9 Esports right now. Their games aren't really going according the K9 Esports way, right? They aren't really playing as big as they would like to, or rather would love to. But the problem is K9 Esports is still kind of stacking up a micro performance with yet another micro performance with yet another micro performance. Yes, for sure, they're not getting 30 points on board, but at least they're getting 10 points per game. And in order to actually be consistent, I feel like Phoenix Esports should have also tried to bring back a little pieces and glimpses of their past brilliance and potentially making it through.
But I think one thing that K9 have going for themselves is just like a lot of players that play chess do sometimes open up with their knight. That's what they do as well. They have a knight in their team, and it seems like their decision right now, Omega is letting go of the pressure on Slug and now just pushing Knight into team fights. I don't know what that Miramar clash against the players of True Rippers was, because the team just crumbled apart. Knight came out, got a few eliminations, and then K9 got third party and taken out. But at least because of all of the finishes that K9 consistently get, they weren't too far away from the top 8 of the leaderboard. That's the one saving grace they have for themselves. But again, still, if you are anywhere beyond the 6th or the 7th position in the overall leaderboard right now, this is your moment to bring in those big performances, to bring in about a 20-point chicken dinner to find stability inside of the top 8. If you are in the top 8, just pray to save your life, and just try and see if you can slow things down, get those consistent placement points, 6-7 placement points every single game. Or 6-7 points per match, and then just slowly maintain that average. If you need a big match, you can go frag heavy whenever you want. I think the pressure is going to be on the teams that are just stuck in that middle pack, especially between 9 to 16th position. I think that's going to be that is going to be like the center of a black hole, if you will. Infinite pressure.
The center of black hole. You know what? The black hole has infinite pressure everywhere.
Infinite gravity, technically.
Yeah, but infinite density, infinite mass, and infinite gravitational force. But Nebula Esports in this one, it seems like this is infinite damage to the rest of the lobby. Look at the damage numbers inside the wildcard. 10,244 points, 60 eliminations in the games they've played so far, and 83 points in totality. Nebula Esports have been nothing short of fantastic today, I think. Every single time we talk about Nebula Esports, we were trying to reference to their glorious past of 2025, where the revenge arc was in full swing. We all wanted to see the same Nebula back, and today I think Nebula finally showed up, every single player in top form. You talking about that mid-pack, and I feel like there has to be one team that needs to be talked about. That has been 8-Bit Esports. A lot of talk around Sarang, a lot of talk around Juicy. We will talk about them, but they are nowhere close to Vanguard right now. Vanguard has been the surprise of Wildcard. 51 eliminations inside of the Wildcard stages, 9,100 points of damage, and an average survivor's time of 25-26, Johnny.
I think you called them by their rightful name, the surprise of the Wildcard stages, because I personally did not expect Vanguard to have this sort of a start to the wildcard stages. This was a team that was doing okay, but Dionysus and Insidious, they've had history. They tend to do well as individuals, they tend to do well as a team, but usually when the moment calls for it, these lads have choked in the past.
Yeah.
So I was just hoping this was going to be different, but again, these players have a lot of experience under their belt. I think with the roster that Vanguard has, I comfortably see them making it to the semi-finals. Finals is going to be a different story, but man, oh man, keeping Nebula in check with the way Vanguard specifically has been playing today, that game of Erangel earlier, it was amazing, it was mind-blowing.
It certainly was mind-blowing, and some of their players are, I think, in one of their best forms of their life. You look at Insidious, you look at the way Dionysus has been playing as well. I feel like every single player is trying to get something out of every game, and that's the hunger that you want inside of the wildcards as well. I feel like the undergods, they somehow don't really want the BGIS 2026 trophy long enough, Johnny. I feel like the more established players, the more renowned players, it seems like they've taken the edge on that aspect. You don't see that fighting instinct coming in from the undergods, do you?
I mean, see, you could look at it that way, or you could look at it in a way where I think a lot of these players that were always on the edge of the so-called tier 1 circuit, players like Dionysus, players like Insidious, that have played for well-known rosters and organizations in the past but have not lifted a trophy yet, were waiting for opportunity to for that opportunity to present itself. And as our tagline says, breaking boundaries, right? That is the one boundary that was there, the boundary to the trophy. It's time to smash it and just go grab what you think is yours.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure Vanguard Esports, hopefully, and the fact is, all of these players, they are LAN veterans. If you look at it, they've been in multiple LAN events. All that they get to survive has to be the wildcard stages, because once they come around in the Tesseract Arena, I'm pretty sure it's going to be completely different days. It's going to be completely different games as well. But Team 8-Bit, we have talked about them so far, Johnny. Life isn't really looking so good for the Red and Whites. Currently, Sarang was still, I think the start on the map of Rondo was somewhat decent. We saw them pull off a couple of points here and there, but that is nothing that Team 8-Bit represents. You have got a back-to-back official trophy winner in your ranks. You've got players like Raidenscapes. How on earth are you struggling?
I have no idea, man. I mean, 8-Bit is a little bit of a mystery, because you see the struggles and then you look at their position in the overall leaderboard and you start to think maybe they can make it. Just maybe. Just one. They don't even need a big game. That's the surprise, right? They just need a decent performance in at least 2 to 3 matches and they are going to be inside of the top 8.
Yeah, true that. I think I will mostly felt like, oh, this is 8-Bit Esports. They're going to easily qualify, you know. And all of a sudden, we just keep on praying for it. Like, they never qualify till the end.
That's always been a problem. I think not qualification, but just doing well in the grand finals has been a problem for Juicy. And it's not like things for the team go any different. They play the grand finals the same way they play the online stages, but I think that might be the flaw right there, that they don't make any changes, because finals usually become very sweaty. There's a lot on the line and you're playing the finals, so no one take any unnecessary risk. 8-Bit, if you look at the matches today, have just been running around, mad dashing inside of the play zone late and just hoping that they survive. It's kind of worked out every now and then. I think match number 3 of the day, it worked out for them, but not for long. Then they were just pinned and got finished off. So 8-Bit, I don't know what to expect of 8-Bit. I think I would be surprised if they actually end up making it inside of the top 8 here.
That is funny, to be honest. I mean, for 8-Bit, technically, I feel like when you look at the players, you expect them to dominate. I mean, I've really seen Sarang play for survival instead of playing to actually thrive inside of the lobby. And it's a beautiful conversation. I'd love to come back, but we only have 19 seconds before we head on to the last Miramar. A quick prediction before we actually step into the game. Who do you think is going to take away the chicken dinner in this one, Johnny?
Oh, I have no idea. I think I'm just hoping Nebula, maybe?
Nebula Esports. Well, teams at the #1 spot. Maybe they can extend, or we might see FTR come back. Whatever happens will happen on the map of Miramar. And the big bird goes back up the skies, ladies and gentlemen. And this time we are flying over the deserts of Miramar. It is, of course, Groups A and C playing their last game of the day, second day of the wildcards. After this point, not really a lot of opportunities remain for you. But of course, if you are the fittest, you're going to survive and make it to the semi-finals. We do have the flight path in front of us. Starts off from La Julera and ends toward Bronca. And of course, I'm going to be a captain of the flight. Joining alongside my co-pilot has to be Super Johnny. Johnny, we do have passengers in our flight who have started to take their exit. But what remains to be seen is, are we getting a very decent and very disciplined map of Miramar, or is going to be there some commotion right from the get-go?
Well, let's see. I think I am expecting some commotion considering Phoenix and Nebula are here. And we know there's been kind of a history between Somraj and Adi for the control of El Pozo. A fight between these two sides, well, Nebula gains absolutely nothing because you can't go over the first position in the overall leaderboard. That's how the numbers work. But Phoenix Esports can definitely lose a lot of standings if they get eliminated early in this match. So Phoenix need to be the cautious ones inside of this early action. Apart from them, well, maybe H4K. H4K could be in some trouble. I think that's Frostrex right next to them. Yeah, it is FTR up north.
FTR up north. You've got Blind Rippers as well near the regions of San Martin. But my eyes are still trying to look out for Team 8-Bit Esports if they are going to be there in the lobby. We've got Team Blink as well, and we were talking about this duel, Nebula versus Phoenix Esports, and this is, of course, the stadium that we always talk about. Phoenix have been denied control of the stadium. El Pozo, in my opinion, isn't really big enough to house these two teams comfortably, so I'm expecting, before taking exit, Nebula and Phoenix to maybe take a fight, Johnny?
I mean, ideally you would expect that, but it's Somraj that you're going up against. He is used to getting drop clashed in El Pozo, so Somraj and the boys from Phoenix Esports, they go back to that test-rate strat that they have of just looting the compounds towards the east and then exiting El Pozo. And especially considering we have a circle on Los Leones, I think they might just go for a very early rotation. But the first pick of the game has been secured by the players of Blink. And Salty, it's against a team that we were talking about during the pre-game. Hig Boson are the ones taking that first casualty. Quite unfortunate start to this Miramar.
Don't tell me it's Yash. Man just stepped inside the battlegrounds. If he gets taken out, it's almost like a single ball duck. I'm hoping Higbos on Esports find a way out of that. But what remains to be seen is how on earth, with the no threat being around Higbos on Esports, still managed to lose a player from the initial stages. Now that is weird. That certainly is going to be weird. They do have Victor Summers near the regions of LSR. Have a look at this. Higbos on Esports. Oh, they've lost money there, IGL. It's going to be a long afternoon, Johnny, especially for Higbos on Esports right now.
For sure it will be, and today has not been kind to them. They've just managed to secure 7 points in the matches that they played today. And of course, considering Higbos on yesterday were just on fire, we expected big things from them. Especially, they played a lot of matches today as well. They played 4 games and just 7 points. So it is a massive, massive drop in performance. But that head start from yesterday still keeps them in the fight for the top 8. That's the one saving grace Higbos have going for themselves. With 3 players, the best we can hope for from them is, of course, going to be chicken dinner. It's just the start of the match. But I think it would be fair if they took an exit with like about 10 to 15 points. That should be a decent outing, and that should be what they need to hope for now.
It shouldn't really be difficult for them. I mean, this is a Southern Circle, Higbos. They usually tend to love the circles that go south. For them, the rotation isn't really going to be difficult. Coming down from somewhere like a truck stop, coming down from somewhere like a LSR, to drop down towards Los Leones and trying to hold down that urban warfare till the end. Should be an easy one for Higbos on Esports, but what remains to be seen is, can they get those 10 to 15 points out of this one? Momentum has been taking a heavy swing against them, and since we're talking about momentum, Johnny, I just came across a reel on social media during my nap time where it said that all players from the Prime 2024 TX era are in their revenge arc right now. Apparently, all of the players, they are playing in from different lineups, and everyone's doing good in their lives.
Which era? Which year did you say?
2024 TX era.
Sarang is facing elimination. Who
apart
made
from
this post?
apart from Sarang, apart from you look at Spraygor right now.
Yeah.
He's doing so well at Wildfangs, right? He's
True.
been phenomenal. Joker Atzol has been doing some great stuff as well. I think Shadow for Meta Ninja seems to be the most improved IGL in the community. And then of course the last one remains to be Ninja George from Revenant X Park, who's finally back in form. It's not Sarang.
You forgot about him for a second. Man plays for your team and you forgot about him. So, yeah, I think you should get reprimanded from your boot camp today. But he's been doing well. Ninja George has been doing well for Revenant X Park. Oh, man, I mean, so much limelight on Pain, huh?
That is a lot of limelight on Pain, to be honest. But I feel like it's just Sarang who needs to find a way to maybe survive the wildcard stages. And then we will be able to say that the entire TX family from back in the day, they're doing pretty good.
Ooh, it's going to be... Now I hope 8-Bit makes it, because then there is going to be a very epic reunion on that LAN finals. But before that, of course, all of them need to pass the semi-final stage as well. We might just be getting too ahead of ourselves. Let's see how semi-finals turns out. But so far, I think Nebula, they also have taken an exit from El Pozo. We see them moving out along that western highway, but as expected, their neighbors in El Pozo, Phoenix Esports, a very early call to rotate. They are making a move for Los Leones. And Nebula, this follow-up, it might just work out. There's no one blocking the western edge of the circle, so it should be an easy entry for them.
There's a lot of space inside the circle left right now. To contrast in terms of approaches coming in from Nebula and Phoenix, where Phoenix Esports just straight up dive inside the circle. They take a direct point of contact and try and inject themselves through the circle. Meanwhile, Nebula Esports trying to go a longer route through the western highway, of course, coming down south and then probably finding a way to enter the circle. Blind Rippers on the other side, they are still venturing near Chumacera. Elsewhere, T7 Esports and Higbozon might be duking it out. The vehicles do end up in some smoke, so I do expect some shots to get connected. Omega in the front lines, of course, looking for the first knock. Hero, shots being connected. T7 Esports, do they survive? Not really. Shots connected. Higbozon Esports off the mark.
Yeah, they find the opening Higbozon, and in fact, 2 finishes have been secured. Fight taking place for control of Los Leones and T7. It's quite unfortunate that T7 was the first team to move in Los Leones, but they might just be the first team to vacate the premises as well. It's down to Mudit and Phantom, and also on the other side, oh, Yash! Now that is a sub at work. A nade, a 2-pointer coming through, and T7 just destroyed in seconds. What a play.
You miss it and you blink it and you miss it technically. I think for Higbozon Esports, even I did not anticipate that T7 Esports will just get wiped off in a flash. That is brilliant coming in from them, of course. A great start, something which they needed, especially after that heavy downfall on momentum. The circle shifting is going to be pretty important, ladies and gentlemen. Where does it take us? To the shorelines? Not really. We are going towards Chumacera and Los Leones and the lands in between. Have a look at this though. Team Aesthetics versus H4K. And both the teams, they're taking massive hits. Team Aesthetic from the backlines. It seems like Cavalry is a little too late to arrive at the party. H4K shots are being taken. Always 0-8 from the sidelines. Could have eliminated the entire lineup, but just those few trenches. It protects Team H4K. Have a look at that. Mac is the last one who stays alive. Shots connected. Team Aesthetics send back packing to the lobby. Team H4K, they do manage to survive, Johnny. What a fight.
What a fight, but H4K, I am happy for them being able to secure these points. But that move from Aesthetic, what was that? Why would you move into a line of fire? The UAS is a very slow-moving vehicle, and you're just pressing directly into the line of fire like that. Yeah, that was just you asking to get shot in the face. And, well, H4K, they are happy to oblige. On the other side of things, as you were talking about Circle, I think the shift of the zone towards the west between Chumacera and Los Leones, this is going to make for a very interesting game because that entire terrain, it does not have a lot of cover to work with. You just have these ridges. And talking about these ridges, well, driving along, the players from Tenzin do manage to catch Phoenix Esports, but this time it is going to be the lads from Phoenix that kick things off in a brilliant manner. One player from Tenzin already knocked and finished. That's going to be Frio, and Phoenix now have the upper hand in this fight. Also, there's a third party from the distance. Cesar, he has taken a lot of shots on his body from a different team.
Oh no, this is going to be an important fight, Johnny. Phoenix Esports versus Tenzin. Smoker, of course, finding the player with his backs in front of him. Bunny, brilliant timing, finds a connection on top of Phoenix Esports, and now it's man equalized. Tenzin Esports were looking exactly for that, but as soon as I say man equalized, the 2v2 nades coming in from Caesar as it connects. Phoenix Esports barely managing to survive, Johnny.
Yeah, but look at the radar. It's about to get chaotic. Gods for Reason are moving in. And Phoenix has to try to go for reset. Gods for Reason, they take position. They set up. And they're just trying to see if any one of these teams makes a panic move. Anyone steps out or gets exposed. First nade goes out. Lined up for Viper. Hexe fails to make contact. And it's not just Gods for Reason. Blind Rippers are eyeing those compounds as well. Oh no, you see how Signo's Ridge kind of covers up the ridge where the players of Gods for Reason are.
Yeah.
Well, Signo could get shot in the head because of that. Needs to be cautious.
The last person I'm worried about in this fight right now is Signo, to be honest. Tenzin Esports
true.
and Phoenix, they are at the standstill. They must have been imagining what just happened. Why did the fight come to a stall? Well, there are too many outsiders looking to break past these teams right now. Particularly Phoenix Esports, who are looking to bounce a comeback. It's not going to be easy. Tenzin, the recovery back in that fight was brilliant, especially that knock coming through from Bunny against Smoker. I think Smoker has been one of those players from Phoenix Esports that you can rely on, especially in clutch situations. Yeah. But the fact that he gets taken down, Phoenix Esports might be taking some heavy hits. We'll find out if they can carry forward for long. But Blind Rippers, it seems like they are falling back, or are they not?
Well, I don't think they should. They have decent position inside the circle. If they control the high grounds, that should be enough to keep them in a safer spot for the late game. But let's see how things turn out for them. But trouble for Inimicals. And it is in the form of H4K, being the gatekeepers, just waiting for the players of Inimicals. And now they've started to track and follow them along. So maybe just itching for a fight, the players of H4K. Inimicals trying their level best to avoid it. Have found their way into the city of Chumasera as well, but it's still outside the play zone. And you do not have a lot of time. 2 minutes remain before we have stage 4 of this game in front of us.
You know, circles like these are the ones that test your endurance.
Yeah.
Between Chumasera and Los Leones, if you try and play the center, you are going to get skeletoned alive.
Inimicals are being hunted as Salty. H4K, they've made it to Chumasera as well.
It'll be interesting to find out if Inimicals do take shots, because they have control of the high ground on Chumasera. As long as you control the high grounds, I think shots from the low ground aren't really going to come through, but we'll find out if that does happen. Have a look at this though. FTR, they do have a little bit of a plateau in control, but Myth Official is going to be lining extremely next to them. Harshal barely manages to spot that lad from FTR, now knows that there are going to be an entire team up top. Is Myth Official prepared to counter that? Will be a big question. This is right at the edge of the circle. No other involvement in this fight. But Inimicals Esports, from the map that I have, it seems like they are heading straight to this position. And have a look at that connection. Harshal finds Kaiser. And FTR, not really the greatest start in this fight.
Quite a rare sight these days, seeing knocks come from a mini 14. But Harshal makes it work. And Myth Official, they have the upper hand in this fight. Frost Rex, it seems like all of that frost, all of that ice has started to melt. Inimicals, Inferno, do you want to third party this fight? It's a 1v3 right up front. He has an 8 in his hand. And it needs to make perfect contact if they want to relieve any pressure from the players of Myth. Because Garv on the other side is pinned by the players of Frost Rex. Inimicals, they're down to 3 players, all 3 on our screen. And I believe this is going to be the end of this team.
You know, how did this fight change the course of its action so quick? It was supposed to be Myth Official versus FTR. All of a sudden, it is Inimicals who find themselves on the upper edge. Myth Officials were just showing their back in this fight. This is unacceptable. This is a blunder coming in from them as they lose bodies. And Inimicals, they do get off the mark. Myth Officials have been shooed away from this high ground advantage, but FTR are going to be so thankful to Inimicals right now. It is because of Inimicals and their third-party presence that FTR were given to survive another day, because after that knock coming in from Myth Official, I almost felt like FTR were done and dusted.
Yeah, but it's not over. Look on the radar. Nebula Esports, they want this hill. They want to control the high ground, get the info. And as you mentioned, FTR still alive thanks to the third party. But Now it might be time to repay the favor, fight it out with the players of Nebula and retain this high ground advantage. Share it with Inimicals. Let's see how that turns out, but Frozen, it seems like Frostrex, their thoughts are different from ours, of course, as Frozen moves up into the line of fire of the players of Nebula. Shots fired, the knock secured by Nomi, and Frostrex now might finally realize what a mistake they have made from the distance. The knock was found, and now Nebula will have the upper hand in pressing this fight, putting the pressure on the players of Frostrex. And just trying to see if they can just go for a squad wipe over here.
It's not going to be easy for sure, but needs coming in through from Kratos. Nebula Esports are looking for that first opening, and here it comes. Not from Nebula, but from H4K in the backlines. Wizard is going to take away the frag, and FTR are in shambles, to be honest. All these players getting picked off by multiple teams. And speaking of getting picked off, have a look at this. Stranger from Phoenix Esports has been knocked out as well. Tenzin Esports doing such a fabulous job keeping Phoenix at bay. Fending off the aggression, not just fending them off, but also dealing the same blows against Phoenix Esports. Now they are in a world of trouble. It's not just Phoenix Esports, mind you, God for a reason as well are taking some heavy shots. Caesar moves inside of the compound. Of course, M249 on Beast OG. This can absolutely shred you apart. Not really a lot of HP. The knock gets confirmed. Tenzin Esports, they're still fighting back, Johnny.
Yeah, they're still fighting back. They're holding on to their lives. And Gods for a reason. Well, they don't succeed in this one. Tenzin end up coming out on top. Bunny knocked out. But Caesar, he still reigns over this land. Still reigns on the northern edge of the circle. What a play out of nowhere. Tenzin have 8 elimination and Gods for a reason. My God, what was that?
That was a blunder.
Big one.
Big one for sure. But from backlines, have a look at this. Blind Rippers, some nades were exchanged. But what remains to be seen is, are they coming into this triple threat of death? It is Tenzin Esports. You have got the presence of Phoenix Esports. Blind Rippers in the backlines. You've got Victor Summers as well. The surprising fact is, amidst all of this chaos, amidst so many third parties, Phoenix Esports apparently keep their numbers alive. 3 men left alive. It's not too bad, John.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but Phoenix Esports aren't really doing anything either. They're just staying there in that house. And they're just pinned by the players of Blind Rippers from one end, who are inside of the play zone, and Victoria Somas, who were looking to move inside of the play zone and now finally do. So this was inevitable the moment Phoenix steps out. Shots fired by Blind Ripper. Stranger does get knocked out. Viper on the run for his life with Somraj following him up. But they've lost a big chunk of their HP, Salty. And I think this might be the time or the end for Phoenix Esports.
This is surely the end of Phoenix Esports right now. Just 1 man left alive in the form of Viper. And even Blind Rippers know exactly where his position is. As a nade does get thrown off, Signo is looking to pick up that fag. But it's unfortunate for Phoenix Esports right now, I believe, because lately the survival game, especially in that fight, was brilliant. But it's just you can't really play it passive, especially at such a stage. You are supposed to be making moves, making domination, and making waves inside of the lobby. Phoenix Esports, far away from it. Viper this time, under so much pressure, does have the smoke to kind of play around with. It's a soft cover, so for sure he can take shots. But Blind Rippers, not really letting it go. Nades after nades, piling on the pressure for Viper. Looking to keep him pinned outside the circle. It seems like a strategy now.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the simple plan to execute here. Molly after Molly lob for Viper. And I think he's burning alive as well. There it is. Burned to crisp. Blind Rippers, 4 eliminations secured. 4 points on the back. So they are in a fighting position, it seems like, at least in this game. Blind Rippers, if they have a 20-point match, that kind of inches them closer to the top 8. Maybe tomorrow they can try and find a break inside of the top 8 with a safety cushion. Move to the last day. Qualify for the semis that way. But it goes on. This might be the game where they bounce back. Spotted out by Blind Rippers, but close to the center of the circle. So Higbozon, all they have to do is just stay there till the end game.
A scintillating rotation coming in from Higbozon as well. From having lost their IGL in the very early moments of this map of Miramar, Higbozon Esports now send their 3 players inside of the center of the circle. That is brilliant. They all find themselves some compounds, some covers to work with. What remains to be seen is, can they carry forward the momentum? They've got 4 eliminations already, but they've kind of lied a little quiet ever since them winning that fight You've got Victoria Summers, you've got the likes of H4K, Blind Rippers who are trying to line you up. Shots from Nonix Esports in tandem. Rapido just so quick on those triggers. Not really letting it breathe. Causing problems for the man on the other side. Blink this time. Mayank is going to be the man under his radar. Still waiting. It's going to be tough times inside of the circle, Johnny. 5th stage, you still have 9 teams, 29 players left alive. But the problem is, you do not have enough covers. You do not have enough compounds to protect yourself.
Yeah, they have nothing to work with. But I think now might also be the time where they should pick up their weapons and start fighting. Nebula Esports, high ground has been attained. They were looking for a position like this for a while. Now it's just about gathering info about the opponents and their position right now. They've spotted out the last man from the side of the myth, I believe. Oh no, Ayrton is there right behind them. You see him on the radar. Nebula right now are taking shots on... They're taking shots on someone.
I think it's Blink.
Is it Blink?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
Blink.
it is Blink towards the southern edge of the circle. Blink has done absolutely nothing in this game. They've gotten 2 finishes. And since then, they've kept their heads down. They've been playing the isolated position inside of the play zone. And even now, if they move up, I think it's just because of the distance that they have attention of Nebula Esports and will also have the attention of NON. Otherwise, I think they would have just played this game in stealth mode.
They technically are playing this game in stealth mode, but we'll have to find out what happens later on, ladies and gentlemen. This seems like the Stage 6 did give us a little bit of passivity. A lot of space between the teams right now. Long distance engagements happening all across the board. Blind Rippers having that line of sight against H4K. Shots have been taken, but Sujal and Rage God are doing a phenomenal job. I feel like H4K, Johnny, out of all the undergods inside of the lobby, they've showcased the most amount of adaptability and the hunger to actually keep themselves alive. I'll personally be very sad if this team does get eliminated from the wildcard stages, but they're doing a very good job in keeping themselves alive, at least for now. 26 points on the overall standings. Now they have a good spot for themselves as well as they slowly make their way inside of the circle. But elsewhere, it is going to be Victoria Summers. They are lining up, trying to stop Blind Rippers on their path. It's due to that plateau that lies in between that 3 teams are separated from each other. Higbos on Blind Rippers and Victoria Summers. But it seems like Victoria Summers, they're not going to be safe for long. Nonix Arthur will find the knock on Venom. And now Victoria Summers, they're going to be in a world of danger.
I just saw 2 nades committed from the players of Blind Rippers that went absolutely nowhere. So Victoria Summers will still have breathing room to try and bring their player back. But let's see. On the other front, Nonix, they're getting pushed by the players of Blink. And, oh, they could have blinked out of existence over there. 2 players, Jayesh and Professor, do get knocked out. The finishes come through for the players of Nonix. But it's not over. Blink, the other 2 lads, they did manage to run away with their lives still intact. But their position is compromised. Nades lobbed out by the players of Nonix. They're trying to catch them off guard. Mayank and Hardik, I think this could be the end for them.
I don't even think Blink stand a chance, to be honest.
They're 12 points, man. They're way too far behind.
Yeah, and currently they're looking like 2 boys who are looking to bunk school and the teacher is looking to thrash them left, right and center. That's the whole scene going on. Nebula Esports elsewhere, they do have the high ground for themselves from the western edge of the circle. Shots being taken for sure, but FTR will be quite safe and dandy. I'm pretty sure even H4K is going to be under their crosshairs, and H4K doesn't look too healthy, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We go back up north where it is the triple threat we were talking about. Higbos have taken a hit right now. Hero has been knocked off. Blind Rippers looking to close in the distance. They've already invaded. The revival is complete, but will he be able to fight back Hero? Quite low on HP. He still connects it with the Thompson. Elsewhere, it is going to be Yash who wins his fight as well. Higbos on Esports aren't going anywhere.
Well, they are not going to be moving after this. Higbos on phenomenal play coming through, ripping the opponents apart. 94 points. I think we are going to see a century at the end of the game on the overall leaderboard from Higbos on. But for now, dealing with Victoria Sumis as the slam comes through. Hero still fighting for his life. Thompson gets him a second. And Victoria Sumis, it seems like victory is just going to be in their dreams as Scary John and Oasis are left in a 2v2. Brilliant pressure handling from the players of Higbos on. Yash and Omega They're still hopeful of clutching out this fight. The Molotov is going to be off and Yash gets knocked out. It's going to be a waste finding the knock. Omega still left for the players of Higboson. The hope is still there to win this fight. 9 finishes on the board. And I think this is a greedy team, so they are going to go for double digits.
They will have to go for double digits, but before that, they will take out the threat from Victor Summers that lies. Scary Jordan always is a partnership, which is really hard to separate, to be honest. Also, plus the fact you'll have to protect yourself from shots coming in from third-party angles. So Victor Summers are going to be in a world of danger. But look at that Molotov coming through. Scary Jord. Wow. Without taking a shot, they take away HB out of the picture. Higboson eliminated. Victor Summers, they find themselves with good spots, at least with the northeastern edge of the circle.
It's still a risky move, though, from Scary Jord over there, because Nonix has a line of fire for the compounds of Victor Summers, which, by the way, are pushed outside of the play zone. But I think those plays kind of fix the game for Nebula Esports. Now they don't have to deal with a lot. The one team that can threaten them is Nonix, but they have information of the players of Nonix. That's going to be a long nade. Ooh, just some damage onto Arthur. The knock's still a dream for the players of Nebula, and every single time Kratos goes to the ridge to lob utility, he is getting shot at from the players in the backlines. He's still alive. Oh, this is going to get the job done though. Oh no, it's outside the radius. Arthur is still there. The first aid he has to cancel, but the knock is still going to be secured. The suppressing fire from the players of Nonix is on point, and Nebula did not take that into account.
Nebula have been denied space, to be honest. That spray coming in from Anonymous just takes down 2 players all of a sudden. Seems like the dream and the hopes for yet another chicken dinner just comes crashing down. Adi and Kratos, they're still alive. Nonix Esports, they're trying to actually keep this position for themselves at base. Smokes have been established so that the nades don't really come through. Anonymous in the outside. Can be a little too risky, to be honest, if it does get spotted. Shots through those blades of grass can take down Anonymous and the entirety of the team. Nebula Esports expose themselves. It is Kratos is going to get taken down. Another knockout comes through as well. Nonix Esports is doing a brilliant job. Defend off the aggression. And now Nebula Esports, they're staring at death. Rapido joins him in the front lines. Anonymous and Rapido. The revival is complete, but do they have enough HP? As shots in the dark, shots in the smoke, all of them connect. In fact, not really. Nonix has been eliminated, and Nomi still manages to stand tall.
Yeah, absolute pandemonium inside that smoke, and Nebula somehow managed to stay alive. But this match has been brought to a 2 versus 2 versus 2. And since Nebula was the team making the noise, Victor Summers, they just go for a pounce, secure those eliminations. We're down to the top 2 teams left in this match, and I don't know if Victor Summers have an idea of where H4K exactly is. They should be able to hear Mac from this distance. He's running for his life. Victor Summers, oh no, that man on the high ground can cause trouble. This chicken dinner needs to go to the players of Victor Summers. They've been hungry for this. So Waze, he's charging for the hills. And shots from the flank give away Mac's position as well. So it's down to an even Stevens 2v2. Both the teams have the same idea. It's just down to those aim battles where Mac defeats Scary Jord. 2 versus 1. H4K, they win this game. They kind of get into a safer position inside of the top 8, which is going to be a brilliant comeback today itself from the lads from H4K. And I think with this 2v1, this has to be their win unless Owace finally showcases us why at one point he was one of the best players in the country.
You know, for Owace to actually get this fight on board, I think he needs to find the connection on this nade as well.
Yeah, but his armor is gone.
His armor is gone. His HP bars has almost been chewed away as well. H4K now. Brilliant advantage in this fight, but can always fight back though. He does have that one smoke available. If he can pull the pin, maybe do some amount of moves out there, can be brilliant. But it seems like Victor Summers, and always in particular, isn't really looking to make those risks. Still playing in from the blue zone. Johnny, I think H4K, we're also looking to take things extremely slow.
Maybe. I think, again, this is a position where Victor Summers are actually doing well in the overall leaderboard. So Owace can take the risk, but still the chicken dinner will help them get that safety cushion that they want. So many shots from Mac. Owace has lost a big chunk of his HP. I think it's all over. Oh, he finds the knock. Ooh, could have actually swung if he had a shotgun. in swift succession to try and get the second frag, but man advantage for the players of H4K, and they do manage to secure a pretty decent chicken dinner, I have to say. They were playing it slow, they took their sweet time, moving around, staying safe, staying towards the northern edge, and then walked away with the win. The one moment where I felt H4K was actually getting very aggressive was earlier on in the game. If you remember, they were chasing down individuals for some reason. They went for the hunt, got 1 point off of that, but after that they just waited and waited for the perfect times to strike.
I feel like H4K has a perfect balance of both positioning as well as the amount of firepower that they possess. In the 4v4s, you see their flanks, you see the way they coordinate. It's brilliant. I think it's one of those undergod teams who knows what happens at top flight, and they do deserve a shot at a well. And I feel this game, Johnny, now completely switches up the overall standings.
Yeah.
I just saw the DOA status before, or rather while the game was going on. They had about 26 points on the overall board. I think after the end of it all, they are going to be inching closer to that 40-point mark. Not that bad, to be honest.
They should be in the mid or the early 40s, I think, H4K. So it's going to get them close to the top 8, but they will have to put in that extra bit of effort tomorrow. But I have to say, this was quite upsetting for Nebula Esports. This should have been a clean fight for them. Kratos really wanted to lob that nade, but he exposed himself, and there was no one from the side of Nebula just scouting the off angles. Anonymous got an opportunity to move in, so Nebula couldn't really react to him. They came out on top in that fight. Nonix got beaten down, but Nebula also did not get to celebrate, as the third party from Victorious Somus was instantaneous. The second Nebula had a second to breathe, Victorious Somus was staring them in the face.
You know, I was rooting for Nonix's Esports specifically
me too.
to actually win that fight, but Nomi in the final stages through the smoke. That was brilliant. But talking about brilliant, it is Team H4K and the chicken in a team stand that is brilliant. 8 frags shared between Mac, Rage God and Wizard. And then of course Sujal is adding the 9th to the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, so 19 points on the board for H4K, which is more than a decent performance. Now again, you have to be consistent. This gets you to a fighting spot. Now just go for those 8-9 points per game to try and stay safe. As long as you're being consistent, I think 8 to 9 points from here, especially for a team like H4K that's played 6 matches, half your matches done. From here, the remaining 6 games, if you just get 10 points per game, not even 10, 8 to 9 points per game, I think that itself should be enough to help them qualify.
Absolutely. I think the wildcards right now are more about keeping yourselves alive than rather dominating on the rest of the lobby. Just keep yourself in the top 8, or if you're not in the top 8, try and get improved positioning for yourself. But it's not going to be easy. I think 2 days of wildcard journey has been done and dusted. It's only Group A that has played 7 games. Group B is a game short, so maybe tomorrow Group B will have an upper hand. But talking about the MVP from the last game, it is going to be Nomi from Nebula Esports. 6 finishes, 828 points of damage, Johnny.
Yeah, and as you were talking about, it's not about dominating the lobby. Unless you're Nebula Esports, then you're allowed to dominate. This team has a very big advantage against everyone else. Yes, they've played a few extra matches, but Nebula is doing well for themselves in general. Like, I think at this point, Nebula, they're very close to reaching that 110, 120 point marker, and the moment they cross 120, that is when things are just going to get worse for everyone, because Nebula will know that they've made it through.
You know, but Tens and Esports have also kind of been lying in wait for a while. In the shadows, they've kind of given us performances. This one as well, they get themselves 8 finish points on board. And looking at the way they were taking fights, Tens and Esports, they certainly are ready. It's those unfortunate third parties or their mid-rotation clashes where they kind of take a step back, but nonetheless, Higboson as well. This game was important. This was so important for them. 11 points the rest of the day. They only had 7 points to show for. But now finally Higboson will have something, at least against their name, Phoenix Esports. Yet another disappointment, Johnny.
Yeah, this was a massive disappointment from Phoenix Esports. Just 2 points secured at. Especially, it's surprising that it's happening on Miramar, because there was a time where this was the map that was known as Somraj's favorite map. This was the map that he would always perform on with his team. Doesn't matter which roster he had, that roster would do well on Miramar. But now, things are not looking good. And of course, along with Phoenix, there are a few names that I have a lot of concern for, but I also feel like giving up. Teams like Frostbreaks, who have 0 points from this game. Teams like Blink, who were only able to secure 2 finishes in this match.
I kind of only see half of our lobby trying to fight for survival here, Johnny. If you look at the finish and damage report, it seems like up until FTR. Majority of the teams, they're just here so that we can finish off our lobby itself. Nothing really to show for, but maybe they can come back on the last 2 days. It's not going to be easy. Overall standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Nebula Esports finally break at the 100-point mark. 7 matches played, 101 points secured. Victor Summers at 82, Vanguard at 80, Nonex Esports 73, Myth Official 69. We end the top 8 at K9 Esports, who have played 5 matches, 48 points on them. Reckoning Esports inside of the top 8 as well, but it's not going to be easy, specifically because Tenzin Esports, have a look at that, 45 points out of the 7 matches.
Yeah.
The only difference, Johnny, being the fact that they've played 2 extra games, but barring that, I think Tenzin, they're right at the edge.
I think that's the thing. Right now, the rankings are a bit skewed, except for aesthetic, Gods for Reason, not Gods for Reason, my apologies. Blind Rippers, teams that have played 7 matches and are outside of the top 16. I think for them, it might be a little too late to start initiating their comeback unless they get like matches with 25 points per game, or they have a match tomorrow. The first game that they play tomorrow is like 25 points. Then they get themselves to a fighting position, but even after that, they need to put in a lot of work. But again, those are rare things. Apart from that, teams with 6 matches, teams with 5 matches well, they have an advantage because they will know what the target is, but teams with 6 matches played, they still have an opportunity to make a comeback. Today, I think it was about setting the tone. Right now, we see 48 points on K9 Esports, who, thank God, have finally made it to the top 8. I was getting concerned. But again, as I said, 48 points for K9 Esports, half their journey done and dusted. You can expect the cutoff to be somewhere about 90 to 100 points. So I think 105 was what I told IC yesterday was going to be my sort of safety cushion. And that is, you need to try, at least at the end of tomorrow, need to try and strive for about 70-75 points if you want to be safe.
I think that is completely right, to be honest. And you need to speak less to IC because that man just came to me and said 120 is going to be the cutoff. And I'm like, oh, wow, that is going to be high. But ladies and gentlemen, that is over from us at the Wildcards here at BGIS 2026. Of course, halfway for the Wildcards is done and dusted. 2 more days of action-packed matches is still yet to be there. And groups A, B, C, and D, they're going to be duking it out. Who makes it to the semi-finals? We'll find out. But of course, that happens tomorrow. So we'll see you same place, same time. Till then, good night and see ya.